For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.
All right, look, we are live. Everybody introduce themselves at the exact same time.
Hi, I'm David. Yo, what's up?
There we go.
I am Margot, and
I'm very worshipful.
And hi, guys. It's nice to meet you.
I am the evolutionist here. I come to teach real science.
You heretic.
Okay, now that everybody is well acquainted. Okay, so this is the after show party. We've got. I see more people are trying to join. Says someone is trying to enter. So what we'll do is periodically, as people leave, we'll allow more people in. We'll keep this going for a few hours. Open mic. I'm going to yield for most of the time. We just finished a solid 3-hour debate between Bill Morgan and Cygnus. A lot of fun. Both of the debaters I want to thank for making it so fun. And I know everybody has some thoughts on how the debate went. Since Bill was the man of the hour, why don't we hand it over to Bill first to give his thoughts, and then kind of just leave it open for an open mic, discussing topics, atheism, theism, creation, evolution, whatever. I mean, whatever comes to our minds. But good place to start with Bill. Bill, you're the man of the night, the man of the hour. Thanks for joining the after party. It's sure to be wild as always. Bill, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, any praise and honor goes to God. Amen.
Amen.
Amen to that.
Amen.
Humility is the smartest thing you can have in life, and it's so easy to be humble when you study the dog's urethra. But I'll just start with I'll just specifically ask Sal. I respect all you guys. I have great respect for you all. And Sal, have you experienced that the atheists are never there because of science? They might be there because of peer pressure, losing their position. But nobody has looked at DNA and said, wow, there is no God. What would you say, Sal?
Can you repeat the question? I heard something about the opening part about atheists.
No atheist has ever come to the conclusion there is no God because they've studied science. They've been peer pressured, they've suffered, but this guy, I think, is emotional atheist, not an intellectual atheist.
I really try not to diagnose them. Honestly, I just take them at their word, what made them stop believing. And so sorry, maybe that wasn't the answer you might have been expecting.
I agree with you, Bill. I think you're dead on about that.
Yeah, I would just say yeah, they're just suppressing the truth, and like atheism is just getting pushed. That's why people are kind of like, oh, I need to accept evolution because there's icon of evolution everywhere. It's being pushed in school. We see it everywhere. So I think like most Christians are being pressured into the atheism side. So that's why a lot of people become atheists. It's not because they don't see the evidence. They just don't want there to be evidence of God.
Well, I wanted to follow up on what I really think is happening, especially in the present day. It's just like what happened to Pharaoh. God's just hardening certain people's hearts, just letting them go. They don't want anything to do with them, and God's just going to let them go. And their hearts get harder and harder, and they end up arguments become less and less scientific.
Amen.
They pretend to have scientific arguments, and they don't. In fact, they're quite terrible. They're anti-science arguments, actually.
Yeah, go ahead, Neff.
I think C.S. Lewis was right when he said an atheist can't find God for the same reason a thief can't find a policeman.
Yeah.
I think point for discussion, guys, just for fun. I do a lot of witnessing. I'm not nearly in the science world as deep as some of you guys, but your ears are so effective in witnessing. Like Paul said, be all things to all people. So I think it's important to listen to the person and see if they're hurt by suffering if they just simply been brainwashed by their high school and they don't know any better, because that can often change how you share with them. So I'll listen to you guys' comments on that.
Yeah, you have to.
I mean, I think.
Yeah. I just wanted to say you have like to see whether they're like really seeking for God, because the Bible clearly teaches that if we seek for God, He'll reveal Himself to us. So like most of online atheists that I've found, they're not even seeking for truth, but like true atheists that are seeking for God will find God and
Amen.
will become a Christian. But sometimes the Bible clearly teaches that God had blinded their heart, that He led them to the wisdom of man, and we don't have to trust on of our own reasoning, but rather on the wisdom of God.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to evangelize Cygnus, it really would have needed to go to the argument from morality, because it seemed, or the problem of evil, it seemed like that was his problem.
I think it's really difficult to discern whether or not somebody declares themselves an atheist because of suffering or pain or whatever the reason may be. And I think part of the reason for that is because there's, I think, quite a few atheists or people that are atheists not for any of those reasons. I think because they simply are of a sort that their humanist pride prevents them from acknowledging they're a sinner to God. They simply refuse to acknowledge they're guilty of offending God. And so they dismiss the existence of God. And they think, this solves it. If I can just cause myself to believe that God doesn't exist, then I'm safe. It's all good. And that may relate to being angry at God for being in judgment of their sin. But nonetheless, I think it's really difficult to turn out to determine, what's the cause of a given individual being an atheist. I think in some cases, as some studies show, that it's a result, at least in part, because of a bad relationship with a father.
Yeah.
They had their father, or it was an absentee father,
Or they were
or
raped.
dad was an abuser, or he slapped their mom around. This is sometimes the cause of people being an atheist, but for the individual, probably very difficult to discern.
It's really not too hard. Oh, sorry. With Cygnus, he immediately called me a complete moron, a complete idiot, and things like that. So and of all my debates, everybody else seemed kind and respectful, but this guy had bitterness written all over him. And I don't like to judge him because who knows what he went through, but I believe he's an angry atheist.
Yeah, and this is like the atheist fallacy. Like he was like, okay, I'm waiting for the evidence of God. Show me some evidence. Well, you have already determined that there is no God. Therefore, any evidence is not evidence of God because He doesn't exist according to you. You just have to acknowledge that either everything is evidence for God or nothing would be. And nothing would convince atheists. Like they don't want to be convinced. Like Jesus could.
Well, let me jump in there real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna point out. So since we do, I believe, have a couple atheists or at least agnostics, just so they don't feel like maybe they're being misrepresented. We've got Top Dog and David Neff here as well. David and Top Dog, thanks for joining us. David, thank you for always being willing to have discussions, debates. The debate you had last night on Noah's Ark was great, lots of fun. What are your thoughts then on the debate? If you watched it, what are your thoughts on the comments so far? Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Sure, absolutely. So, Standing for Truth, thank you so much for hosting the Aftershow. This has been quite a debate triathlon. I've really enjoyed all of the debates. I've been doing other things, so unfortunately, I didn't get to watch the debate from tonight. But yeah, I'm not going to be here too much longer because I have things to do in the morning. But I do want to plug in that Standing for Truth and I are planning on doing a endgame debate on modern day debate, and I believe Nephilim Tree and I are planning on doing a second round on the Noah's Ark story. And that should be a lot of fun, and that should be
Noah's Ark story. I thought it was about the flood. What do you mean the Noah's Ark story?
Yeah, well, the flood, you know what I mean.
Okay, you mean whether or not there was a global flood is what you mean. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Correct.
All right, because sometimes the subject changes in these debates. I got an email from somebody wanting to debate about one thing, and then 2 nights before the debate, I got an email from them saying, "Oh, I'm so glad we're going to debate about such and such." And I'm like, "What? No, that wasn't the subject. What?"
Yep.
That reminds me, Bill. So Cygnus's opening statement seemed to pretty strongly imply that you had changed what he understood to be the debate. Was there any validity to that? Was it a miscommunication, or what was that?
Oh, let's say maybe a month ago, maybe even longer, he called me a complete idiot, and I said, "Let's debate creation evolution." And a little while later, he said, "Let's do existence of God or slavery." And I said, "Oh, I thought we were going to do creation evolution." He said, "No, we didn't." So nothing major. I'm happy to debate the existence of God.
So he just lied in his opening statement. Accused you. He said that he wanted to do a debate where you held a position, and his job was to dismantle it, and offered that in turn later he would do a debate where he held the position, and your job was to dismantle it.
Well, I don't like to debate the same guy twice. I like David Neff, but I'm a one-trick pony.
Yep.
I've never offered a second debate to anyone, so that never came up.
Oh, well, Bill Morgan, I will say that I have immense respect for you, and I really enjoyed our discussion in our debates.
Bill, I'd like to point out that your opponent greatly misrepresented information when he said, the properties of a star. We hear this mantra from evolutionists, atheists all the time. The properties of a star constitutes information, and information doesn't always require an intelligence. That's malarkey. And here's this guy is an information technology fella, and he should know better than that. It just demonstrates the depths to which atheists will go to deny the existence of God. They have to deny things that are scientifically validated. Information. Think about the word information. Information. The Asian is a suffix. Okay, Asian is a suffix. It means to make something visible, manifest. The manifestation of something, Asian, whatever it constitutes, the substance of that thing that came before it. So information is an informer, to inform, Asian. Therefore, it's the manifestation of the process of informing. Now, if information requires an informer, by default, it requires an intelligent agent. Because it's irrational to believe that informing is something that non-thinking, non-sentient entities can do, like matter or energy. It's irrational to say that matter can inform.
Well,
and to inform means knowledge in someone's mind is being conveyed, right? So he completely misrepresented information from his philosophical materialist worldview and redefined it in a philosophical materialist way in order to avoid the fact that genetic information clearly tells us that life.
Real quick. Bill, do you feel at any point in my debate that I deliberately misrepresented you or was rude to you in any way? If so, I will apologize.
David, I'll tell you how I judge people. Would I go on an 8-hour car ride with them? And I'd be happy to go on an 8-hour car ride with you. You're a great guy.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to respond to what Neff said. They'll agree with that. They'll just say, "Well, wait a second, Neff. We have millions of universe outside there, so it might happen in one of them." All those dodging point. Oh, there's millions of universe. Okay, where is the evidence for your? Okay, what created all those universe? So where's the starting point of those? It's just it's just typical of Dodge. Just look at the story of evolution. When Darwin came out, they were saying the Earth was a couple million years. After a couple 100 million years, and they went to billion years, and now they're 5 billion years. It's just how they
I need to interject really quick because Gavin and Top Dog should we're set to do a little discussion / debate thing. Maybe if you guys went ahead to my channel, we could do that, and it'll give more time and let everyone else here talk on the discussion of the debate. So it's up to you guys.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. If Top Dog and Gavin, if they wanted specifically to discuss something, I think something in the chat, right, sparked you guys to want to kind of do a debate. So if you want, since we're going to have 10 people in here all talking kind of, then I guess you could. Praise, you want them to go over to your channel and do a separate debate?
So there'll be more of a discussion, free-flowing discussion,
I've got people trying to get in as well. So if you guys want to head over to Praise's channel, Top Dog and Gavin, I can let a couple more people in here join the after show.
All right, see you there, Gav.
Yeah, no problem.
It's tough when you people. Sal wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, Sal. Would you, Bill Morgan, I keep seeing urethra's rock. Sorry, I have to get you straight.
You what?
Would you classify Cygnus as a anti-theist? Because I found a psychological study on anti-theists. I don't know if you saw it. It was done actually by another atheist who actually who's a little bit troubled by how anti-theists behave, because there's 6 psychological profiles that he's a very good pollster and student of psychology. And anti-theists rank highest in narcissism, anger, unagreeableness, and dogmatism.
I did read that. Yeah.
Okay. So all this to say, I don't lump them all together in terms of there are such a wide variety of atheists out there. Right. And I think it's not really fair to try to lump them all together for the various reasons that they don't believe. And I do think I thought the most legitimate, one that I personally identify with is that when you pray, it's not like, it's so rare that we get an interaction from God like we do from other people. It's very, very rare. And that almost kicked me out of the faith. That almost did it for me, because I pray, it's like, it'd be nice to hear back from you. Mm-hmm. I think that's probably the most basic thing. And that's been the hardest thing for me to overcome. And so, whereas some of these other guys I'm just like, okay, so you're fighting against, you're believing evolutionary theory, your abiogenesis theory, and you're just being psycho. I'm just like, yeah, that's another animal. That's a totally different animal.
I agree. I think that sometimes we try to categorize people too much. I'm sure there are people that are just in absolute denial, but I think that I think that we see a lot of people that are and assume that everybody that right. The existence of God is one of those guys. And I think that's dangerous if we're going to evangelize to people who might actually be open to the idea.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. In fact, I was getting treated so badly by other Christians when I'm just saying, I just ran out of gas. I'd like to believe. I'm praying for my dad. It doesn't seem like my dad's healing. And it could be something as simple as that. And my dad eventually passed. I had terrible crisis of faith before he passed. Thankfully, by the time he passed, I was starting to heal already. And I'm just saying, you just never know that kind of that harsh approach you could be destroying someone who actually would be very, very open to the faith. And sometimes that takes discernment, but usually my limit is they say they'd rather go to hell than serve the Christian God, even if the evidence is all there. I said, okay, I'm going to just shake off the dust from my sandals and move on. It's not worth my time. It's just going to be aggravating. I'm going to try to reach to those people that are hurting and they're approaching me and they're saying, I'd like to believe. Can you help me?
And if I could respond to that, Sal, I kind of feel like I'm one of those people that, and I'm just saying this just out of intellectual honesty, just getting this off my chest. I'm kind of one of those people as well that just says, look, even if the Christian God exists, I'd rather go to hell just because of the things that I went through when I was a Christian and all of that. So that could be a whole different discussion on another night. But that's just some things that I'm just going to throw out there.
David, give me a phone call and we can talk one-on-one.
Oh yeah, sure. I will be very happy to do so.
Well, thank you for your candor.
But
I gotta tell you, I don't understand.
Since you brought it up, I just had to get that off my chest.
I don't understand the position. Like, I mean, I if you're willing to more detail, the idea that if he does exist, and you want to, like, why are you? How could you be so mad at him that eternal life and eternal pleasure is? You're so mad that you would deny that offer.
Right. What is so could possibly be so deplorable about the God of the Bible that somebody would say that? I just find that. I'll just be honest. I find that to be a completely bogus statement myself, because I know the character of the God in the Bible, and atheists love to misrepresent him. So how could it be that somebody can conclude, if you actually have read the Bible, that the God of the Bible is so deplorable that he would be unworthy of anybody's worship? I can't see that anybody could possibly make a case for that.
I believe they release endorphins with their anger. And
No,
they get a peace.
What the Bible tells us that they know that they're doing such abomination, but not only they know that they're worthy of death, but they even take pleasure in it. And well, what I can say is God just sent them delusion, as he said. He blinded their heart, and they became fool. So someone
it's a cover story.
Oh, they'll do everything before accepting God. Like I always put it, like even if Jesus were to come from heaven and later argue with like atheists, they would still say they wouldn't debate, and he's saying garbage stuff. I mean, this is how they hate this God. But I mean, this is really fine for us Christian, because it's exactly what we should be happening. What did God says in the last day? There will be a great falling away, and then shall I come back.
Matt Dillahunty says the same thing, that if it could be proven to him that the biblical God does exist, that he would not worship him.
Of course, because he's a reprobate. Those people are rejected by God.
I have an idea because the Bible is full of positive verses. I don't even think that many Christians know, because I went through one time and I found a whole, verses about God talking about.
We can't hear you, JJ.
And surprised,
Jungle, I think you cut out.
I was surprised at how many positive verses there are of God, relating to us. So somebody needs to do something on that.
Well,
if I get around to it, I will. There's a lot of positive verses.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of examples. There's a lot of examples in the Old Testament where God expresses his tremendous love and charity. And that's, I think, what you were talking about, JJ. A lot of people aren't aware that the character of God, as he expresses it himself in the Old Testament, is one of tremendous love, forgiveness, and charity.
Well, that's the thing. Like atheists love to slander the Old Testament. Like they just say, "Oh, God's a genocide," but yet when God acts upon pedophile in the Old Testament, or smack pagan that eat babies, or murderer, well, they call him a genocide. And when God doesn't, punish evil, they call him an evildoer. So which one do they want? I mean, just read the Old Testament. It's over and over there. Like, God says if they want to come, let them come. Do I take any pleasure that the wicked perish? I mean, like, it's just the typical atheist standard point. Oh, God's evil. Okay, even if God were to be evil, which I think it's impossible, does that mean he doesn't exist? No.
Wait, could I quiz the group real quickly?
Sure, go right ahead.
Going back to my point. Now, how many of you, and I know David's not there yet, before you're a believer, or even you'd be willing to admit after you're a believer, you bump your head and you say the GD word? How many people would admit that you did that?
I don't know what's a GD word.
It's a worst curse word you could say.
Oh, is it the GOD?
AC is worse.
Yeah, I'll have our Gotha tell you. Well, you know what I'm talking about. How many times have you guys cursed God when you've hit your head?
Many times.
Okay.
I've done it. I've called God's name in vain.
Right.
Yeah.
Only once in my life.
I know I've done it.
I believe that releases endorphins, that you're casting your blame somewhere else. And when the atheist curses God, they're dealing with their pain through their cursing. You know, from a distance, it's craziness, but it's a short-term deal with the pain. And that's why people, when they stub their toe, you know, you're blaming God. You're getting mad at God and redirecting the pain that you're feeling. Comments?
Yeah, I mean, we just, yeah, that's,
Sounds like, yeah, I think you're right. Logically, that's correct, I think.
Yeah, I would actually, I would to an extent agree with that. Just saying, like, if I stub my toe, I say, ow, F word. And yeah, it's just a way of releasing your energy or whatever it is. Just easing your mind off the pain, using some foul language or whatever you want to use.
It just like it just
say G or AC when that happens.
Yep. Yep.
David, question for you.
Don't believe.
I have
Buddha when they hit their head.
Buddha. Oh, I never heard that. No, but I actually
nobody screams that up.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's not the true God. I actually have a question for you, David. You died
Sure.
today.
They didn't answer mine.
You end up at the gate of heaven. Christ says, "Choose me or choose hell." Which one do you choose?
I don't know. I mean, I don't
Come
think
on,
that.
you don't know. No. It's a hypothetical. If it were to happen, which one do you choose?
Well, I'd first want him to actually explain the pain and the hurt that I went through.
Oh.
So,
what is it?
Wait a second.
Are you willing to share that?
Not tonight, but I would rather do that in private if anyone wants to talk one-on-one. And Bill, I'm sure we can have a nice little chat. But here's the thing. So most of you know that I'm a biology major, or at least I will be a biology major in fall 2021. And I'm interested in a lot of things, but virology is one of those. And I'm also interested in ecology and stuff, and oncology. I know of people in my church and in my community who have had children die from cancer, and they're begging God, please give us a miracle, send us something, to no avail. And to me, I guess this gets into the philosophical problem of evil. I don't see how an all-loving, all-powerful, and all-knowing God can simultaneously be more worried about what you're doing in your bedroom and not have any thoughts into healing a sick child from cancer. But
all right, so David, wait, I want to cut you out there. So, by you saying the problem of evil, it's not the problem of God that baby died. I mean, it's because of our human sinful nature, or fallen. We're fallen. We're wicked. That's because of us. God did not cause the evil. Human did cause the evil.
So, if I could respond to that real quick. Number one, the Bible says that God created evil in Isaiah. And number two, if that was the case, then why just not create evil at all? Why couldn't he just create humans?
He created evil by default because he created a world that would disobey him.
Yeah.
And he knew it. So God didn't purposely create beings that were by his own
intention. Did not cause them.
Evil. He created evil because he created a world with libertarian free will, which he knew would result in evil.
That's interesting.
Yeah, God is not causing the evil. He's not the cause of evil. He brings calamity, but he's not the co-author. He's not the one creating that evil. There's a distinction there.
Yeah, but he could certainly come in and stop that. But I actually agree with.
How would you want him to stop that?
He will stop that, and he has already stated that his plans for doing so. Because he hasn't done it already, isn't a reason I don't think anybody can judge God for it. He has already stated that he has planned to eradicate evil from the universe.
Well, he already eradicated evil. He died on the cross to save us.
If God has a plan, to eradicate evil, why does he just do it?
Because he is wise, and he intends to do it when it's the best time, the right time to do it.
Well,
so when is the right time?
You're presupposing to know better than God when the right time to do that is.
Okay, so
that's not valid. So basically, like David, you have to understand that it's us that's causing evil. It's not God that's causing this evil world. Everything works for a purpose for God. So God can use calamity to bring to punish people, but I don't see what's the problem of evil.
David, could I share something, please?
Go right ahead.
One of my favorite things to share with people is this, and you're not on the witness chair, but on a scale of 0 to 100, where do you believe in God?
Where do I believe in God? From a scale of, I'm sorry, you said 0 to 100?
Actually, it's 1 to 99 because no one can be certain.
Okay, sure. And I agree with that. I agree with that. So 1 being not at all and 99 being 100%. Right. I will put myself as a 1.
Okay. Now, I like to share with people, if God exists, and I believe he does because you have eyes and ears that work, and this was the only life, I'd say he's a cruel, mean torturer. But this is temporary, David. If there was no eternal life, I'd say God was sadistic. But we're human. We can't help it. We're so focused on the present, we're not looking to the eternal. And I'm sure you've gone through hard times, but they're passing and temporary. And I believe there is grace for those who overcome the hard times, the Sermon on the Mount. So I'm Bill, I'm not God. I can't answer every question about suffering and things like that. But the Bible does teach this is temporary and there's eternal life after this.
Okay, so if I can respond to that, why doesn't God just create us with the eternal life to begin with, and not have to go through this, and not have to go through this trial test before you get to the everlasting life part? Just create us with the everlasting life part.
Well, he did, David.
I'm not God. I can't answer that. All I can answer is what the Bible teaches. And the Bible says, seek and ye shall find. In this life you will have tribulation. Seek ye first the kingdom of God. That's the setup. It's like, I don't understand the mind of God, but that's what the Bible teaches. And you can ask, and I respectfully say this, you can ask why questions about God for infinity, or you can read the Bible and accept it. But nobody in this room knows the mind of God except what's revealed in the Bible.
Can I just add something real quick? Well, first of all, David, do you realize that God created us with eternal life from the beginning? But us, by our sinful free will, decided to choose our own desire rather than focusing on God. Therefore, we have fallen into a fallen state of world. So yeah.
Okay. So why allow that fall to begin with?
So otherwise we wouldn't have free will.
Okay, so is there free will in heaven?
Yeah. Is there free will in heaven?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so there is free will in heaven?
Yes.
No.
So,
no.
I'm sorry.
There's no free will in heaven.
Okay, so you say there.
Well, okay, we have to clarify. Will, are you talking about angels don't have free will?
No.
Or are you talking about when we
don't
have free will?
Like whether humans will have free will in heaven? Will they have free will in heaven?
I don't think we'll have free will at all. No.
Of course we will.
No.
All right. So if God can create free will and give us free will in heaven, and there won't be any sin in heaven, then certainly He could have created us on Earth with no evil, yet have free will. Does that make sense?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. I get the idea. The problem is that God wanted free will agents. He wanted to create people that could choose, and he allows them to make the choice. And he made the determination from the beginning that those that chose to, well, it depends on what time period, but those that chose to do good or to believe on his son, those would be the people that he would grant eternal life. And those that did not make that choice, chose to hate him or to rebel against him, those were the ones that he would destroy.
So, if I could respond to that, and this is the problem that I have with that, just believe in Jesus and all your sins are forgiven. The whole theology, I believe, is morally bankrupt. And the reason why I think it's bankrupt is that because our actions, our deeds speak more about who we are as a person than our beliefs. So, for example, someone like Adolf Hitler could be such an evil person, but repent and believe in Jesus at the last moment and have eternal life in heaven.
You know what's wrong with that argument,
he's a
David?
reprobate. No, he
Hey
couldn't.
guys, stop talking over
finish.
each other. Stop talking over each other. It's getting really obnoxious.
Well, let him finish.
Nev was talking.
David, you know what's wrong with that argument is that it presupposes that someone with a character like Adolf Hitler is going to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, God. I'm sorry I murdered all those people and I hate the Jews so much and I wanted to eradicate all those millions of people from the earth. I want to be a good guy now." I mean, it's just irrational.
But we know that it has. But we know that. But we know that it has.
David, nobody buys, David, that ridiculous argument that Adolf Hitler could just believe and he could be saved. Nobody buys that. Do you really believe that a man like Adolf Hitler is going to turn to Jesus Christ for forgiveness?
Well, Adolf Hitler was
irrational.
Can I respond to that real quick? So, of course, like the thief of the cross did just that. I mean, he surely was.
He was Adolf Hitler?
Well, he may not have been Adolf Hitler, but he was certainly a wicked person.
Hitler?
All right, let me explain you something, David.
He was a thief. Is that similar to Adolf Hitler? Is that anywhere near the kind of character of a man like Adolf Hitler?
What is that? What exactly is that cutoff?
Okay,
where exactly is that cutoff?
So David, are you attempting to play the traditional outlier game?
I'm sorry?
Are you attempting to play the traditional outlier game, which is a mechanism by which to avoid the obvious? Or refuse acceptance of the obvious?
No.
Really? Because would you say that Hitler is an outlier or a commonality?
For like what purpose? Like overall humans.
David,
I think people like Adolf Hitler would be an outlier.
You're 25 years old, right?
I'll be 26 next week.
Okay, cool. Oh, happy early birthday.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume that at this point you would consider yourself a grown man, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm assuming at 25 years, 357 days or whatever, you know the difference between an outlier and a commonality, regardless of what specific that concept's being applied to, right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, cool. So Hitler, outlier or commonality?
An outlier.
Okay, cool. So why are you trying to apply the principles that are being discussed only to the outlier rather than the common sense obvious? And more specifically, why are you trying to use it as a mechanism by which to dismiss the premise?
Well, because there's no reason to believe that the outliers can somehow become Christians or become saved, quote unquote, before they die.
Well, okay, so first
hang on. Let's go down this rabbit hole. Okay, so what does that have to do with whether or not you can as the common person versus the outlier?
I'm not quite sure. If you could repeat that.
Well, what's the whole point of you bringing up Hitler? Why don't you expand upon that?
Okay, sure. So the point of the issue is going back full circle to the Christian idea that you just have to believe in Jesus to be saved and go to heaven. Is the idea that I think is morally bankrupt because ultimately our actions speak louder than words. That being said,
let's expand upon that whole point there. Okay, cool. So, are you suggesting that needing a forgiveness regardless of your personal actions if you are breaking the law, just for example purposes. Whether or not the judge will dismiss your case or not, do you still have to go before the judge and potentially plead guilty?
Of course, you have to go through the judge.
Okay, cool. So are you suggesting that because you're not as, whatever you did, let's say you didn't kill anybody, but you stole something. Are you suggesting that because the person who killed somebody did something worse than you stealing something, are you suggesting you don't need to plead guilty and ask for your case to be dismissed because you didn't kill somebody and somebody else did something worse than you?
Of course not. You still have to be held accountable.
So then, cool, awesome. So then, what the hell's your point?
So my point is, people like Hitler somehow, and if you don't believe Hitler, someone
you don't like the idea of Hitler going to heaven. Is that it?
Pretty much that. Like people like Hitler, people like Hitler, and if you don't believe me, I guess Adolf Eichmann would be a better example because he actually did somehow become a Christian before he was executed by the Israeli government, or at least that's what it's claimed.
Sure.
So Adolf Eichmann is in heaven, but his Jewish victims are in hell. So it's kind of like going back to your example of the thief up before the judge. It's more like akin to a murderer going up before the judge and saying, "Hey, yeah, I killed this person, but I believe in Jesus now. That means I'm a better person."
Are you suggesting? Are you for or against the death penalty?
I guess it depends on the situation. I feel like there are cases where the death penalty could be warranted, such as crimes against humanity and terrorism. I would have no problem putting a bullet to Osama bin Laden's head.
Okay, so now in the context of you're okay with it, or you in certain instances you'd be okay with it not being executed, correct?
So I believe that the death penalty should be reserved for the terrorists, the baby rapists, and people like that.
Okay, cool. So,
and I'm sure you would agree with me with that one.
I'm an advocate of death penalty, not obviously in an arbitrary sense, but in a specific one. But the point where I'm going with all this is the next path to go down is in any context in which somebody who has been convicted and given the death penalty, if they were ever granted a pardon, is that immoral?
It depends on why the pardon was given. If it was just given out randomly, then yeah, it would be immoral. That being said, but any governor that just pardons a person on death row without any good reason, such as the only time when I think it'll be okay to pardon a murderer is when there's a clear case where the person was wrongfully convicted. Any governor that says, "Okay, you're on death row, I'm just going to pardon you," is a governor that should be immediately impeached by the House of Delegates.
What about clemency?
That destroys the idea of a pardon.
Well, there's
you
a
know
difference.
what? The thing that everybody is missing right here really is this, and this is the answer to the whole thing. Well, David, when the Bible says, "Believe upon Jesus Christ and you'll be saved," it doesn't mean mentally assenting to a list of facts. That, okay, Jesus is God manifest in the flesh. Check. Jesus died on the cross to pay for the penalties of my sin. Check. I believe that is both things are true. Check. Okay, I'm saved. See, that's not it at all. What it means, when the scripture says, believe upon Jesus, it doesn't mean believe in your head. Listen carefully, please. It means believe in your heart. It means believe it. What that means is to be something that you bind yourself to in love. You want that to be true. It's something that meshes with how you see the world, with what you feel. You want God to have paid the penalty for your sin. You believe on him for it because you want him to be your savior, to save you. It doesn't mean, see, so this argument about Adolf Hitler, well, Adolf Hitler could come to believe that Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth is God manifest in the flesh, that he died on the cross, and then he'd be saved. That's not it at all. Is Adolf Hitler of a sort? Is his character, his mindset of a sort, that he is going to believe in his heart upon Jesus Christ for salvation? And the answer to that is likely, almost certainly not. Right. So this is why I point out that atheists completely misrepresent Christianity to make a fake argument, and your argument was a fake one. To say, well, the Bible is, is this Christianity is it's dopey and it's incorrect because you could just believe on Jesus and be saved. Look at Hitler could do it. Stalin could do it. That's not true. See, it means believe in your heart. So this argument that people like yourself use against Christianity is just a fake one because it misrepresents what it means to believe upon Jesus Christ for the purpose of making a fake argument.
David, could I add something?
Go right ahead.
And first, I'm going to actually compliment you with a good question. I think your question is excellent because it was addressed by Jesus in Matthew chapter 20. And I love it. Where suppose I hire you to work at 8 in the morning and you're working all day long. And then just before dusk, I hire Nephilim free and I pay you guys the same wages. What would you think, David, if you worked 10 hours in the blazing sun, Neph did an hour and you got paid the same?
Well, I guess it would depend on the contract that I agree to. If it's a salary position where it doesn't matter how much or how little you work, you get the same amount, then that would honor the contract that you and I signed up for.
Right.
But of course, if I agree to work for you for 8 hours and you pay me $20 an hour, and I get paid whatever that is, I'm not just using random numbers, and definitely Bree has a different contract, then yeah, I mean, would I be happy about it? No, but
I pay you both $100.
What was that?
I pay Neff $100. I pay you $100, and you worked 8 hours. He worked 1. Wouldn't you feel ripped off?
I mean, a little bit, but at the same time, I recognize the that is just capitalism and market 101. I agree to work for you for that amount of price, and then you hire Nephilim who agree to work for you for that set amount of price. That's business economics 101. Is it fair? No. But is it wrong? No.
And, well, that's what the Bible teaches. And so just to go on a different tact, I'm not saying he will, I'm not saying he won't. But if God allows Hitler into heaven, what does that have to do with you?
Well, because his victims are burning in hell because they were Jews and not Christians.
How do you know that?
Well, because they probably
You
never.
saying a Jew can't be a Christian?
But what does that have to do with you, David? You know what I'm saying? I know it seems unjust, but it's between you and God. You know, don't throw God out because you think this or that isn't right. Let God be God and you be David.
Okay.
You know, and it's a great question, believe me. But I think it's up to God. He's the landlord. He's the landowner. He can do what he wants. It's called humility. Could you read Matthew 20 tonight, David, even though you might not believe it?
Sure, I would be happy to do. I'll do that right now. Sure, absolutely. And for the record, I use the NRSV, the New Revised Standard Version, so that's the translation that I'll be reading from, which the parables in the vineyard. So, for the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire laborers for his vineyard. After agreeing with the laborers for his usual daily wage, he sent them into his vineyard. When he went out about 9 o'clock, he saw others standing idle in the marketplace. And he said to them, "You also go into the vineyard, and I will pay you whatever is right." So they went. When he went out again about noon and about 3 o'clock, he did the same. At about 5 o'clock, he went out and found others standing around him, and he said to them, "Why are you standing here idle all day?" They said to him, "Because no one has hired us." He said to them, "You also go to the vineyard." When evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his manager, "Call the laborers and give them their pay, beginning with the last and then going to the first." When those hired about 5 o'clock came, each of them received the usual daily wage. Now when the first came, they thought that they would receive more, but each of them also received the usual daily wage. And when they received it, they grumbled against the landowner, saying, "These last worked only 1 hour, and you have made them equal to us who have borne the burden of the day and the scorching heat." But he replied to one of them, "Friend, I am doing you no wrong. Did you not agree with me for the usual daily wage? Take what belongs to you and go. I choose to give to this last as I said to you. Am I not allowed to do what I choose, what belongs to me? Or are you envious because I am generous? So the last will be first and the first will be last."
Note that that's the kingdom of heaven, not the kingdom of God.
And the ultimate irony of that and applying that premise to Neff's objection is that if you remove eternal existence from the equation, the person doing that, especially in the modern culture we live in, would be considered extraordinarily generous and just helping these poor people who were destitute. It would be considered the ultimate charity to be providing income and giving people more than they deserved would be considered, or they'd earned, would be, I mean, it would be a, iconic move to be worthy of the news. And yet when the reason for our existence does the same, and we actually don't even have the capacity to provide the necessity in order to receive the gift, somebody else had to actually do the work for us. It's considered cruel and unusual. It's so ironic.
But don't let stuff like that keep you from the cross, David. He's the landlord.
I still don't get it. Like, what's the problem? God is merciful in this dispensation, so what's the big deal? He offers a free gift. If you accept it, you get it.
Terrible.
So again, as I said, I mean, I just don't think it's right to judge us based upon solely on what we believe and do and feel and repent and all of that. But anyway, I digress. I am getting a little bit wired.
So David, just to be very direct, man, do you search for ways to escape the obvious? Because people were, I'm guessing, probably in a church you went to at some point, were abusive towards you in relation to you being gay?
No. Possibly part of it.
Does the fact that you consider yourself gay to be, do you view that as a reason to reject God?
No.
So it has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not you would accept or reject God if he was standing in front of you.
No, we're not.
Okay. Because I asked that because you've made multiple references to that as a reason in the past in different conversations, which is why I'm asking. I'm just trying to get clarification.
Okay. That being said, and I'm just going to throw this out there, as I kind of alluded to earlier, the fact that God is more concerned about what I'm doing in my bedroom versus parents begging their God to heal their sick child, to me, it just does not seem.
So that assertion,
I think that he's more concerned about one.
So David, the assertion you just made, you made it earlier, which is why I asked you the question. You just made the determination and the conclusion that what you just said is true. How do you know that is true?
Well, because there are sick children dying every single day.
What the heck does that have to do with what you're doing in your bedroom and your assertion that God cares more about that than the children?
Because he doesn't seem to be lifting a finger to help the parents and the children.
Okay.
What if he gives all of those children?
Bob, hang on. What you're now dodging. Okay. So what the heck does that have to do with the second part of your assertion, which was God cares more what you're doing in your bedroom than helping children? How do you come to that conclusion? That's a very direct assertion. Defend it.
Sure. So I guess maybe that's just the branch of Christianity that I grew up with. I grew up in a very ultra fundamentalist Baptist church where they put more emphasis about how we lived and stuff like that and all that than God being merciful to the sick and stuff like that. So maybe it's just me not having the right Christianity, that I didn't grow up with the right Christianity, and that I don't understand what the real Christianity teaches.
So you're saying that because, so I just want to make sure I'm clarifying this here. So you are saying that it is your position that unless God was curing every sick child, then that means he cares more about whether it's hetero or homo sex.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If I were God, I would be healing all the sick children. And if I was Jesus, why heal this 1 or 10 lepers? Just heal all of them. I mean, maybe something. Maybe it's just me not understanding Christianity properly.
So basically, if I'm understanding you correctly, unless we are living in the idyllic, perfect world where there is no sin and death, then you reject God. Is that correct? Or God must not exist unless we live in the perfect world.
Correct. I would be appealing to what is called the philosophical problem of evil, which in the logical premise would be premise number one: if evils and suffering and all that exists, then God does not exist. Premise two: that does exist, therefore God does
Okay, so we've had this discussion before, and this is why I find it very fascinating. You're continuing to go on this rabbit hole. So, as a parent, if I lock my daughter in the basement and never allow her to go out to ever experience the world and to make her own choices, am I a good parent or a bad parent?
Would be a bad parent.
Okay. If does the possibility exist, if I do not keep my daughter locked in the basement for the entirety of her existence, that at some point something may happen that is negative now that she has the ability to make her own choices?
Okay. So what you're basically saying is kind of like the free will argument, basically?
Well, no, I'm just asking a direct question. Like, should I keep my daughter locked in the basement because something bad might happen? Or should I allow her to go out and make her own choices even though bad things may happen?
Well, of course you should let her go.
She may make bad decisions.
Well, yes, you should, of course, let her go out and make her own decisions. That being said, if you were a parent and someone was pointing a gun at her, you would have a moral obligation to step in and try to save your child.
In general, yes. Now let's take this in a different tact here. So now, if I know that if my daughter actually ends up making a bad decision and ends up, something negative happens, she's driving 100 miles an hour and is in a car wreck. However, I know that if that happens, she's not going to die. Should I now stop her from being able to take that action?
So again, if you know your daughter is going to be driving 100 miles down the road, then yes, you should stop her because she could kill herself or...
No. You didn't listen to what I said. If she has the wreck, okay, she's not actually going to die. Should I stop her from doing that even though I know she might have the wreck?
Yes.
Okay, so I should put her back in the basement.
No.
So I know, again, do you understand the point? She's not actually going to die. She's going to be in the wreck. She's going to be in the wreck, but she's not going to die. Should I put her in the basement?
No.
Okay, so if God knows that we have eternal souls, and that this is a very finite, minuscule blink of an eye of our actual existence, should God not allow anything to ever us to take any actions that may be negative in this microcosm of our existence, when he knows that there's eternal existence after?
Well, I guess, again, what exactly is this quote-unquote eternal existence?
I mean, are you really asking that question right now? Like, you
This
do
life
claim,
without
you claim
pain.
to understand, you do claim to understand Christianity to some extent, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what have we been talking about in relation to, if you ask Jesus for salvation and you just get eternal life? I'm pretty sure you said that. So are you like dodging now? Because that seems what you're doing right now. So I mean, what's the whole point of gaining eternal life? Like, so what? I mean, what do you think we're talking about here?
Yeah. No, I guess
I have a question that, okay, so David, you brought up that, if some child is dying of cancer, if you were God, you would heal her. Why would you do something so horrible as to force that, say, little girl to live through this whole life when she could just be taken out and go immediately to eternal life where there's no pain and suffering?
right. Well, then again, an even better way, if I were God, just put everyone in eternal life. No suffering, no pain, no period.
That would be nice, but he does apparently require some people to prove their faith.
But God already knows their faith.
Okay, guys, this is actually a utter waste of time. David is clearly a angry person who is mad that everything isn't perfect. And I'm just being blunt with you, David. The bad stuff happened in your life. Welcome to the real world. And you're mad that it happened. And therefore you reject God. And if you think that's some kind of unique life experience, then stuff happens. It sucks.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
But you have to look from a big picture.
We can hear you, Alec.
Well, this is him sake.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's just him new to the stream here. No, I think this is a good time to chime in. I think I've been listening, just following you guys forever. This is the first time I'm talking to you guys. But David does bring a good point in regards to God and suffering. I think that's just how you reconcile suffering and God. Is that correct, David? Is that really what we're getting to?
I'm sorry. I was starting to doze off. It's about almost 1:40 my time. Can you repeat that for me?
Oh, me too. No, just mostly have to do with God and suffering, right? It's just suffering in general, right? Any type of suffering.
Well, I want to, I guess, more like the big type of suffering, like cancer.
Okay, no. This is good because you're talking about gradation, right? About suffering. So, how much suffering can God allow, right? To you is 0, right? Is that right? Is it 0? Can God just cannot allow suffering, right?
Well, I mean, from the Christianity that I grew up with.
No. I'm talking about your suffering. Your suffering. God can't allow your suffering. Yes, your suffering. I'm not abstracting something out from here. We made it personally. It's not rational. We're talking about your suffering, our suffering. He can't allow that, right? I can't allow my suffering.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean,
no. In your mind, in your opinion, right? In your opinion, I'm not talking about some abstract object. In your opinion, he shouldn't allow your suffering, right?
I guess, like in an ideal world, in the ideal situation, there wouldn't be any suffering at all.
Well, no, you're talking about degradation. Could God just make things uncomfortable? You think it's okay for God to make things just uncomfortable?
What do you mean uncomfortable?
Well, it's because comfort is just, it's just a gradation of suffering, right? I'm not comfortable in a wool shirt. I'm suffering so it's a type of suffering. could
Or
God
working
allow
out.
just uncomfort, like just to be just not comfortable? Could there be a world that God would allow just to be uncomfortable? Is that possible?
I mean, if there was a actual omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient God, and that this God had the power to prevent genocide and rape and all of that.
No. See, you go to the extreme end. This is all gradation. You're talking about believing, right? You're talking about people who believe in how much bad someone can do. They deserve to go to hell. It's all about gradation, right? So you're talking about suffering. In one end, there's utter and complete hell, right? And then the other end is heaven, no suffering. And somewhere in between, there's just something like being uncomfortable. You know what I mean?
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? That you're just picking and choosing on this line. I'm saying, where are you? Where are you in your suffering? Are you just uncomfortable right now? In your own life? Is that God should not allow this?
Well, that'll be getting into more deeply personal stuff, which I would prefer to.
No. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no.
And then I'd prefer to talk about that off air. And Bill, perhaps we can have more of an one-on-one conflict with that.
Oh, I don't need no details. I'm not even asking any details. Just, is it okay to allow your current situation of being uncomfortable? Is that something God can allow?
I mean, I guess the way that I'm trying to go about this is that.
I mean, everybody gets my point, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's trying to. Okay,
I understand what you're
is it
saying.
uncomfortable? Is it uncomfortable to work out?
Is it uncomfortable for me? No.
It's not uncomfortable to work out.
I mean, if you go too much, then sure. But I enjoy working out. I enjoy running. I enjoy swimming.
Is it comfortable? Was it comfortable when you started?
Was it comfortable when I started? No.
Right.
So God should not allow that. That should have never happened, right?
Of course, that's not necessarily. I guess I should be more clear what I'm talking about is for the suffering that I'm talking about. I guess I should be clarifying that I'm talking about the more extreme form of suffering.
No, we don't have to talk about the more extreme suffering. I'm saying about this is all a gradation between just being a completely perfect and happy and joyous life with absolutely bliss 100% to an utter chaos, pain, destruction, and suffering. Somewhere in between that is just being uncomfortable.
Okay.
No, because this is, I don't know if you listen to Jordan Peter, but he has Jordan Peterson. I don't want to bring him into discussion, but it talks about meaning and suffering. And I think the thing is that you have to understand that suffering is very central to the cross, right? And it's really the root of understanding what glory is, right? There can be no glory without the hero's journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without pushing, without conquering, there is no glory. Glory does not exist without it.
That's another thing that you're missing when you make your argument about Adolf Hitler. You question whether or not it is right for Adolf Hitler to potentially get into heaven and have everlasting life, but you forget the fact that Jesus came to this world, God came to this world to die and suffer for our sins. It wasn't just like, hey, just believe on me and then it's all good. No, he came and paid for our sin. He did it.
You know, one of the things that always fascinates me about this kind of conversation, and earlier I kind of alluded to this, but I'm going to use Dave Ramsey as an example, right? So his headquarters for his business is actually here in Nashville and actually down in Franklin. But like a month and a half ago, he bought up, I think it was $13 million worth of debt and forgave it.
Oh.
He said, you know what? I'm rich. I've been given great blessings. And he's a Christian, and I've been given great blessings, and it is the right thing for me to do is to help others. Now, I'm just going to guess when he went to all those collection agents, I'm sure he probably had somebody call, but called up different collection agencies that had bought debt and then wrote them a check and then said, okay, we're going to report all this to the, we're going to rip this up, this new debt that I now own. I'm going to rip it up. And we're going to inform the collection agent or the credit agencies that credit report agencies that this debt no longer exists. I'm just going to go out on a limb that there was dramatic ranges of the dollar amounts owed by different individuals of all those different accounts that he purchased. Some people probably owed a couple $100. Some people might own owed thousands. Who knows what it was? That wasn't the point. He didn't make that public. Like, here's the list of all the debt that I bought, and here's the names, and here's how much they owe, each one owed, and here's how much I've written off. Like, that's not what was done. It was just gone because I have the means. And these people do not have the capacity to pay this debt. But nobody's the whole point I'm making here is nobody's asking, like, well, why did he forgive the debt of the person who owed $300,000 and have no additional, hooks or carrots that are required versus the person that owed 150? Nobody would ever ask that. And it's all, wow, that's very generous, benevolent, amazing. I wish I could do that. That's so fantastic. So why? If that is the reasonable and it's an amazing action by a person to do that, why is the exact same concept not applied to God who paid the debt for all of our sin, whether it be the person who was relatively decent overall or the person who committed atrocity?
Are you angry because he's generous?
Like, what do you mean angry because he's generous?
What LPP just said.
I guess there has to be, from a God standpoint, at least a cutoff where you go past this point and it's a point of no return, so to speak.
Well, you think you're more apathetic now than angry, or is that still stuff that happened to you?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat that? I'm legitimately starting to fall asleep.
Sorry. Are you more apathetic? Because you don't sound angry to me. So I just think that are you more apathetic to the questions about God?
I wouldn't say I'm apathetic, because I do believe these are good questions that should be asked, and I really am enjoying this conversation, and I hope everyone else is in the chat and all. And I guess coming full circle back to the whole issue of Christianity is, I think one of the biggest things that caused me to lose my faith wasn't the science, wasn't really me being gay or whatever, but it was going through the Messianic prophecies that Jesus was allegedly fulfilled, and found out that these proof texts that were used to bolster the Christian faith were mistranslated and out of context.
Pick one.
That's not true.
Sorry.
Pick one.
Sorry.
Pick one. Sure, easy. Isaiah 7:14. The proper translation is that a young woman is pregnant and is about to give birth to a son. It has nothing to do with a virgin birth 500 years down the line.
Okay, whatever. All right. Well, is your argument that the word that was translated actually means young woman or unmarried woman rather than virgin?
So it's, I guess, two-pronged. Number one, that the word virgin was mistranslated. And number two, that the entire prophecy itself has nothing to do with either the Messiah or a future virgin birth 500 years down the line.
I need to interject here.
Okay,
The whole book of
Isaiah
Isaiah.
7.
The whole book of Isaiah has to do with Jesus Christ's prophecy, David. Look, God loves you, brother, and he wants you. But it seems that you're trying every which way to slippery slope and get out of it. It's just like you're slipping in through the little cracks all the time, trying to come up with an excuse.
You're a slippery snake there.
Well, what about Isaiah 9:6?
Yeah, it could be in a slippery snake.
Well, hold on. He's got a
Unto
question
us
with
a
Isaiah
son
7.
is-
What's the verse?
What about Isaiah 9:16? Unto us a son is born, a child is born, a son is given, and he shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Almighty God. Born, a child is born unto us Israelites. The prophecy is saying the Messiah will be born as a man, and he will be God in the flesh. That's Isaiah. I think it's 9:16. So there's a lot of prophecies about Jesus. I mean, 360. The Old Testament says the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem and come out of Nazareth. Jesus Christ was born in Bethlehem, raised as a boy in Nazareth. Scripture says, can anything good come out of Nazareth? Because it was a crap town. But Jesus came from it. You don't see that? I mean, there's an awful lot of prophecy about Jesus. He fulfilled an awful lot of prophecy.
Yeah, in Nephilim. Yeah, even the Magi were waiting for that. They were waiting for a king. And it wasn't just 3 guys and 3 camels. It was a whole army. It was a whole Persian army that came down. And the Magi were taught by Daniel. Daniel was made the chief priest by Nebuchadnezzar, who actually wrote. He's the only Gentile to have written in the Bible. Chapter 4 of Daniel was written by King Nebuchadnezzar. You need to read that. I think that guy, he was worse than Hitler. He castrated all the male children of the Israelites so that they wouldn't breed.
You said a chapter in the Bible was written by Nebuchadnezzar?
Yes, chapter 4 of Daniel. Yeah, read it. I, Nebuchadnezzar. He even pronounced it. He wrote it.
Okay, it includes a letter that he wrote, maybe. Right.
No, he wrote it, and it was translated as chapter 4. It was just after he went crazy for the 7 years. Yeah. Yeah, she did. The only Gentile that's proven. I mean, it's just like the Cyrus cylinder.
Before he was on the ground eating grass, right?
Yeah. Well, hey, you got sick of it, right? But the Cyrus cylinder.
It's about as blunt. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in mine house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and the thoughts upon my bed and the visions of my head troubled me. I mean, it's like you can't get more blunt than no. That's sorry. He wrote it. But it starts with Nebuchadnezzar, the king, unto all people, nations, and languages that dwell on the earth, peace be multiplied unto you. I thought it good to show the signs and wonders that the high God hath wrought toward me. I mean,
there you go.
Well, he had a change of mind, that's for sure.
So I just read Isaiah 7:14 through 18, and I'm still wondering, David, what your problem is with that verse or with those verses.
Oh, it has to do with the Jewish thing. They were talking about it was just a Jewish woman. It wasn't say exactly the word virgin. It used the word for a young lady, which it turns out to be the appropriate word to use in that sentence structure.
That is correct.
Yeah, the fact is that in that culture, the word was not wife. It wasn't a possessive form woman, right? That would be the case for a married woman, the possessive form of a woman, but it wasn't used that way. Okay, so in Israelite culture, if they were actually following the law, then a young woman who is not married would be a virgin. That's why they translated it to be virgin. Does that make sense?
In Jewish lifestyle, a woman was not to have sex until after the wedding night, correct? That's when they put the sheet down to make sure that she hadn't been defiled before. And that was the writ of divorce after a marriage, if the hymen wasn't broken. Now, there's a lot of things that a lot of atheists miss, David, because they only want to read the glossy, headlines of the thing that they read on some blog that said that, oh, it truly doesn't mean virgin as in the virgin, like she's never had sex. But that's the way that they put it there. Exactly how the other guys just said it. It's a young woman, which means that she was unmarried at the time.
Consider Isaiah 53, possibly the most profound prophecy of Jesus in the entire Bible. It tells us that God would become flesh, pay the penalty for our sin, that by his stripes we would be healed, that he would not open his mouth when accused. He would be brought like a lamb to slaughter. He would be released from prison, that he would, for judgment, that he would make his grave with the wicked, that he would, and the rich in his death, because he was buried in a wealthy man's tomb, you see? So, I mean, the list goes on and on of things. It says that he is the right arm of the Lord. He was not it says also that he was not a particularly attractive man, a charismatic man, just a typical looking Jew. That's exactly what the New Testament says of Jesus. There was nothing that when we looked upon him that we would, see him as any kind of charismatic anything. It's just a typical looking Jewish guy on the street. That's what he looked like, just an everyday Jew. And it even tells us that. And tells us that he paid the price for all people. He was a man of sorrows. He was not esteemed for who he was by the Jews. That he claimed to be, it was claimed that he would be possessed by Satan. That's exactly what the New Testament happens in the New Testament. The Pharisees said he's possessed with a devil, and Jesus responded saying, "If the devil casts out the devil, how does his kingdom stand?" I mean, duh, wake up, McFly. I mean, I love the way Jesus called these guys out, right? I mean, so
you will look upon me, whom you have pierced.
Oh, that's yeah, I know that passage. Zechariah 11:12.
No,
no, that's Zechariah. That's Zechariah 11:12, and no, not 11:12, but it is Zechariah. God Himself says that He will be the one that goes to the cross, and this prior to Jesus.
Yeah,
this
you're
is
right.
Zechariah, prior to the birth of Jesus Christ.
And then the atheist slips over to who really raised Christ? Was it God, the Holy Spirit, or God Himself? Well, Jesus did say, this temple will be
Holy
torn
Spirit's
down
God.
in 3 days. I'll build it back up.
That's right.
And then the Holy Spirit said He was raised by the Holy Spirit, and they say He was raised by God. So there's your Trinity.
That's right, exactly. The Bible says all three. Jesus said He would raise Himself from the dead. I pointed that out to some Mormons that came to, no, Jehovah's Witnesses came to my door. And they said, "What? The Bible doesn't say Jesus said He would raise Himself." I said, "Ma'am, Jesus said, tear down this temple in 3 days and I will raise it up again."
He also said, "I have authority to lay down my life and authority to take it up again."
Yes.
Amen. Amen. And He gives us that authority as well if we accept Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. That's the thing. And it's not a pass either. It's just your life kind of changes. I mean,
you have to admit, there's one thing about being a Christian that's not easy. I mean, nobody who's a Christian says, being a Christian is easy peasy. It's not really, in a way. I mean, there's going to be pain. There's going to be suffering, emotional, spiritual suffering that comes from becoming a Christian, and it's because of this, David. When God puts His hook in you and says, "I want you to come with me," then He's drawing you out of everything that's sinful about yourself and saying, "We have a road to take, you and me, and you're not going to like it in some ways. In other ways, you're going to love it, because I'm pulling you out of darkness into the light, and you're going to come bring all kinds of baggage with you. And you're not going to like it when the light hits you and you've got all this baggage. You're going to see yourself in another way, and you're not going to like some of the things you see about yourself." And that's what Christians have to endure, and they have to see and accept. And there's, I have to admit, there's certain beauty in that. I mean, that sounds sadistic, but truly, if you think about it, there's certain beauty in that, because through someone's understanding of how sinful they are in relation to God, gives them a true, deep appreciation for the love and charity and compassion that God has, that He would say to you, "You wretched little filthy thing, you, I love you, and I'm going to save you. I want to save you." That is a beautiful thing, and that's what you really get a handle on as a Christian, because when you become Christian, you truly recognize how far this gulf is between you and the Holy One, and it doesn't look good for you. You don't like that, But then at the other hand, it's beautiful because then you see the true beauty of who God is, that as wretched as we are in comparison to his holiness, he loves us so much that he would endure what he did on the cross just for you. And that's an amazing thing.
We are not our body. Our body is separate from us.
Yeah, I just had a weird witnessing deal. I ran into a guy, started talking. He's out on parole right now before he's actually sent to the penitentiary for life.
Wow.
And he killed 3 cops. Dude was just thugged out. Tattoos all over, all the way up his neck. I don't know if he was like La Raza or whatever. And I just said, hey, do you know the Lord Jesus Christ? He goes, I'm trying to. Because he's got no other way out. He's not using it as a parachute. He just now realizes that the life he had, he could have chose a different path. So I spoke with him for about an hour and a half. And it really broke my heart. I mean, this guy is going for life, whatever that means, 25 years, I don't know. But he's out on parole right now until the final sentencing, which is in, I think, like 3 weeks. And this guy has gotten into the Bible, and it's not a cop out. It's just that he's realized now, and I got to witness to him. I was pointing out exactly what Nephilim was pointing out. That if God can lay down his life for you, right? Why don't you accept Christ? And when you go in and you have a witness to these people, look what I did and God saved me. And it's not a big, huge ego trip. It's just the fact that you want to share that, especially with people like you, David, who are on the fence, but still trying to wiggle out of it. And I wish that you would just, follow your heart and say, hey, look, this is what's supposed to
whoever's
go.
got their TV on, put their mic on mute, please.
And the Texans are granting JJ the opportunity.
Bill.
Oops, sorry guys.
But yeah, it's
part of the show is ruining it.
I mean, it's really tough that there are people that are in worse conditions. We understand that, but that's so that we can see and humble ourselves. Look, the whole story with Ramsey. I mean, I listen to that guy every so often. He's a smart guy, and he's pretty straight and narrow. But I never knew that story about him. I knew he had done some other things, bought people houses, and other things like that. But I didn't know about the 13 million. I mean, geez, just stroking a check. That was from his heart. It's not like, because he knows God's going to return it to him because he gave it to him in the beginning. I mean, that guy was dirt poor, wasn't he? Totally dirt poor.
He was rich and then broke. Yeah. I mean, he lost everything and then was brought back again. Yeah. That whole thing. And to me, just that example, the reason I brought that example was somebody didn't just be like, "Hey, Dave, so did you know that so and so is they're having a really hard time right now? Like, would you be willing to donate?" No. He actively went to the debt holders and said, "I'm buying this debt." Like, that's way. I mean, at the end of the day, money changed hands. Okay, whatever. But in the context of somebody physically being like, you know what, let's go track down who owns the debt for all these people that I have no idea who they are. I mean, that premise to me it's phenomenal. It's an amazing thing. It's a very generous thing to do. But I mean, anybody who doesn't see the difference between even just the person like being pitched, like begging for the money, like, oh, you need to write a check, help so and so. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that. Let's do a tax write-off. Versus like, I'm just going to go find all these people that are in debt, need help. I mean, that is, it's a very stark dichotomy, in my opinion, but also provides a great example of the point that I was trying to make to David earlier. I mean, it's just. And other people have been doing that during this whole COVID-19 madness. People have been going and, paying off medical debt and going and buying everybody that's a freaking Walmart. Like, hey, I'm buying your groceries anonymous. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, it's been amazing, the different things that have been happening. But that's why I find it so interesting in the context with the, conversations with the atheists. And, Bill was kind of making the point earlier about the angry atheist of in no other context is the person who performs that act of charity considered mean. Like, You would never make that argument. You would never make that assertion, ever. And yet atheists do it on a daily basis with God and paying for our sin.
Why didn't he give food to the starving Africans?
Well, they were given food, but the government stole it.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation.
That's a longer conversation.
Yeah, thugs in Africa run in with AK-7s and AK-47s in army trucks and say, "Oh, all that government food from the United States, thanks."
When you look, okay, so sidebar, I did the math on this a couple years ago. When you actually accounted for like the variation, like the labor cost for Africa versus like first world countries, it's the equivalent, like the amount of money that had been given over like the last 30 years to Africa was the equivalent of like $4 trillion.
Wow.
And when you account for like the dramatic variance in like labor costs and such, so you think about that, like how are there not like the most badass roads of all time all over Africa? Like water plants, water purification plants, and everything, power, electric facilities, all that kind of stuff. Like, why is that not everywhere? Oh wait, because it was just, as the point you guys were making, like stolen, right? And just used for personal self gratification. And it's like we still have people in Africa that are walking, 15 miles a day to go get a jug of water from the well that's like right around, versus having plumbing. I mean, think about it. People are working for pennies a day. Think about
there's
that.
Enough,
pennies
there's enough
a
wealth
day over there. It's amazing.
There's enough rich people in the world right now to transform African tundra into rich farmland.
Back to what it was.
I mean, the money is there. The rich people of the world could do that. The corporations and the individual billionaires, they could build the irrigation. They could dig the wells with. They could transform Africa into a food producing place. They won't do it though.
Hey, well, I have two questions. One, my first question is David still awake?
He said he was stepping away for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so we've been talking at him this whole time, and he's not even here.
That's all right.
Well, that answers my other question. Never mind.
But yeah, hey, Nephilim, you remember Live Aid, right? With the whole, with giving all the money,
Hollywood patting itself on its back. Yeah.
Not one penny went to Africa.
Really?
Not one penny. Yeah, not one penny.
I don't doubt it, man. It's just pathetic. All those people are just making a record to make money first thing, and then and patting themselves on the back. Look how great we are. It's pitiful to me. I despise Hollywood, music and entertainment industry. I just despise it.
I
and all these rich actors, they're social thugs, is what they are.
Well, the actors.
I can tell you any story you want.
The majority of Hollywood, they're not exactly high IQ individuals. Let's just be blunt. And here's the thing that always cracks me up about this. Actually speaks to society at large, but the fact that humans give all of this credibility and adulation and somehow like we should follow what they're doing to actors. It's like they get paid to not be the person that you're seeing. Like they get paid to make crap up and pretend to be something other than they are, and then we're gonna sit there and supposed to take them seriously. Oh, and they proudly are drug addicts, alcoholics, and a plethora of other debauch actions. I'm not saying that it's 100% across the board. I'm saying, but it's like a recognized premise, right? And some of the most famous ones that we're supposed to follow are the worst. Like, hang on. So we got somebody who has no education or very little, because most of them dropped out of college when I went up to Hollywood. They've been smoking weed, snorting coke, and shooting heroin and taking pills for 25 years. Johnny Depp, anyone? And and then it's like, no, you should totally do this, man. Like, you should vote for so and so because I think they're awesome, and the people go and do it. I'm like, so the guy who, like, these people who don't, they, per their own admission, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. but we're supposed to do what they say.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
There's
wow,
certainly
this
no
is
moral.
amazing.
There are no
Well,
role models, are they at all?
no, but
LPP.
what I don't understand is when I listen to like Christianizing medium or conservative media promoting that, just saying, "Can you believe what this person said?" And I was like, "I don't know who that is, celebrity person," and you're saying it ironically, but you're still spreading the same message. I don't understand why they're so important that we need to that you have to write a whole article about a tweet you put out.
You're on TV.
Oh,
well,
that's right.
That's a very good point. I agree with you completely. It's a very, I mean, we got to get the one line. It's like, insert name. That was very insightful. That might be one of the most profound things I've heard in a long time. Like we really need to think about that. Coming up next, we've got so-and-so coming in to tell you more how to think. I mean, it's like that's what's happening in the news media today. I mean, everybody's being run around. Like, well, quicker course change. The older I get and the more I observe what's happening in modern society, the principle that Christ talked about of all people or most people are sheep needing a shepherd becomes more and more profound as every day I get older. And I talk about this in politics a lot in terms of the Machiavellian types that are being able to control the masses, and how the average person does not. The reason they don't think that the Machiavellians truly are out there trying to get them is because the average person is a sheep, and the average person is not consciously on a daily basis sitting around strategizing about how they're going to rip somebody off and how they're going to perpetuate their own power, expand their power, and do it at the price of somebody else's suffering. Like the normal people, most people, whether Christian, non-Christian, are not sitting around thinking like that. Well, and I think this is one of the reasons people like David have such a hard time accepting the reality of evil, is because in his own mind, I highly doubt David sits around being like, as I'm contemplating what I'm going to study in biology when I go back to college, I wonder how I can use this to control the world. Like, that's not what's going through his mind. Therefore, if there is evil in the world, it must be God's fault rather than some evil human who's actually executing these kinds of actions.
Well, unfortunately, you brought up a great thing, and it's beginning with education. I mean, they're teaching the kids grade 1 millions and millions of years, and so then they go to Sunday school or I don't know if many churches that still have Sunday school, by the way, but they go into church once a week or maybe once a month, but they're getting bombarded all the time, at school about millions and millions of years, and so how could they say that what they learned in school was a lie? It's because they had to take the test and they got 100% on the test and they did all good. So how could that be a lie? So now you come up to them and say, hey, the earth is only 6,000 years old. There was a flood. Things changed. And they go, oh, you're full of crap.
Yeah.
It's really tough.
It really upsets me. That's one of the things that made me that got me interested in doing Christian apologetics, was because I saw the wool that was being pulled over the eyes of the world, and I had this image in my mind of literally hundreds of thousands of 8 and 12-year-olds in school, being their heads filled with garbage, lies about the history of the world, and about who the garbage evolutionism and everything, all that stuff that goes with it, and being brainwashed with this crap, and reducing their chance of coming to God, significantly. And I saw it as a big game of evil game put forth by Satan and run by his minions, and filtered down into people who are ignorant themselves, don't know any better, don't realize they're puppets of Satan, and the brainwashing that's going on in the for all these youth's minds. It made me angry, man. It still makes me angry. It's just an unbelievable atrocity that's going on.
The debate, I don't know how many of y'all saw the dumpster fire debate I got dragged into last night. Irony of ironies. So those jokers, Leo and former rib, now wanting to call themselves cider and port or whatever. They came after me and asked me originally to do a tag team date with CJ. I didn't want to because I'm like, this will be a completely waste of time. I don't want to do it. Then they go after and get Smokey to partner up with CJ to do it. And then, of course, I get called 45 minutes. Oh, Smokey can't come. Can you fill in for him? Anyway, I didn't leave CJ hanging. Anyway, it turned into exactly what I expected, which is total dumpster fire. But the point you guys are making in terms of the brainwashing of the children, like, so both of those guys we debated last night were 25. Ironically, CJ is 22 and has way more knowledge than the two of those guys. But at one point, Leo was arguing that nobody had ever talked about socialism prior to Karl Marx. And when CJ brought up Thomas More's Utopia, he claimed that no, Marx was before that.
No.
Like, Thomas More, 1478. Okay, Utopia was published in 1516. Okay, Marx wasn't born until 1818. Like, what rewrite of history have you written? Have you been like taught that while simultaneously telling me and myself and CJ that we didn't know what we were talking about in terms of economics? Like, dude, that's my degree is in business and economics. Like, you don't understand inelastic economy. Like, yes, I do, man. Like, it was very fascinating. But the whole point I'm making in this long-winded diatribe is like what we're seeing. It's like people history's been rewritten, new generations have been brainwashed, and now they think the people who actually know the original story are the ones who don't know what they're talking about and are, have bought into some kind of propaganda. It's like, you're going with the new version and I'm the one that's brainwashed with propaganda. Wow. Okay. Fascinating.
Yep.
Well,
so I gotta go to bed. So God bless you all. I just want to end with 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. Jesus Christ died for your sins according to the scriptures. He was buried and he was raised from the dead according to the scriptures 3 days later. That is gospel by which we are saved.
All right, Bob. Amen, Bob. Thanks for sharing that. God bless. Have a good one.
Yeah, I have little kids, by the way, that are just getting into it, and honestly, I didn't even know until this whole lockdown happened that what they were actually being taught, and it's basically nothing. It's basically the social but it's even the math and the science. But the math is even worse. The Common Core. I just realized.
I have a 10-year-old daughter. I know what you're talking about. It's mind blowing. It's like, what is this?
No, it's dumbfounding. But the way I'm seeing it is like, I think I told my friend how to understand where we are is that we have a point of reference to Eden, the perfect place in Earth, and we're fallen since then. And I think we just continue to fall in the deception. Because I guess the older I get, the more fundamental I get. But but we've also been falling away from it. That's what I've realized when they told me, they tell you about the fall of Rome, and when we actually learn about what actually happened, and they called the other part of Rome the Byzantine Empire. They're actually trying to marginalize Christianity just by that notion, because Rome didn't fall. It just went through civil wars just like any other time. And it was the Roman Empire on the right side, which was a Christian empire. They're just trying to, they're trying to separate the Christianity from the Roman Empire. You know what I mean? Talking about in the history, because they don't want us to know. I remember the first time I was questioning my faith is when they told me that Jesus was just the teacher in 6th grade. After my parents told me he was God. You know what I mean?
And what business does a school have telling people that Jesus was or was not God? Really, think about that. That's a religious matter. That's a theological one. That's not a history, a math one, a biology one. Where do they get off doing this? Here's the interesting thing. Schools can preach their religion, but you can't preach yours and theirs in school. See, that's the thing. You can university professors talk more about intelligent design than you're allowed to, by telling you intelligent design is false and evolution is true. They can talk about and do talk about intelligent design to ridicule it. They talk about it, but you can't talk about it in a positive way. they'll shut you down in a university. A university professor can't espouse intelligent design, but he can criticize the heck out of it.
Well, what's getting really fascinating to me about that point you're making there, Neff, is the end outcome of that point you're making, which is, and you've talked about it, we all talk about this on a regular basis, but the whole premise that there is no other option other than methodological naturalism. Therefore, any other alternative must be false.
Right.
I mean, we watched this tonight, right? With Cygnus, whatever his name was, right? With Bill.
Oh my God.
Postmodernism. It was there is no such thing as a supernatural at all. Period. It's definitive beyond all doubt. There is no supernatural. Period.
Right.
And it's like that's an extraordinarily strong claim.
And John, that's
absolutely
exactly why
nothing to back it up other than the assertion that, well, we've always found an answer. Therefore, I know 100% there is no supernatural period at all.
And that's exactly, John, why they say people like Bill's opponent make this ridiculous statement that information doesn't require intelligence, because they're desperate to make. They know that if the DNA molecule is actual information, they know in their mind that information comes from intelligence. See, this is the dishonesty of these people that we debate and stuff. Here it is. They know intrinsically that information requires a mind. They know it. And so that's why they argue that DNA can't be real information, because if it's actual information, then all biological systems were designed. Therefore, they have to change the definition of the information and say, so DNA is not information. What really is information is the properties of a star. That qualifies as information. When it's not, that's not true. Scientifically, that's not true. Information theorists, the famous ones at least, that have written the books on information theory, would all disagree that information is made of matter. I mean, they've all stated so over the decades, going right back to the first part of the 20th century.
And what's so obnoxious about it, Neff, and the idiot from tonight did the same thing of, well, if you're talking about Shannon information, then you need signal over noise in the channel. It's like, yeah, man, that's like step one of
well, that's not
the mathematical
DNA.
principle of communication. No, I'm talking about from an information theory perspective.
Yeah,
they always try to off-play it with, it's nothing but the probability of the signal getting, what's part of the signal is going to get through over the noise. Like, they always try to go to that portion of it and then just completely ignore. That's why everything else about information communication there. It's why I asked the question.
They got that from Swamidas.
I know, and Swamidas is a freaking idiot. That guy, he claims to be a bioinformatician, all this kind of stuff. He's a joke. But the point I'm making is that, and I asked this in the super chat, and he I don't know what that means. And I said, do you think code mapping can happen without an intelligent agent?
Oh, that was great.
And it's like, and he's like, well, I don't know what that is. Like, okay, if you don't know what the hell code mapping is, then shut the hell up about information theory.
Semiotics.
Like, if you don't know what this is, if you can't even answer the question of what it is, then you don't know enough to have an opinion. I'm sorry, it's such basic. Like, to me, when you really look at the way that in real communication, like everything that we do, and you're actually mapping out the signals they're going to be sent, and you create the syntax, and it's like, based on the amount of information, if this one's going to have more frequent use, then I'm going to make the signal have fewer bytes so it can be more efficiently sent, because I know I'm going to send it on a repetitive basis. Holy crap. So let's figure out a way to optimize the code. Wow, that's the whole point. What do the studies show? The optimization of the genetic code is 1 in a million. Well, that's not really a code. Well, then how the freaking A do you determine it's the most optimized out of a million if you're not comparing it to other code bases and other ways that you could have mapped the code out? Like, what the hell are y'all talking about? And it's like,
it all has to be made of matter in motion. That's all it is for them, because they deny the supernatural. This is exactly why atheists will say that they're just chemical meat machines. That's all they are. They don't have a spirit, and they deny the existence of their own spirit to deny the existence of God, who is spirit. And because they can't, the supernatural can't be allowed to be true. Because if the supernatural is true, then it logically follows. You see, if they have a spirit, what's the cause of their spirit? See, atheist dishonesty is
standing for truth. There's 3 people trying to get into the stream, bro. If you're gonna mod, come mod. 3 people are trying to get in right now. Go ahead, Neff. Sorry.
Oh, well, so this is the dishonesty of atheists when it comes to debate and intellectual matters. So evolutionists, they deny the existence of spirit because they want to deny the existence of God, because they know that all things have a cause. Now, remember, that's an important point. Remember that. All things have a cause. So if their spirit exists, unless they're eternal, and they know they're not because they don't remember what happened 32 trillion years ago. So they know they're not eternal. They haven't always existed, right? So then their spirit has a cause. And what would that be? That would logically be God. There's a superior spirit that made them. So they deny the existence of spirit. They deny that because they and so they make these false arguments. It's all about denialism. And then they'll turn around and say matter and energy didn't have to have a cause. It can pop into existence from out of nothing, which is what we heard Bill's opponent say in his debate. But that's not plausible, because all things have a cause. Atheists know that all things have a cause, but then they argue they don't, simply for the purpose of defending a godless worldview. So they'll say matter and energy can come from absolutely nothing without a cause. But then they're denying that their spirit has a cause by denying the existence of the spirit. Do you see the contradiction there? It's self-refuting.
I can actually show you where that's wrong. If you'd like, real fast. Like, I don't want to bark up the wrong tree or anything, but a picture's worth 1,000 words, and a penny, a penny saves a penny.
What is wrong?
Well, hold on. So you're comparing apples to oranges. I just want to say that, do unto others as you would do to yourself, and you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch. I don't want to cry over. Hold on, real fast. I don't want to cry over spilt milk. I also don't want to give up my day job or put all my eggs in one basket. But to give a taste of your own medicine,
okay,
I don't want to go on. Well, hold on, I'm not done.
Sandy, mute this freaking talking point spewing. He's a troll. Kick him out.
It's a piece of cake. He's
literally reading off a bunch
of let the cat out of the bag. You're on thin ice, and once in a blue moon. I just want to play the devil's advocate for saving for a rainy day.
Standing, pay attention.
But listen. The early bird gets the worm because the elephant's in the room. There's other fish in the sea. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You can't throw caution to the wind, and you can't have your cake and eat it too. Do you understand that, John?
Okay,
so what I want to say is that there's no snowball's chance in hell.
Okay, here I muted him real quick. So Chris, unmute yourself.
He's reading a list for the last 2 minutes, bro. He's reading a list of
I thought he was reading a list
of catchphrases. He's doing nothing but catchphrases. Kick him out.
Yeah, so Chris, are you here to troll, or are you interested in actually responding to the arguments, claims? I'm going to unmute you. So convince us you're not here to troll, and you're here to actually have a cordial discussion. Just a second.
No. Listen. So you didn't let me get there. Like, listen. So I'll get to the point. I'm sorry.
He's going to waste our time.
No, I'm not. The ball is in your court. What I'm trying to say is you don't want to spill the beans because
kick him out.
Yeah.
Idiot.
No idea what.
Wow, so that's some heavy-hitting atheist philosophy. Hey,
that was the soda pop fairy putting soda pop on the shelves at the grocery store. That's what that was. Because the Coca-Cola just appears.
Hey, awesome. That was probably the most intelligent atheist argument I've heard all night, all week.
It is what it is. One good turn deserves another.
Last 2 nights.
He made as much of a point as your opponent did today.
How long did it take him to create this stupid list he wanted to read from?
He worked all day on it, man. All day.
No, he did.
No, there's a website. That's a website he's reading from. I bet.
LPP is the troll detector. No troll.
I picked up on that in like the first 15 seconds.
For him to get to his point. And LPP, you detected it right away, brother.
Dude, he'd been going on for like 30 or 40 seconds with nothing but like 5 and 6 word catchphrases. Like,
Yeah. Allegory.
I figured that out in the first like paragraph he spewed, man. That was an obvious one.
All right, I just put the link in the chat. We got room for one more. So,
okay, so I
loaded up. So standing.
So we've got to ask.
With
So we got to ask
coffee.
Sal. So Sal has been disappeared, and then the troll comes in, and Sal turns his camera back on after the guy gets kicked out. So was Sal actually the Chris atheist character, and now he's trying to pull a dual identity? Is that what's actually going on, Sal?
I think Sal planned this whole thing. Sal, you want to spice things up.
I'm not. I wish I could be that good an actor. I'm not. That's why I'll never play poker. I'm just too easy to read.
Now, I think Sal got triggered by all of the discussion of information theory. I think is what brought him back.
No, actually, I was attending to Mom for like the last hour.
No, I figured you. I was just messing with you.
But actually, I want to give a talk on information theory. I have my information theory books out here. It's just interesting to go through the books, and I have all these anguished memories of the class. I remember I took an exam, and I got a 50 on it. And I'm like, I'm toast. And the professor just stood before the whole class and said, guys, the whole class did fabulous. And I was just like, I'm toast. He said, normally when I give an exam, the average grade's 40. The average grade this semester is 50. And I was so relieved.
Wow.
Well, and
was that on the bell curve?
Yeah, he grades on. The reason they do that is they're going to push you to the limit, because otherwise you'll be in school 7-8 years. The material's so hard to learn. And then they know most electrical engineers will actually never use it. So usually what happens is it's like, yeah, there's a 5% chance he'll need this, so we'll give it to him. And then there's a 5% chance he'll need this class, so we'll give him that class. And it just, so you end up, they're kind of preparing you for all these contingencies. And when you actually go on the job, you end up specializing in only one of the classes you studied. And so that's usually how it plays out. So I often say the college degree doesn't represent how much you know. It's how much punishment you can take. But I laid out the when I had to talk with Danny on mathematical Platonism. That's kind of a precursor to my talk on information theory, because I really wanted to lay out that software and hardware are very distinct, even in the mathematical world. It's especially in the mathematical world, and that when we're transmitting messages back and forth, it's really efficient to presume that the message is not the same thing as the medium.
Yes.
Whether it is in the ultimate sense, I don't get there. I don't go into that.
Well, I think the key component of this, of the point you're making, has to be delineated. And I think, correct me if I think I'm wrong on this. I don't think anybody would, but the medium which contains the information has no relevance to whether or not the same information can be transmitted. It can be the exact same information can be transferred through a plethora of mediums.
That's
correct.
Exactly right.
Craig Venter demonstrated that. He actually took a genome that was in DNA. He put the genome in a computer, and then so the genome was just sitting on a computer. That was the medium at that point. And then he transferred the genome into a different medium, into DNA. And then a couple of other transplants that ended up in the cell. So that kind of does illustrate the idea of the idea of information having independence from the medium. I mean, whether that's ultimately true in the philosophical sense is not really the concern of engineers, but it's the way we think about things, and it's a sensible way of organizing the way that we conceive of things. And where I'm headed with this is that however one resolves this philosophically, the hardware to make this possible is just, for it to be done in biology is just absurdly, the odds of it happening by chance and selection, which is usually, they don't understand what real selection is. James Carter said, real selection is chemical and physical. It's not this fantasized stuff that the Darwinists come up with.
Right.
Because if it were real, if selection were really like that, they'd be able to win LPP's challenge.
Well, it's absolutely demonstrable that information is not bound to its medium, and the medium is just the carrier. This is so obvious, and it demonstrates that information is a non-material fundamental entity. It's not comprised of matter. It's not a property of matter. You can read the Bible to somebody. You can write it in an email and send it to someone. You could write it in a letter. You could write it on the beach with a stick in the sand. You could write it in the sky with an airplane that writes with smoke. The information doesn't change one bit, regardless of the medium. And this proves that information is a non-physical entity. It does not have mass. It's not made of matter and energy. That's a fact. It's demonstrably true. Information comes only from the mind, and it requires an informer.
Well, and here's the thing, though, and I was talking actually to this to Bill, is I'm done with making and Neff, I think you and I talk about this on a regular basis. We need to just stop allowing the semantic game that the atheist and the evolutionary fantasy land dwellers love to use, and I'm never like for the last several months I've just been like, yeah, specified information or functional information or functionally specified information, because the second if you only use the word information, they are going to go off on a tangent about the freaking starlight and all the other kinds of, and it's just signal over noise, raw Shannon information, signal over noise, like we heard tonight, right? And that's why, like, hey, dumbass, that's not what I said. Like, we're talking about specified coded information, period. Okay, Shannon Weaver communication model. All right, that is what we are discussing here. So unless you're going to argue that there is nothing about the necessity of syntax that is not present in raw Shannon information from just a purely mathematical perspective versus the way information is structured in communication, like you can argue on the raw level, there's the same amount of raw information, whether or not it's specified or unspecified. That has zero bearing to the practical application of the information. Like, nobody in communication theory, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, Al, but if you went to any PhD information theorist and was like, even though there's 16 bytes here, the ones that are completely random in the organization with no syntax are going to somehow be able to express a function, they would look at you like you were a moron and tell you to get out of their class if you made that argument.
I actually don't think they think about those things depending on which information theorist you're dealing with. I'll tell you why. If you look at I have my information coding book over here, and I was like kind of aghast when I looked at it. I said, they never define information or coding in the entire book. They have like a little paragraph on it and they don't define it. And I said, yeah, that's so typical of an engineer. It's like, just get it to work, you know? And so, I mean, that's
rubber bands and duct tape.
Let me rephrase then. Anyone with a PhD in telecommunication things that would laugh you out of the room and say that you're a freaking moron if you argued that non-coded information could ever actually be transmitted and result in and could be decoded on the other end.
Yeah, they call that non-coded information. They call that noise.
Right. That's my point. Is like,
and that was actually what Shannon's work was so that you could filter out the noise.
Exactly.
Because you have all this random stuff on the, when whatever your transmission medium is, if it's any good, there is still some possibility of noise, because if it's really noise free, you're not really pushing the technology to the limit. You need to allow, it's for the same reason, like I said, that's why compact discs record with errors. That's something the biologists don't get. It's like, if you want to make something compact and efficient, you actually allow errors and correct them on the fly. And so Shannon's theorem was exactly that.
Well, and here's the other thing about that, Sal, too, is like, you think about this in context of us on YouTube, right? We can speed up and slow down the audio, right? or the playback speed, right? So if somebody has an accent and a heavy accent, let's say, and you run them up to, let's say, 1.75, it is extraordinarily plausible that the noise that you're being able to decipher caused by their accent is now going to be dramatically exacerbated by the increase in the speed, and therefore your ability to decode the information and to overcome the noise just becomes dramatically lower. And you have to do what? You slow it back down so that you can overcome the noise. Now, was the exact same information being transmitted, whether you're at the normal speed or the fast speed? Yep. Were you being able to decipher it? Nope. It's all about your capacity to be able to filter out the noise, right? And, what is the channel capacity? Right. And that whole concept, just it's either an unknown for a lot of the average person, or people that do have some semblance of understanding of that point refuse to recognize the application in terms of what we're talking about from a much bigger perspective.
It sounds
just to complete a little bit about the random stuff. We actually have characterizations of what we call random. We have like what we call white Gaussian noise or colored noise. So we have mathematical formulations of them. And yes, they'd say, you're not going to, why would you expect to get a signal? That's noise. That's actually what you're fighting against. So
would that be, I'm familiar with that. Would that be considered some type of filter? Because I know there's pink noise, there's white noise. Would you consider that a filtering or process?
Well, this is very interesting. It's not normal filtering, because you can't filter. It's very hard to filter out white noise because it occurs at all these frequencies. That's what makes white noise really bad. Maybe to illustrate it, it's like when you start to turn on your screen and then you make it, if you have a picture and then you start throwing more white at it, it just makes everything fade. It's very hard to filter it out unless you can turn that down. But the filtering that Shannon does, particularly in the modern day, he says that you can always find some algorithm that'll fix the noise. Given a signal to noise ratio, you can get this, you can pump this many bits across your channel, and it's usually done algorithm. The filtering is not like with discrete circuits. It's done with computation and error correction. Filter is kind of like the way I look at a filter is you're removing frequencies. This kind of filtering is you're actually detecting errors and fixing it. And they use things like error correction, polynomial, really complex math.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was the right terminology. I was like, I don't think that's the right concept that because I know they're familiar with the noise and signal to noise ratio. But I had this conversation before, and I wasn't trying to get lost in the weeds. And I made my argument based on the coding and decoding process. So if you can graph a coding and decoding process and then map it into the DNA process, it doesn't matter what you call it. It is a decoding and encoding process.
The thing to remember about Shannon information and DNA as they relate to each other is that DNA is not Shannon information. Shannon information is statistical. DNA is not statistical information. It's complex, specified, prescriptive, and functional information. It's a different type of information. It's true information that conveys knowledge with a purpose, an intended function, an intended purpose. That is not what Shannon information is. So if you hear an evolutionist say, but DNA is just Shannon information, or Shannon information can be transformed into DNA, error. No. That is not the same type of animal. They are different animals. DNA is not Shannon information.
I wanted to say that there are error corrections in DNA. Actually, we'd be dead without it. So they're similar. It's a different kind of way that errors are remediated in DNA. And then also in the reading and writing, the polymerases have error correction when they are either doing replication or transcription. If I get that wrong, someone correct me, but there is error correction even in the
James made a great analogy. He said it was the the polymerase is the train, and there's an error correction caboose being towed along that's fixing errors that are caused by the train.
The error correction in the cell demonstrates, in fact, that DNA is not Shannon information, that it's specified information, else there should be no need for a correction mechanism.
Well, I never say DNA is information. I mean, I understand what people mean when they say that, but DNA is the medium. It's not ultimately the information. DNA is the medium. Software is not the same as hardware. So just to maybe tweak the language a little bit, I'll say a gene. The recipe for a protein is not Shannon information. That's the recipe for a protein. It's very. I like the word. James Tour uses the word recipe because people understand it, and I think that's as good a word as there is. But there is subtle algorithmic information in the way eukaryotic genes are structured. That's alternative splicing. It's an incredible, with overlapping genes and alternative splicing, we have some sort of compression algorithm there, and computer scientists will recognize this very quickly.
Well, my phone's about to die, and I just wanted to say thank you for everyone and like standing for truth. I've been following you for years, and like this is the first time I get to be in the same stream. So I just want to say like I think what I watched recently was the gene degradation. I mean, that just seems like the pile driver that's going to completely obliterate the whole Darwinian evolution process, belief. If that word gets out more and more. So anyways, I want to say everybody, God bless. Jesus is King. Good night.
All right.
Hey, have a good one. Nice meeting you.
Good. Hopefully you can talk again.
Yeah, man. You're welcome. Have a good night, man.
Good night.
Hey, tomorrow night I'm having the James Tour degradation or destruction of Professor Dave, wannabe Professor Dave, over on my channel. So you're welcome to come and join that. That should be a quite entertaining.
Did you say Confessor Dave? Oh, you said Professor Dave. Oh.
Wannabe Professor Dave.
No, I said
Confessor Dave.
Confessor Dave.
He's got a BS for sure.
And James Tour is doing a 13-part series. I hope he does a little bit of Professor Dave in each of his parts.
All I have to say is people have been encouraging Dr. Tour to do exactly this for quite some time. And we just need to say thank you to wannabe Professor Dave, because he served as the catalyst to get an extraordinarily busy man, Dr. Tour, pissed off enough, let's just be real, to be like, who is this clown who is saying I don't understand chemistry? I mean, because folks, we need to put this in context. And Dr. Tour kind of like, he does this in a relatively humble way.
He said that, John. He said that Tour does not understand chemistry. Did I hear you right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Okay, continue. Thank you.
Okay. So,
laughable.
So the best part about it, he starts off the teaser they did, and for academics and for those of us who aren't academics but have like actually taken the time to Google this stuff, it blew my mind. But he's talking about, so I'm Dr. Tour, and just to cut to the chase, basically, I'm paraphrasing, just to cut to the chase, I have a decent amount of resume, and I've got 700 publications, 150 patents, 14 companies, and my H index is 150. Okay. So to put this in context, ladies and gentlemen, and Sal's over there nodding his head, to put this in context. So Lee Cronin is one of the like atheist origin of life researchers who's like in the atheist community. Lee Cronin is the man. Okay. His H index is 80. Dr. Tour, 150. Okay. You're considered like extremely, you're like badass if you're at 80. Okay. If you're at 20, you're considered pretty good. Like you're above average at 20. You're getting 40. Okay. You're pretty legit. Like I say, you get to 80, you're considered, top of the heap, so to speak. Dr. Tour, 150. Okay. He was ranked given the official designation of one of the top 50 chemists on the planet. On the planet, not the United States, in the freaking world. And you've got wannabe Professor Dave, he has a BA in biochemistry.
Y'all didn't see the private chat?
He wasn't able to
Danny.
complete his master's in biochemistry. And he's telling Dr. Tour, one of the recognized top 50 in the world. There's over 7 billion people on this planet, folks. He's in the top 50 in the world. And wannabe Professor Dave says that he does not understand chemistry. So you wonder why I'm so pumped about the 13 lecture. The 13 lectures that Dr. Tour is going to grant to annihilate the abiogenesis origin of life research. All of the OOL researchers at like the chemical evolution facility over in Atlanta, these different ones, I bet they are all really pissed at Professor Dave right now. Because, again, one of the top 50 synthetic organic chemists in the world. H-index 150, 700 publications, one of the most cited chemists in the history of the freaking planet. Okay? Is going to be like, you guys are full of bovine scatology, and here's why. And let me go through your papers. Let's go through these things in detail so I can explain to everybody why you guys are full of crap, aren't proving jack diddly squat. And hey, guess what? I looked at your supplementals, you little punks, and oh wait, here's why you're full of bovine scatology. Yeah.
I came up with an argument.
Congratulations, Professor Dave. Thank you. My hat is off to you, and I really appreciate what you are bringing to the table. I yield.
So I kind of formalized an argument against the existence of God, and I'm going to make that my thesis for my grad program.
Okay.
Loser.
I know.
What's up, Danny?
I didn't see the private chat. I said I would convert to Christianity if y'all let me in, but y'all were too late.
I see that now.
Oh, you changed the freaking goalpost again, bro.
There was 3 minutes ago, bro. You've been in for at least 2.
Look, a day in the Lord's, what's the phrase? A day in the Lord's time is what?
1,000 years.
1,000 years. Yeah. So please.
You're really read up, bro. You're gonna get your thesis right away.
So Danny, your thesis needs to be on what happens in the dumpster fire that is speed of sound of gravity.
Did you watch today's episode?
I did not. Now known as Answers in Atheism, which is there is none. Go ahead.
I think that was amusing. Oh no, Speed kicked me out like 12 times and would always let me in back, and then I would. John Peterson is just ugh.
What kind of dog is that?
Peterson's dog
channel record.
It's a Belgian Malinois.
Oh, nice dog.
I know. I wish you can have it if you want.
Awesome dog.
It is a really good dog. It's just not mine.
So as a sidebar, we've had a Sith Lord in the stream.
Not a dog
again.
Oh
gosh, Mr. Lasercaster. Nice.
Who is this?
Can I add something?
Oh, man,
George. You can never add anything.
George, you've been quiet for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, George.
Well, I've been patient. Look, I'd like to acknowledge. I'm sure SFT will support me in this. Everyone on the stream, as well as many others, have contributed something to this channel. Over the last 4 days, we've picked up about 4,000 views. At this rate, I think we'll hit 1 million by the end of the year. So congratulations.
Yeah, that is a feat. I'm very jealous. I want to be rich and famous like SFT and LPP. And well, Sal, you just started, so.
Okay, so Danny, you know I'm not monetized, right? I've actually spent money on my channel, not made money.
Okay, so never mind. I want to be like LPP's SFT then, because LPP is poor, with respect to the channel. Sorry, I took a medication I probably shouldn't have taken.
Google
was going
won't
to
let
add something
me
else.
monetize my channel.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days? They used to call it yayo when
Well,
I
I
was
have to
younger.
write a 20-page paper, and I mean, I don't want to write a 20-page paper like sober. That's not right.
Oh, you're doing ADHD is what they used to call it when I was younger.
Yeah, I don't. You know,
He's popping Adderall.
I took an Adderall.
When I say ADHD,
I think George had something else he was trying to add.
But no,
Yeah,
congratulations.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we cut George off. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I only
Yeah,
had
go ahead,
another point to make.
No, George, not allowed.
If
Where's
you had a
noises?
if you had 100 gigabyte file and you compressed it to a third of its size, say 30 gigabytes, would it weigh any less than the 100 gigabyte?
Beautiful question.
Because information is immaterial, and the switches. Here's a good analogy. You have a robot that's programmed to walk, and it has a software application stored in the memory of the thing, and you weigh the robot, and let's say your scale is capable of weighing something down to the microgram, right? And you weigh the thing, and then you plug up a USB cable from the laptop and notebook, and you delete the software in the robot's memory, and then you unplug the USB cable and weigh the robot again. It weighs the same. The information is gone, but the robot weighs exactly the same.
Now, hang on.
I don't know about. Wait,
Hang
Sal, what do you think
on,
about?
hang on, guys. Hang on. We have to get some clarification here, though. So, the robot in question, it originally had a magnetic hard drive. Now it has an SSD. We swapped it out for an SSD hard drive, but kept the exact same software on it. You weighed the robot, and now it weighs 1 gram more.
Wait, but I have an objection. Okay, maybe I think this is acceptable. I think y'all agree. But like, if I took, let's say, a pile of beans, okay, and I weighed them, okay, they would weigh a certain amount or whatever, right? And then maybe this is the point you're trying to show, that if I rearranged them in a way where it spelled out a word, okay, there would be. You're saying that there would be information in the system, right? Yet the weight wouldn't change. Something like that. Is that your argument?
That's exactly it, because information has no mass.
Yeah.
It's
But in virtue of, but
I
in
got a
virtue,
better one.
wait, but there's a problem with this, right? I think it only has information in virtue of what I used it for.
I got a better one.
No, it depends on how the characters are arranged, what they convey.
Okay. SFT, are you around?
Let me do this one. So you have a seed that weighs 1 ounce. You put it in 250 pounds of dirt in a box. That little 1 ounce seed turns into a 400-pound tree. You remove the 400-pound tree out of the 250 pounds of dirt. There's still 250 pounds of dirt.
Yeah, I mean, you could use endless analogies.
But there's a problem.
Information is a non-physical entity. It's not comprised of, nor is it a property of matter. And what proves that is what we've already said. You can use any medium you want to convey information, and the information doesn't change a bit. Because the information isn't
I'm
the
trying to share
medium.
my screen.
Okay, but the information is understood in terms of the agent, right?
The information is not the medium. They're separate things.
Right. Okay, we agree. So I'm just wondering how, if you were to see a particular configuration.
Okay, hey, Danny, pay attention.
Oh.
Okay, do you see that?
Yeah, I'm too stupid for this, LV.
Okay, listen, I'm not expecting you to. Nobody's gonna be able to solve this. People that do are freaking idiots, and
It's a trap then.
It's not a trap. It's a point. I'm making a point, but the point in context of our conversation right now is those configurations of letters, right? Does that image you're seeing right now, does it have any mass and any weight whatsoever?
The image?
Yeah.
Like the pixels might have weight or something, right?
Are you saying that light has weight?
Well, I don't know anything about physics. Why not?
Well, light is massless.
I don't know is that true? I don't know anything.
Yes,
So
yes.
I've said that before. I've got pushback on that before.
Man.
I've got to a pretty long argument on that one before, but
okay. Well, let's grant that light has no mass, just for sake of argument. I don't know anything about this stuff. So
okay. So the point I'm making is that if I printed out this picture, okay, or this information onto a physical piece of paper, has the information itself changed? Whether you're seeing it right now on your computer screen, or if you looked at it on your phone, or if it was printed out on a piece of paper.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so it's the exact same the semantic meaning of the information remains the same, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think we disagree.
Okay, let's take it one step further. Now, let's say that let's say these were all Scrabble letters that were organized into that context. Now, does the medium that has the wood that makes up the Scrabble letters, is the wood square the information or the symbol that is inscribed onto it?
Sorry, is the wood, if you inscribed it into a piece of wood?
Okay, we're using Scrabble letters. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so is the wood that makes up the Scrabble letter, is that the information?
No.
Or, okay, so does the medium which contains the information have any bearing on the information itself?
Well, I don't think the medium contains the information. I understand meaning as use. That's my view.
Okay, so the medium which holds the information. You're saying it doesn't hold the information. Well, what the hell transmits the information?
Let me explain my view. Can I explain my view?
Okay, hang on, one more clarification. So when the word comes out of your mouth, when you're asking a question, you're going to make your point. Are you encoding information into variations of the amplitude of a sound freaking wave?
No.
Yes, you are.
Well,
that is literally what is happening when you are broadcasting information through the vibrations of the frequency vibrations of your freaking vocal cords.
Okay, well, but that's not my view about meaning, right? My view of meaning is that meaning is use, not like some kind of fact about the external world.
If I could share my screen, I'll share something with you about meaning and information that might help you understand how we can know
I like talking to
that
LPP.
information is not material.
I don't want to talk to Nev. I want to talk to LPP.
Well, I want to talk to you for a moment. Let me share something with you.
It never goes well.
Well, I can't help you with that.
Yes, you can.
What you can do is be quiet and let me do this.
You see, this is what happens. This is what happens.
What happens is you try to silence somebody.
I want to talk to LPP. He's my friend. You're not my friend.
This thing, the value of the information its meaning and purpose is not a material entity such as the number of digits or characters in a sequence. Here's an example. A pound of gold is of greater value than a pound of sand. A string of 9 unvarying characters, such as 9 A's in a row, does not convey any meaning. However, a string of 9 characters, such as turn_left, conveys meaning. It's the same number of characters. It's how they're arranged that conveys the meaning. A string of 19 different characters, such as these right here, does not convey this string right here. Does not convey any meaning because there's no syntax or grammar present. Okay, but you take those 9 characters and you rearrange them in a different way with syntax and grammar, and they possess meaning. See, so the meaning, the information is non-material. It's immaterial. It's not bound to its medium. We've explained that clearly already. It's not made of matter. And the meaning, the quality or content of meaning, the value and quantity of meaning in information can't be measured physically.
Look, I don't think you're understanding what I said.
No, I just want you to understand this, because
we agree already on a lot.
The things that John is saying and what I'm saying demonstrate. They don't question. They're not things that we can put out there and then somebody can logically say, well, okay, well, I don't know, that might be true. No, these are we're demonstrating that what we say.
Yeah, I think
and what we've demonstrated is that information is not made of matter.
I never have a good conversation. I never have.
Well, the problem is you won't stop talking over somebody. That's the problem. Okay. So I'm almost finished, but you won't stop. So what we've demonstrated is the information is not made of matter. It has no mass. It's not the medium. It's an immaterial fundamental entity. And we can argue
this.
if you like.
Look, listen.
We can, be quiet for a second.
All right, I was quiet for more than a second.
Be quiet.
Wait,
we can also argue. Be quiet. Be quiet.
I don't want to be lectured to.
Be quiet.
I want to have a good conversation, back and forth.
Be quiet.
I want it back and forth.
Be quiet. Okay. And so my last statement that I'm trying to get out of my mouth, for crying out loud, is that now you're making me lose my chain of thought.
Well,
so the information is another. Wait. So the information is not made of matter.
Oh, you said
and
this.
It's not produced by anything material.
I agree.
But it's only produced by an intelligence. There is no source of information except intelligence.
Sure. Yes. You see.
Right now, my last thing that I want to say is this: learn to be a little more cordial when you're having a debate. When you're talking.
I cordially asked not to speak with you.
Don't. You're not speaking with me. I'm talking.
Yeah, you're speaking at me.
Okay. So what you could do is not be so pithfully rude.
I was having a conversation with my friend LPP, and I wanted.
Well, this is a conversation for all of us. It's not just between you and LPP.
Well, no, exactly.
Other people chime
it's not just you lecturing to me. It's not you lecturing
Other
to me.
people chime in too. You need to put a sock in it and learn.
I thought you said this was a conversation for everyone.
To learn not to be so rude by endlessly talking over someone when they want to contribute something. Okay.
Okay. So is it my turn? Okay. Presumably it is. No, what I'm saying, look, let's go all over what we agree with, okay? I don't consider meaning to be physical, right? I don't consider it to be something that you can discover in the same way that you discover an electron. Doesn't make sense to me, okay? The way
I don't want to be lectured by you. No, I don't want to be lectured by you.
I'm not talking.
I'll be quiet. I don't want to. No. I'm trying to have a conversation with LPP. I don't want to be lectured by you.
Well, look, if you want to speak.
Well, listen, I don't want to be lectured by you. I don't want to be lectured by you.
Gentlemen, both of you, hang on. Danny, you're a Platonist, right?
See?
Not about meaning. I am a Platonist, but not about meaning.
I mean, doesn't Platonism... I mean, how can you not have meaning if you believe that something doesn't have to exist in space and time?
So it's all very complicated. The point of what I take a Platonist to be, or the kind of Platonist I am, is one that understands that the properties of things like numbers exist, right? But that doesn't point to any sort of meaning, so to speak.
Well, yeah, but think about this. Okay, what about the thought that you might think about?
No, that you see, when I have beliefs, right? The only way, if I'm trying to convey,
I'm not talking about beliefs. I'm talking about the thought. You have a thought about a thought that you need to think.
Okay, I take thoughts to be if thoughts are about something, they're beliefs. Is that not how you use the term?
Not necessarily. It doesn't have to necessarily be a belief. You're thinking. Okay, so for example purposes, you're driving down the road and you're like, you have a thought that's like, oh, later on I need to do this, and you kind of make a mental checkbox of you're making a memory to remember to think about something later.
Okay, so what's your question now? I understand what you mean now.
Okay, so is that abstract?
No.
So that hasn't happened, doesn't exist. It is something that may or may not happen in the future. But you have consciously constructed that concept about something that does not yet exist in space and time.
Well, the point is that I think that if I think about the number 9, the number 9 will be abstract. But if I write the number 9 down on a piece of paper, that means something, right? So like even the sounds coming out of my mouth, they mean something to you. Right, but they don't exist. The sounds don't exist abstractly or even mentally. Right, the sounds coming out of my mouth are purely physical, and what's happening is that my belief structure, my intentions, are what account for its meaning. Right, so if I say LPP is my friend, right, I mean something by that. And if you ask me, well, what do you mean? The way I understand the answer to that question is I have to introspect about what my beliefs are and what I meant to say.
Right, but what if you only thought that?
then there would be only mental states. There wouldn't be me. I mean, I guess I would ask you, like, what do you does your belief mean something to you? I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, okay. So, do you ever use your creativity and, in your mind's eye, think about something and visualize it in your own mind that does not yet exist?
Yeah, I have an imagination. Yeah.
Okay. So, are you not applying meaning to whatever it is that you are imagining that may never actually exist anywhere other than in an imaginary state in your own mind?
Okay. So are you asking if, like, whatever I'm imagining, whatever that kind of, I can almost picture something in my mind. Like, I can picture DNA. Okay.
Right.
Like double helix. Are you asking me if that means something to me?
Picture a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Okay.
Okay.
What does that have to do with meaning? You're asking me?
Yeah. Is that abstract?
Yeah. I think it's mental. I don't think it's abstract. So
but it doesn't exist.
No, it does exist.
No, it
the peanut butter jelly sandwich does not physically exist.
I didn't say it physically exists. It mentally.
Okay, then it doesn't exist physically.
But it only exists to you.
Wait. Let me hash this out. I think there are three categories of things, right? Physical things, mental things, and then abstract things.
The mental isn't any of it.
Mental is immaterial.
Correct.
Well, no, but you see,
can the abstract exist without your mental action?
Yes.
Wow.
That's what a Platonist is.
Wow.
So let me ask this, LPP, to Danny. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Does the number 0 exist?
Well, that's a difficult question because it's not like the number 1, right?
It doesn't exist. It's not even on a line, but yet we still figuratively have a plus side and a negative side, correct? But does the 0 actually exist, even on paper?
Well, the point is that if you think 0 is a number, I think you're going to have to say that thing exists.
It's not a number. It does not exist.
Okay, so
9 is a number. 9 is a number. It's less than 10 and greater than 8.
You asked a good question. I think your question is very difficult to answer for me. But I'm saying
I can answer it for you.
Well, it's not an easy solution either.
I think that your belief forces you into the corner of trying to make your abstract view real. And there's a lot of things that we do in our life on a daily measure, as LPP tried to give you an answer to, but you didn't get it, was you're thinking of on the way home from the market, you're thinking that you're going to get your car washed, but something distracts you and you pass the car wash. Did you actually get a car wash? Did you ever stop to get the car wash?
No.
Did you go? Did it exist?
Did the event exist?
The physical plate, the physical building exists, the car wash, right? We can see it every day. But did you actually getting a car wash exist?
Sir, what is it that you disagree with me about? I'm not so sure.
I disagree with the way that you say that the mentality of it is actually a material thing. It's not.
No, I don't think it's material. I agree with you that it's not material.
Right. So therefore, it never existed.
Wait, the immaterial doesn't mean doesn't exist.
It only existed to you. It only existed to you. You didn't tell anybody about it. You didn't even mention anything about it. 5 years from now, you forgot about it. It never existed.
Look,
that peanut butter and jelly sandwich was never, like, no one ever knew about it. You thought of it, and then you died. There would
my visualization it exists, right?
But what the point I'm making is that what's being made overall is the mental state that the mental action that you're talking about was about something that was abstract. It does not. It neither exists in space nor time. And the action of your mind is the realization of the abstract, but it was never actualized.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Look, when I have thoughts about the number 9, like, oh, now number 9 is divisible by 3. I don't think the number 9 or anything like that is going to be mental. I think it's abstract. The point, I think the idea of the abstract is that there is some kind of integration, right, with respect to our mental states. Our mental states are of abstract objects sometimes, or we have concepts of them, right? I have a concept of the number 9, okay? But none of these are going to be physical. I agree. So I'm saying that I further divide between the abstract and the mental as both being things that don't exist physically speaking. So are we in agreement?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So I guess the real point is in the overall context of, if you agree that these things that we're talking about, abstracts and such, they either exist separate from the mental state or can be conjoined with or caused by mental action, which is separate from the physical, then how do you explain the existence of the abstract without a mental action?
Well,
do tyrannosaurs exist?
This is very difficult. What the question you asked have been haunting my side of the field, philosophers, for a very long time. Okay,
of course they have.
So the answers that I'm giving are just one kind of answer. But I don't. So let me get to the question. I just gave a speech about that. Now I forgot the question. Is the question something? Why doesn't the abstract depend on the mental? Something like that. So why does the number 9 not depend on me believing about the number 9?
No. I'm talking about the not necessarily that an abstract exists that you're able to contemplate, right? Because the number 9 had already been actualized before you existed, right? So the existence of 9 has no bearing on your like you're able to actualize it, but the origination of the 9 as an abstract is not dependent upon you, right?
Okay, yeah.
The point I'm making is that if it's now an unavoidable reality from our own discoveries that there are abstracts that existed prior to our existence. Right?
I agree.
Then unless there was another number 9, or sorry, another mind that was able to actualize the number 9, how the hell does the number 9, how is it ever an abstract?
Okay.
The bottom line of this is he's really not explaining anything about how information or physical entities, non-physical entities, anything supports his atheist worldview. We're hearing mumbo jumbo and stuff, but we're not hearing any argument for atheism. Excuse me. We're not hearing anything about this subject matter being explained as something that supports his worldview. He's really bowing out.
Atheism is false. I don't care. He asked a good question. Okay. So let's work through it, because that's what he asked was a very good question. There are lots. I will
answer that, but I would also appreciate it if you'd explain how this subject matter that we're speaking of in any way supports an atheist worldview.
Maybe I don't think it does. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what he's saying.
You don't think it does?
Oh. No, I don't. No, I'm not giving an argument for atheism. I'm trying to answer his friend.
I see. So then it's a moot point then, right?
I want to know if a tyrannosaur. I want to know if a tyrannosaur. Does a tyrannosaur exist? I want to know if a tyrannosaur exists.
Some people think they exist as concepts. Some people don't. Look, LPP, I can give you my view, or I can give you the various.
Where does it exist?
Oh my goodness.
Never mind. Go ahead.
Danny,
don't cry so much, Danny. Come on.
Danny, I only care about your view.
Okay, so I'll just give you my view, right? Something like the number 9 is going to always exist and never, it doesn't have a beginning, right? Because think about the number 9 beginning or the number 1 beginning. There's going to be certain issues with that. The idea is that presumably there are going to be certain things true about the world that are going to require numbers, okay, that it might have existed prior to numbers. So for instance, let's just take I think the easiest way to depict this is using God, right? If there was one God, okay, and then the number 1 was created, then how do we make sense of the priorness of God being one God if the number 1 wasn't there? So that's like, think of that. So I think that numbers have always existed. There was no beginning. And I think that's one of the responses that I hold to. And that's compatible. There are some theists that hold to a similar view, but they don't call it Platonism. They call it divine conceptualism, which is the view that the number one exists in God's mind and has always existed because God has always existed, something like that.
Well, I mean, I get that portion of it. I guess the real where I'm going with this is in the context of your atheist worldview, your atheist position, right? If, for me as a theist, whether or not it only exists in God's mind or it always existed or whatever, right? It to me, it is rather obvious that inside of the existence of the universe in which I exist, it existed prior to our existence.
I agree.
And so then you must answer the question. You don't have to, but I mean, I'm just rhetorically speaking. You now have to answer the question of if it did, and it's an abstract, how did it exist without the external mind to actualize it?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to give you a satisfactory answer. All I can tell you is what various people might think and what I think.
Again,
And
what you think.
Yeah, I don't think I think it's something like it's always existed. It's not. There's no beginning to the number one, because think about something like time. The idea of time is understood in terms of sequence, right? There's one event, there's two events, there's three events. So it'd be weird to say that one didn't exist at some point in time, because time presupposes numbers. So I think numbers are fundamental in the sense that they could have not had a beginning, because beginning assumes time and time assumes numbers. Does that make any sense?
It does, but so you don't think that the reality that basically everything about our existence can be governed by mathematical equations? Like, you don't find that striking in the context of
or cannot? Sorry,
isn't that just a little bit too coincidental?
Can you repeat I didn't get it. Can you repeat yourself?
Okay, so one of the most profound realizations by mathematicians and physicists, right, is that the elegance of our existence can be described in simplistic mathematical equations, right?
Oh, I think I disagree with that.
Well, I mean, it's a relatively well-established concept. They talk about it all the time. Of like,
maybe I just don't know what they mean. Can you explain
why
what they mean?
Why is this? Like, why are we seeing all of these elegant equations which describe the fundamentals of existence? And like, why is it not random? Like, why?
Do you think you're a product of math?
Do I think I'm a product of math?
I don't think I am.
Well, in the context, I'm talking about in context of the fundamentals that enable existence, right? The laws, all these different things that,
like laws of nature and stuff.
Yeah, the laws of nature. I mean, just that everything ultimately seems to boil down to underlying mathematical principles.
This sounds like Michio Kaku or something. LPP. I don't know of this view in philosophy. I understand that philosophers take math to be. I'm doing a philosophy of math series, by the way, if anyone's interested on my channel. So I'm kind of refreshed on this, but the views in philosophy of mathematics, they take math to be a very weird subject, different from what they do in science, but different than what we do in philosophy, like metaphysics, like when we study what God is or time or space. It's like its own weird mutant thing that people have.
And why is that? Why did you're right? You're right. So many of them do find it to be weird. Why?
I don't know, because I think that
I'm answering the question for you because I've watched plenty of lectures on this topic with mathematicians where they talk about the fact that one of the reasons it's so weird, it's beautiful and weird, and the weirdness comes from how the hell is this possible? It doesn't make any sense from the worldview that we are not. If you operate from the worldview that we are not created by the external intelligent agent that enables all of this to occur, if that's removed from the equation, then the fact that things being governed by mathematics and all these different other facets of it, right, that we're talking about now, being the reality that we're discovering, okay, it shouldn't be that way. That doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be that way if we are the result of undirected process. That's not what should be. It shouldn't be this way, is the whole point that's being made.
Well,
that's one of the reasons it's weird for them. I was watching, seriously, like a couple days ago, I was watching a lecture from at a mathematician conference, and this guy was interviewing different folks. They were talking about this exact point.
This came from a mathematician.
Yeah, these are from mathematicians. Okay. And they were talking about this exact point of like, this is weird. You're right. It's totally weird. It makes no sense. It shouldn't be like this, yet it is. And it's something we have to ask
I think you'd be interested in this debate because William Lane Craig gives the similar argument that is math just a happy coincidence, or is there some explanation for why math is so beautiful and works out so well? And of course, Craig gives the argument that God must have some kind of explanatory factor in terms of why math, quote unquote, works. He debates a guy named Graham Oppie on this subject.
I've seen that debate.
Oh, you have? Okay. You weren't persuaded by what Oppie said?
No. It's yet another attempted escape from the ultimate obvious in elegant, flowery language is what that's generally what a lot of the, when you're getting down to, I'm not talking about like the standard talk, like some of the more like fluffy talking points. I'm talking about when you get down to the fundamentals and stuff like this. It's in what other context, if you come across all the math in order for a skyscraper to exist, and all the engineering that had to go into that, would you ever conclude that was not the result of an intelligent mind?
Yeah. So like if I just like saw a skyscraper or something that
No. You literally came across the schematics and all of the math that was necessary in order for the skyscraper to exist.
Like blueprints? Sorry if I mean, because like I understand.
Okay, if George is still around, he can talk about this in context of the stress, accounting for the weight, the roll factors, all these different things, right? Of I've got to account for all of this math. And guys like George and other engineers, they do ridiculous amounts of math, accounting for all these different variables, right? In order for this structure that they're going to build to be able to function. Okay.
Okay. I think this is, so do you want me to, I can look at Craig's argument and then we can talk about it if you want.
Well, I'm not talking about Craig's argument. I'm talking about in general.
Oh, wait, this is a different argument? Okay.
It kind of coincides with some of the stuff I'm just making a point with this. I'm asking you directly. We're not talking about, we're not analyzing.
Yeah, I'm not going to do.
And William and Craig. We're talking about you and I, okay?
Well, I just don't know enough about it. I don't know the arguments.
No. Dude, okay, I'm telling you right now. If you came across, this is very basic common sense, right? If you came across the schematics and you saw all the math that had been necessary to be executed in order for the variables and whatnot for the architecture of this building to happen, would you ever conclude that they could have been executed or formulated and then expressed without the actions of an intelligent agent?
Yeah, if I came across something like that, like I think what you're talking about is some kind of like, think about a chalkboard that has all that weird calculus and differential equations and all of that, right? Like
hey, it's not weird.
Oh, it's so weird to me. It's like a different language. But if I saw that, would I think that there was some intelligence behind it? I think I would, yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of the point that I'm making is what are we discovering? We have discovered that there are rules and formulas that have been somehow have been devised to enable the building to exist, in this context our universe, right? And for the different parts inside of the skyscraper, in this context galaxies, planets, life, orbits, all that kind of stuff.
Okay,
is governed by all this math, and that's the point that the mathematicians are making. Of this is the equivalent of we're now being able to devise and figure out the math that went into Now, again, in this context, remove the fact that you found the written down pieces of paper with the schematics, right? You no longer have the formulas. Now you're doing a reverse engineering of this skyscraper. And as you're doing the reverse engineering as the mathematician, you are now being able to reverse and figure out what the formulas were, which were required in order for the skyscraper to be built, all the different parts inside of it, right? All the architecture. You're figuring it out for yourself. You're going into investigation mode. Again, as you discover more and more of the architecture and the logic and the math that went into building the skyscraper, would you be like, I don't think it's the rational conclusion that there must have been an intelligent agent who came up with all this, even though you're not reading it from them because it's not written down on a piece of paper anymore. You're now having to be the one who's writing down the math that was required for this to work.
Okay, I'm gonna try to. Oh, go ahead, George.
I was just going to say, while I think Sal is in the chat. Are you there, Sal? No, I was actually going to ask him since. Oh, there you go, Sal.
He's letting me escape, LPP.
Sal, what's infinity?
Sal, you're on mute.
I've always thought it's a concept.
Okay, what's half of infinity?
Infinity.
What's infinity plus 1?
Infinity.
Thank you. What's 0 divided by 2?
0.
0. I know that one.
What's 2 divided by 0?
Right. 2.
Undefined, right?
No, undefined. It's undefined. You see where I'm getting at? You're not?
Was that directed to Danny?
No, I was trying to make a point to Danny, but using someone who understands mathematics. I mean, you and I understand mathematics. I probably don't understand it as well as you do, but I often find evolutionists bring up the argument where energy in the universe is added, positive and negative, and get 0. And yet at the same breath, they tell you that black holes contain an infinite amount of energy. So when they're adding the plus and the minus, how do they actually add the infinite energy that's in a black hole? A ridiculous argument from my point of view. And I don't know why people fall for that plus and minus baloney to get 0. Sorry to divert the subject a little bit, but...
You're letting me escape, George. I can't. I could get away with.
I was helping you out, Danny.
I wanted to point the viewers that Danny and I had a conversation about mathematical Platonism, and last I remember, he's a mathematical Platonist. So I don't know why there's even an argument here.
Well, that
means we accept a non-material. We accept a separate realm that's decoupled from physics or even thought.
Well, no, I'm not disputing that with Danny. I recognize that he said that. I'm asking Danny questions in the context of if that is true and you accept this. Why?
LPP, can I make a criticism?
Why then is it not the rational conclusion that whether? Because I know that, like for you, for example, correct me if I'm wrong on this. One of your biggest objections to God is the problem of evil, right?
Yes, I think the problem of evil is pretty devastating.
Right. However, in the what we're talking about is what is the necessity for the things that we're talking about right now to exist, like to be in play. So is it your opinion that either the rational conclusion is, whether or not I like him or not, whether or not he is omnibenevolent or not, the existence of the external entity in order to enable all these other things that we're talking about right now is the rational conclusion? Oh, because otherwise, and correct me if you're wrong.
Are we talking about the problem of evil or the math stuff, or are you kind of like putting them together?
No, I'm putting them together now, right? Like, so the problem of evil, okay, whether or not the only real objection, the only valid objection, in my opinion, to the existence of God in relation to the problem of evil is, well, if God is omnibenevolent, then evil shouldn't exist, right? Well, if you do, all you got to do to completely annihilate that position is you remove God as omnibenevolent from the equation, and then the problem of evil does not negate all of the other reasons for it being the rational conclusion that God exists.
Can evil have a purpose?
I have. There's a lot to talk about here. First of all, let me just preface what I think about. There are, I think, two good solutions to the problem of evil, and what I mean by good is something. It's kind of heretical, but there are some Christian philosophers that take it. Number one, you can be an open theist. I think that's one of that's the best response, right? That God doesn't know the future, and so when people sin, He didn't know they would sin. That I think there are a lot of philosophers that actually take that very seriously, and theologians as well.
Danny, can evil have a purpose?
I think that the idea of evil is that it goes against a purpose.
Really? What about Joseph's brothers when they threw him down the well? He ended up in Egypt and solved a lot of problems with the drought and everything, and saved a lot of people.
I love that story.
Did that evil have a purpose?
I don't think it was evil.
It wasn't evil. They went back and told his father that a wolf or a lion ripped him to shreds.
Hey, George, hang on. Hey, George, hang on 1 second. So, because Danny just made a major boo-boo. So, Danny, are you suggesting that it is not evil that his brothers sold him into slavery? Are you endorsing slavery?
I'm saying that if it should have happened, then it's not evil.
Well, right, but if God doesn't exist, was it evil?
Oh.
If God does exist, was it evil?
Well, I'm a particularist, so you're not going to like any of my answers. But the idea is that it just, for me, like, would I enslave someone? Are you asking? Is that what you're asking?
Okay. Yeah, well, first off, yes. Is it wrong for his brothers sold him into slavery?
Well, I would stop them, and that's the best I can say. I don't really know. I think the robust sense of wrongness that you're using, I'm not quite understanding.
Okay. So let's get into, if you want to say, why would evil exist? But then from a different perspective, it had a purpose. Therefore, from your perspective, it's not evil.
Right, that's my
Then if you do not have the capacity to have the big picture view due to your finite existence on this in the mortal coil, how do you even have the capacity to comprehend the problem of evil?
I'm trying to understand your question. I guess this is the way I see it, very briefly.
Okay. Short version. Short version. If you do not have the mental capacity because you lack the perspective to be able to determine whether or not there was purpose to an action, how do you actually know what is evil?
Yeah, that's a good question. If my faculties are, if my moral faculty is compromised, then I'm going to misperceive about what's evil and what's not evil.
Okay, so then how do you determine that God, or the problem of evil negates God, unless you grant yourself the capacity to have the perspective?
Oh, I don't think I actually need to know what is evil in terms of like examples of it. Let me just give you.
If the end purpose is what determines whether or not something was evil, if you do not have the perspective to be able to determine whether or not it does have purpose, then how can you actually make the assertion of whether or not something is evil?
Okay, let me explain myself. First of all, I agree with you. This is a problem, okay, for me. Okay. What I'm trying to say is that I don't depend on what I take to be evil or what I take to be good in order to forward the problem of evil. Okay, does that make sense?
I heard what you're saying. I haven't heard your justification for it yet.
Yeah. So the idea is that if there is evil, whatever that might be, if there are things that should not happen, that happen, then that's a problem. If there's a being that does not let those sorts of things happen, right?
But how do you know they shouldn't have happened?
I don't know. It's not a. I'm not saying that there's anything like that. I'm saying that if there's a world in which there's something that shouldn't happen, and there's a being that corrects everything that shouldn't happen, but that thing still happens, then there's a problem in terms of whether that being exists. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no. How do you know it shouldn't have happened?
What shouldn't have happened?
This negative. How do you know that it shouldn't have happened?
I don't know. Right.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Okay. Then how can the problem of evil, if you lack the capacity to ever know whether or not something should or should not have happened, you do not have the capacity to have that perspective. How
Correct.
is the problem of evil remotely valid objection to God's existence in light of all of the other things that scream, it's the rational conclusion that God exists, and then, I exist no more than 70, 80 years on the planet. I do not have the capacity from a linear perspective to know whether or not something was or was not on a macro level purposeful. How do you justify negating all of the other evidence for God being the rational conclusion?
Okay, I might sound long-winded here. I would like to finish my thought if that's okay. I know I'm going to sound long-winded, but it's the only way that I think I can get past the misunderstanding. Because here's what you're saying, and actually correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm characterizing you poorly. Please stop me if I'm doing that. Okay, I'm thinking you're saying something like this, right? That if a blind person says that there's color, that doesn't make any sense. They don't have the faculty to get at whether there's color in the world or not, right? It makes no sense to say that a blind person can assert, that's always been blind, right? Can assert that there's no color in the world, or that there is color in the world, because he doesn't have that perceptive faculty. And in the same way, I think what you're telling me is that if my faculty of morality is compromised for whatever reason, okay, then yeah, that poses a problem in terms of whether I'm saying there is evil or there's no evil. Okay, is that kind of what you're saying so far?
Close, yeah.
What if everything's for good? What if everything works out for the good?
Okay, sure. The point is that, look, okay, let's say I'm blind. I've always been blind. I've never seen color. Okay, but people talk to me that there's this thing called seeing, and there's this thing called color. I'm like, okay, what's it like? Well, I can't tell you because you're blind, but people feel a certain way when they look at color, and I know what feelings are. I'm not, I can sense things. I just not with my eyes, and they try to describe it as best as they can. But I'm never going to know color, like know what redness is, right? And then there was someone that came up to me and said there is this God that if he existed, there would be no color. Okay, what the person could do is say, okay, if there is color, then that God does not exist because that God is defined as getting rid of all colors. Right, so if there is color in some world, okay, then the sort of deity that would get rid of all color would not exist if he's all powerful and all knowing of the world, okay. And so that's the argument that I'm making, that I don't have to know what evil is in terms of examples or point circumstances. I'm just saying that if there's such a thing, a deity in which prevents all evil, then if there's evil, then that deity doesn't exist.
If you can't determine what is and what is not color, then your entire argument collapses. Okay, let's change the analogy slightly. Okay, so you are a 6-month-old baby and you're shitting your diaper. From your current perspective, the fact that you have crap all over your butt in your diaper is horrible, right?
I wouldn't like that.
Okay, so basically every baby, when they crap their diaper, is going to be crying and screaming, right?
Sure.
Okay. Then if you clean the diaper and swap it, everything's happy again until you crap the diaper again.
Okay.
Okay. So at that current perspective of existence, the baby thinks that every time they poop the diaper and there's a delay in the time it takes the parent to recognize there's been a poopy diaper, get the new one, and clean them up and swap it out. Why this is being done and why this is not being solved immediately is just a beyond the pale atrocity from the little infant's perspective. We are infants in relation to the eternal existence perspective. So all these things, that's my whole point on why does God allow these these things to happen, all this kind of stuff. That's the whole point that's being made, is we don't have the ability to actually understand this from the macro perspective, only from our current finite perspective. It doesn't matter if you're a physical infant or we're adults. Like we don't have the we're always going to be the proverbial infant in the mortal coil.
So let me start with agreeing with you on something that I think it's a very, very poor argument to say because I don't like it, therefore it's evil. Okay,
No, that's not the point I was
breaking up,
making.
Denny.
I'm breaking up.
I'm hearing him okay. That wasn't you're trying to play the semantic game now. The point I'm making is from the baby's perspective, there isn't a positive understanding as to why something may be allowed to happen. Okay, so let's take this a little bit older, right? The parent is teaching kid to, a character building lesson by having to go out and cut the grass or whatever, right? And teaching them something on how to be productive, let's say. At the time, as the kid, I'm speaking from personal experience, I don't know if you had the same thing, like, my dad freaking made me go cut the grass and rake it and do all that kind of stuff. And it was fun in some aspects, and I hated other parts of it. Depending on the time of the year, changed my perspective on it, all those kind of things, right? My father was teaching me how to do something. There were times when I was really pissed, and I couldn't believe he made me go out and do X, right? Or, hey, son, go out and do... Go ahead.
I mean, do you think that it follows that because you didn't like it, that therefore it was evil?
I'm saying that from different people's perspectives, different things can be construed as. Let's think about this for a second. I'll put it in a different context. When I was a kid, I had a ridiculous temper. Okay, I mean, I got very fired up, and let's just say there are more than a few occasions that my mother broke wooden spoons over my tail. Well, as I got older, it didn't have much of an impact. So then occasionally, when I really pushed the envelope, my mother would be like, when your father gets home, you're going to get it. Okay. My dad would come home. I got to the point where I was like multiple layers of PJ pants and underwear, all this kind of stuff, because I knew I was getting my butt whooped when he got home, right? From a lot of people's perspective, the fact that I was getting my ass whooped as a kid by my father is evil. From a lot of people's perspective in the modern era, even though it was the norm since the dawn of time. Modern era, it's evil, right? And now but my father was actually very nice about it. He'd sit me down. Do you know what's going to happen? What did you do? I don't want to do this, but you have to learn correction. And after he whooped my butt, he would pray with me and tell me he loved me, right? This is after he'd give me a good ass whooping. The point I'm making is that from different people's perspective, just the bare fact that my father gave me spankings when I was a kid, when I was being bad, could be construed as evil. And there's parents in the modern era who have people report them as being evil and have their kids taken away for doing that. When I look back on the ridiculous rebel and the stupidity of my youth and my temper, there's no telling what I would have been up to if my father hadn't done those things and corrected me. Because then I got my temper under control to an extent. Then I went off to college and did all sorts of other stupid crap. And then I rebelled for another decade. And it took all the way to having brain surgery to get me to realize, not to realize, but to concede my ego and to change the path from which I was on, which was going nowhere in terms of, the macro level of even the mortal existence, but also from the macro, right, of eternal existence. I was on the wrong path. There's a lot of people in this world right now that would think about different things that happened in my life as like, how could God let this happen if God really existed? I view it from an entirely different perspective. I now recognize that all of these negative things many of them were the result of my own actions, my own stupidity, my own rebellion, but others were direct corrections by God, which from the external perspective could be construed as just these horrible things that happened. Why would any God allow this to happen? And that's why I find it so interesting in these kinds of discussions of, I mean, anyway, enough of my long-winded diatribe there. Continue.
Well, I'm trying to think of a way to talk about this without making it seem like I'm being pedantic. So your story, right? You went through pain. You went through things you didn't like, and it was for a greater good, and you didn't see the big picture, right? And I think what you're trying to say is something like, if we think of the macro level, there's all these things that happen to us, human beings, societies, right? That are sort of instrumental, as we might say, is a fancy word, or used for some greater aim, bigger picture aim that God has for us. So in that sense, if we can explain the evil in that way, then there's not really, that answers our question about why would God let this happen, right? Is that kind of like what I'm getting at? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, that's a component of it. I'm saying is, if that is the case, then God allowing evil to exist is in no way, shape, form, or fashion a justified negation of God's existence, and therefore justification for the atheist worldview.
Yeah. So let me tell you my problem with this, and then it might be a semantic dispute. You might mean something different than I do. Okay, in which case you can clarify. But here's the thing about evil for me, that it's defined as unjustified, right? So if I do something evil, I'm not justified in doing that. So the weird thing for me is that if God had a justification for the pain and suffering in my life, then it's not unjustified, it's justified. So I was just wrong about it being evil in the first place. So there is no evil in that case. Does that make any sense?
I mean, I get what you're saying, but the point I'm making is, well, not the point I'm making. The response I would have to that is there's two different layers that have to be addressed. So number one is the outcome of your own actions. Is a negative outcome that you have the result of your own evil action? If so, then in no way you can't really, in a justified sense, you can't blame that on God.
Oh, I see. So like there's things that shouldn't happen, but it's not like God had any responsibility to like prevent it, because it was right.
Well, this is where free will comes into the equation, right? Now,
Yeah.
but that's not usually what, at least in my experience, it's not usually what atheists are arguing in relation to the problem with evil. It's why does God allow all these other things that aren't
like natural? They call it natural evil sometimes.
Right. Well, either natural evil
like disease, hurricanes, that kind of stuff.
Well, that, or you're the victim of something done by another human. Right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Why would God allow that to happen? Right. And to me, that's like kind of two separate, not entirely separate, but in relation to, like, if you allow for free will, then things that are the negatives that are a result of your own actions, kind of, in my opinion, just kind of like either you wash those out in terms of God's responsibility, right? Otherwise, you're just looking for a justification and an excuse for your own stupidity. Like you go out and if you're out performing crimes and you're getting shot in the back and now you're paralyzed and you're in a wheelchair for the rest of your life, you got shot while you were out like robbing people. Like that's your fault. That's your fault for having taken that action. And now you're paying the price for your own evil. On the flip side, this is where the whole point I was making in terms of like the macro level impact that we don't have the ability to necessarily see in the here and now. Because, correct me, I'm just going to be direct on this. 99.99% of humans, and myself included, other than different times we sit down and think big picture, we are consumed with the microcosm. Like most people are not thinking more than a couple hours ahead, let alone days. nor are they reviewing.
We're really in the moment, as you're saying.
I'm just not hearing any explanation as to how the problem of evil
I'm trying to
gives
listen to
us
him.
a reason. That gives us a reason to believe that God doesn't exist or it's implausible.
Neff, I discussed this with you, and it didn't go well.
Excuse me. I haven't. I'll start again. I haven't heard any argument as to why the existence of the problem of evil gives us any reason to believe God doesn't exist or makes it implausible that God exists. So all what's happening here is Danny is leading LPP on a long journey about something that doesn't really get to the heart of anything Danny is arguing for, because he's not arguing for. This is a sort of a negative way of the atheists argue. They play this kind of game by dragging people into extremely long, drawn-out discussions about something that never gets to the point as to why their worldview is more plausible because of the subject matter at hand. And so they think that by dragging it out into this very long, convoluted discussion that never really gets to the point, they're making a case that, see, you have to argue. You Christians have to argue all for hours and hours and hours trying to support your worldview. This is what's going on in Danny's head. He thinks he's winning some kind of a game because
let me
he's
respond
having
to
this long conversation. What I would be interested in is hearing an explanation
It's
as
kind of hogging the conversation too.
why the problem of evil makes the existence of God implausible or impossible.
Yeah,
I haven't
so
heard you give a reason, anything, nothing.
Let me respond. Number one, I like the conversation itself, right? It is true that I don't mind having a long conversation about the problem of evil. And if LPP is not looking for a long conversation, they should engage with me. Now, the second thing is that I think it's a complex problem, and I want to make sure that I understand who I'm talking to very well, and I want to make sure he understands me very well, and that takes a lot of time.
Okay, great. So can you explain why the problem of evil is a problem for the existence of God in some way? Or will you avoid this? Will you pretend that it is for another?
I already did this with you.
Will you pretend that it is for another 4 hours while never ever explaining why?
Well, look, I don't mind having the conversation with you, but I remember.
How is it a problem? How is it a problem?
Yeah, I don't mind having this conversation with you.
Oh, you mind it desperately.
I don't know. I do mind it because I don't think
Danny.
you're a very good person to talk to.
You fear it desperately, Danny. That's why you never actually state it. You want it to be understood that we must be talking about the problem of evil because obviously atheists, Christians can't explain why evil
is so ironic. You're dragging me into a long conversation.
See that is what it is. You think you making it look like your worldview is supportable and the Christians has this major problem because of the existence of evil is true. So, but you're not making any point. That's the point. You're failing here.
Listening. I was trying to listen.
No, you're not making any argument whatsoever. You're not sharing any knowledge or information whatsoever.
Every time he spoke, I was like,
that makes any kind of point as to why the problem of evil has any relation whatsoever to your worldview or mine.
Look, in case you don't remember me, we talked about maybe 2 or 3 months
ago. I don't care
if
we've talked before. I'm just pointing out.
You called me a waste of time. You called me a waste of time.
Exactly.
So then
you're a waste of time.
So then you could just. You don't have. No, am I wasting anyone's time?
That's the point. You're wasting. Yes, everybody here is listening to a long conversation for hours that doesn't get to the point about a dang thing.
Well, I hope that Neff,
that's the point.
I hope people in this room
why I said you
acknowledge that I am not wasting
You're a waste of time
That's
now.
the last thing I want to do.
You come in here and drag people through an endless conversation about nothing, and it doesn't get to anything, and then you go away pretending atheism is superior because you didn't do a damn thing. So why don't you just get to the point and tell us why the problem of evil is an issue that makes difficulty for Christianity or in some way supports atheism.
That's what LPP and I were discussing.
You can't. No, it's not. You're avoiding that like the plague.
I'm avoiding you like the plague.
No, you're avoiding the core of the subject.
You're no better than Speed and his minions.
So the point is, you're afraid to do it, aren't you?
You see,
You're
you're no
afraid to
better. They
explain
psychologize
why.
me too,
You come
right?
in here and bring up the problem of evil. I think the problem of evil is an interesting
I was
thing. Why don't we talk about that?
asked.
As though atheism
No,
is support.
no,
Ooh, the
I
problem
was.
of evil is
I
solved
did
by
not bring that
atheism.
up. I did not bring that
So-
up. I did not bring that up. LPP asked me, do you think that the problem of evil is a problem? And I said, yeah, it's a problem. But I
It's
didn't
a
come in
problem.
here
Right.
saying that
Of course, the implication is it's a problem for theism. That's the point.
Yes.
Right. Right. But can you tell us why? You never
Well, that's
will.
what LPP and I were discussing.
No. That's what you're babbling and babbling and babbling and babbling and babbling and babbling about for hours and hours and hours. You're never telling us, ever.
Okay. Well,
So
do you want the
tell us.
argument then?
I just
I'll
want to
give you the
hear
argument.
Subject.
I'd rather hear that than you going through a textbook length discussion about something without ever getting to a point.
Yeah. So let me give you the problem of evil. Okay.
Yeah, for Christianity or why it supports your worldview.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why are you evil then?
Yeah.
There's
So
a
here's the
problem.
argument.
I
There's a
don't let
problem with
atheists
evil.
play this game. I'm not going to waste my life listening.
Sure, fine. Now I will say that maybe LPV has heard this argument before. We've already been through this, and this is what we were discussing. But I'll repeat it. Right? The problem of the argument goes as this. Problem of evil goes as this. Okay. I'm not gonna put it in formally, and if you want it formally, I'll do that after I go through the premises because I have to remind myself. Okay. So there is a being, okay, that does what he should always do. There's a being that does what he should always do. And part of what you should always do is not let things happen that shouldn't happen. Okay? That's what I call good and evil.
Okay.
Good is a function of what you should do.
So
and evil,
let me make sure I understand. So God, if God exists, are you saying that? I want to make sure I understand. I don't want to misrepresent you. That God should never allow things that don't exist to exist, or things that should not happen.
I don't think that's what I
Is
said.
that correct?
I said that he always does what he should do, number one.
Okay.
And and if there are things that shouldn't happen, he corrects those.
And he's allowing you to exist too, and you're evil. So if he wouldn't allow evil, if he didn't allow evil, you wouldn't even exist. So what's the problem?
I would agree with that, Danny.
Okay.
That God should, if God exists, he should correct all wrongs.
Right.
I believe that. I believe that. Okay. So how is this a problem for theism?
Okay. So now the second premise is going to be something like there are wrongs. There are things that shouldn't happen.
Yes.
Okay. But that is in conflict with the being that corrects all wrongs.
No, wait a minute. If a wrong exists and God's going to correct it, how is the existence of a wrong that God has yet to correct? Every time God corrects something, there is a moment before God corrects it. Isn't that true, Danny?
It could be simultaneous.
You're making a big mistake here. Don't you not see it?
First of all,
how can God correct something if it's not already wrong?
Wait,
so wait a minute. You're pointing out
that
that there's wrong things going on. There's wrong things, okay, that exist. God has not corrected yet. That's true. How is that a problem for theism?
Well, the point is that if he's letting it happen, it should happen. Right? So it's not wrong if it hasn't been corrected.
Okay. So what has God allowed that should not happen that gives us reason to believe that God does not exist because he hasn't corrected it?
Well, presumably you're going to think those things exist. You're making the claim that there's evil.
Yes, I believe evil exists. I see it every day.
Okay, so then those are wrongs, right?
Yes, they're wrongs.
Okay, that means God, if it shouldn't happen, then that's a problem on your view.
So you're saying it's never possible that there's justification to allow something that is wrong to
then
take
that means
place.
it's just not wrong. If there's a justification,
is that what you're saying?
If there's a justification, then it should happen.
Okay. Okay, so it should happen. And that's when God does the correction is when.
The point is,
right?
if there's any point in time in which there's a wrong, right, that means it shouldn't happen. If it's the case that God lets it happen, it's not wrong, right?
No. That's where your logic fails right there. You're contradicting yourself. You're saying If there are wrong things that God and God would correct all things that are wrong, then you're turning around and saying the very existence of the wrong thing proves that God doesn't exist, or gives us reason to believe God doesn't exist because they're not yet corrected.
Wait,
That's a mistake.
Wait,
you're contradicting yourself.
Wait, if you're saying that the wrong...
Try this again, Danny, because you just contradicted
If you're
yourself.
saying that the wrong shouldn't be corrected because it's not time yet, then it's not a wrong.
No. Because it's not corrected doesn't mean that it's not a wrong.
Wait,
if God allows, you're trying to argue that if God allows a wrong thing to happen, he can't exist because he's allowed something wrong to happen?
No, you're skipping over one of the premises I made. I'm making the claim that if there's some wrong, right, that God has a reason for implementing, in what sense would it be a wrong if he has a reason to do it, to allow it?
Okay, so so Danny, you do realize that the point you're making only makes sense if there is no free will, right?
I think that's a complicated conversation. And
No,
I don't think you're gonna like it.
I noticed you avoided my question, Danny, that if you're about whether or not it can ever be justified to allow something wrong to happen.
If it's justified, it's not wrong.
No, that doesn't follow.
Wait, so you think you could be justified in your sin?
To allow something that's wrong to happen doesn't justify wrong.
Well, if you're allowing it, that means you think it should happen.
No, that doesn't make it. That doesn't mean it should happen. No, that's a failure. That's where your argument.
Wait,
fails.
what does it mean to allow someone to do something?
That's where it breaks down.
What does it mean to allow someone to do something?
This is your premise.
Just like the conversation earlier. Just like the conversation with David earlier. The only way the atheist is ever going to be happy is if God locked us in the basement and never let anything bad happen ever.
Right.
I mean, that's the only way that God can possibly be justified is if we are locked in the basement. Nothing bad ever happens. We have no existence. We have no experience. And we can't make our own choices. That's the only way. That's the only way for atheism to be remotely to justify all of the possible semantic arguments that can be made.
And it's also a way of trying to blame God for all the wrongdoings that humans do as well and justify themselves. So atheists want to say that I'm not guilty of doing anything wrong because God allows it, then it's not wrong, and therefore I'm innocent, therefore God doesn't exist.
Gives them their excuse, right?
That's exactly right. Yes.
Gives them their excuse.
So your argument fails, Danny. Your argument fails because the premises are flawed. And it's flawed because you're arguing that if God has justifiable reason to allow something, then it's not wrong. And that's not right.
If you think you have a reason, that's not even controversial, right? If you say that you should do if you say you should do something, that means you have a reason to do it. If you shouldn't do something,
God doesn't do it. God didn't. Here's another failure of your logic. The evil that exists in the world is not something God did. It's what his creation did. God justifies.
That's not the point of what I said.
No, but that's another way in which your premises fail.
It's not the point what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you have a reason to do something, whether that be allowing for something, which is a kind of intentional thing or not, right? The idea of a reason to do establishes an ought.
No, failed again. It does not.
And I don't know what you mean by ought. Then I don't know what you mean by should.
It doesn't imply an ought that God ought to.
If he has a reason to save you from hell, then he should save you from hell.
That God ought to create evil, make bad things, wretched things. God doesn't create wretched things. God created humans.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Wretchedness comes from their hearts, from their actions.
Look, I'm making a very simple claim. It actually
your premises have failed in two ways. I've shown you how.
That's because you don't understand what it
means. No,
means.
I understand. I've explained to you your premises fails.
Can I butt in for a second?
I'm just saying that if you should do something, you have a reason to do it.
God has justifiable reason to allow evil.
Then that means he should do it.
No, that's where your logic fails.
Is it possible you don't understand?
It doesn't mean that God should. 100%. That God should cause evil to happen. No, doesn't mean that at all. It means God can justify allowing something that is.
I doesn't have to be God.
One of your failures is this: that you're convoluting God's permissiveness in allowing something evil to occur. You're contorting that into God intended for that to happen. That He was His priest, and that's not true.
Look, here's my simple point.
You are.
If you look, here's what I'm saying, Neff, right? That if one ought to do something, or if there's an ought, there's a reason. That's what I'm saying.
The bottom line is you haven't explained why God ought not, why it's an argument against the existence of God that He has allowed evil things to.
I want to hear Sal. Sal wanted to say something.
Hey, now, can I say something?
After Sal.
Alex, you first.
Yeah, it'll take about 2 minutes. Then I'll let you talk. Danny, do you know the story of the captivity of Israel into Babylon?
Yes.
Okay. Was it evil of Babylon to do that?
It just depends on
castrate all the boys.
Look, and we're talking about if you're talking about evil in terms of what shouldn't happen.
No, then I'm not. No, I'm asking you.
Then I don't know what you mean.
Was
Alex,
it evil?
You're going to have a hard time getting a straight answer.
I know, because he's a slippery slope. So anyway, here we go, Danny. Just answer the question. It's not a trick question. Babylon comes in because King Hezekiah said, here's all my stuff. Babylon comes in and takes all their stuff, takes their women, their children, takes the whole kit and caboodle, castrates all the little boys so they can't have children. Was that evil?
What do you mean by evil?
Was it bad?
There it is.
Was it wrong to do?
Slippery slope. You'll never.
Right. What do you mean by evil?
You'll never get a straight answer out of this.
He killed people. Is it evil to kill people for no reason at all, just to take their house?
Look,
can you walk, Danny?
If you're asking me if I have a reason to stop them,
Danny,
then yeah.
Danny, we've gone on for 2 hours with you. Let me talk. Listen to you. You're just talking over everybody. Listen for a second. If you walked into a person's house and they had a nice house and you decide to kill everybody in the house and take their possessions, is that evil?
If I had a reason to do it, I should have done
it. Is that evil?
He can't even answer that.
If you're asking, I don't know what you mean by the question.
Dude, is it wrong to kill everybody and take their stuff that's
if
not
you're saying
yours?
Evil, is it going?
Is it wrong?
If you're saying evil is that which goes against God's commands,
Alec,
it's
I'm not even there. I'm not even there, Danny. This is a different conversation. Drop the whole thing. I'm going after if you walked into somebody's house, Danny, and they had nice possessions, little daughter, little kid, and you murdered everybody in the house and you took all their possessions and took them over to your house. Is that wrong? Is that immoral?
Murder is defined in terms of you should.
Is it
you can't even get. He can't answer a yes or no.
Is it immoral?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh my God!
Is it?
Danny,
will
just
you be
leave.
taken to jail? Will they punish you in a court of law?
Danny, you're failing miserably.
Illegal. It seems.
Is it against the law?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Evil. There you go. There's the
that doesn't follow.
Danny, do you see
you're wasting time. Danny, you won't answer a simple question because
I answered your legal question.
Everybody's time. No, you didn't. Determine evil. You tell me you explain to me for 4 seconds. I'll give you 4 seconds.
Alec, he's going to tell us evil exists and God
is
bad,
your evil?
But he can't. He won't even acknowledge something is evil.
If somebody punched you in the nose for no reason, is that wrong to do, or can I just come over and punch you in the nose anytime I want?
I don't know what you mean by wrong here.
Oh my gosh!
You're wasting time.
Clip this guy out of here. I
Clip this guy out of here. He's wasting everybody's time. He's wasted 2 hours.
Ignore Danny. He's going to come in here and tell us that God is bad.
How do you mute this guy?
Because evil exists. And then he can't even acknowledge something that's obviously evil is evil. I don't know what you mean by evil. Oh, get out of here, Danny.
I told you what I meant.
Go away, Danny. Go away.
Go to bed.
Go away.
Go to bed, Danny. Go play your pool game or whatever you're doing. Or whatever
your atheism failed you here tonight.
In other words, you're basically a heretic. So see you later, buddy.
See, you're complaining about God is evil. You're trying to say God is evil. And then,
then won't even admit it.
You can't even define evil, and
I did define evil, but he means.
But if God didn't allow evil, Danny, if God didn't allow evil, If God did not allow evil, Danny, he wouldn't allow your existence.
I said very explicitly, but I take to be evil. Is that what you have a reason against?
You would not exist, Danny, if God did not allow evil.
So if we were to ask Danny,
you wouldn't be here.
If God allowed people to murder people, that would be an evil that God has allowed. Then he would say yes. But then when Alec asks him if is going in somebody's house and murdering him and taking all their possessions evil, Danny says, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what they do. I don't know how to define it. What is evil? I don't know. I don't know.
How do you even do your checkbook, Danny? Do you cheat on your checkbook?
So the point is that I did define what
we're
evil
not
was.
interested anymore, Danny.
Okay, then I'm talking to someone
Danny,
else.
we're tired of you.
We're
2.5 hours of you, and
you can't even answer.
I just want. I
LPP. Hey, LPP. He did everything he could. He did everything he could.
I want to
No, you're not going to respond. No, we're tired. No,
You won't even answer a straight question.
What do you mean by that?
You come in here with some
What do
kind
you
of
mean by that?
attitude that you've got a superiority complex over. You've got a superior position over Christianity because of evil, but you can't even answer a simple question about something that
What do you mean by that, Danny?
failed.
Danny, what do you mean by that when you talk? When you're trying to tell me words, what do you mean by that?
So when
What do you
I'm
mean?
trying to, when I'm
What do you
trying
mean,
to,
Danny, we're not
no.
interested anymore.
What's your version of evil?
I just take evil.
I'm just doing to
waste
Danny
of
what he
time.
does to everybody else. But
So
wait,
he was
wait,
complaining about. He was complaining about things didn't go well in my conversation with him in my live
Let's
stream
see how it
because I called him
works
out
on
for
his
this
side.
right away. So he didn't get to do it for 2.5 hours in my live stream.
Look, all I mean by saying something
Wait,
is
what
evil.
are you talking about, Danny? I don't know what you mean by that.
What do you mean by?
All I'm saying is that
What are
when
you talking about? I don't even know what you mean, Danny.
What do you mean by evil, Danny?
I'm trying to tell you.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Why are you talking again? You already defined evil, didn't you?
I'm just saying that
What are you talking about? I can't hear what you're saying. Can you speak
Danny,
up?
you're doing evil to us, Danny.
No, all I'm saying is that
this is awesome. I like playing this version of it. I can just play Danny all the time. Just talk over Danny.
I don't talk over you.
But what do you? Oh, you don't? Oh, you did it like 19 times to. I counted them 19 times to Nephilim.
Danny,
and
you
didn't
think
want to
you
talk
have
to him.
some?
I said
You
you.
think you have?
I don't want to talk.
You think
to
your
Danny.
atheism gives you
go
some
home.
kind of logic or philosophical edge over Christianity? But if you anybody who listens to this live stream will be able to clearly see that your alleged philosophical constructs that give you some edge over Christianity has failed you because it's so flawed, and you're such a weakling, an intellectual weakling, that you can't answer a simple question about
He's afraid.
I'm trying to clarify.
So you have nothing.
For 2 hours
You have
you tried to
no
clarify.
argument against Christianity or God. You have nothing. When somebody can't answer a simple,
Wait, can we let
straight
Sal
question
speak? Can we just let
about
Sal
the very
speak?
subject,
Can we
then
let Sal speak?
they have
Yeah,
completely
we can.
failed.
We
Yeah,
can,
I'm
but
sorry.
you're still
Danny.
trolling us, Danny. You're still trolling us.
Danny,
I want to hear what Sal
Danny,
had to say.
Danny, I want to hear Sal speak, but I don't want to hear you say one word. How about that? Or else I'll just talk over you again every single time.
Talk over Sal?
Every single time. I'll
Go,
talk
Sal.
over
Please
you.
say
I will
something.
talk over you. You open your mouth, I'm going to talk over you.
Sal, are you still there?
I'm going to talk over you every time you open your freaking mouth.
You're
You hear
something
it?
else.
I am. Yeah, I'm called a
It's
dad.
incredible.
I got 2 kids, and you're worse than my son's friend.
Sal, I'm sorry we were on.
You're like a
hogged the
Danny
mic so
Haskell.
long. Sal, you got something you wanted to say? We pretty much kicked Sal out of the thing.
Yeah, I think
for the
Sal
moment.
left.
I'm sorry about that, Sal.
Me too.
What is it you wanted to input? Share your thoughts.
Well, while we're waiting for Sal, I think all of us have experienced this whenever discussions like these end up in a corner. The atheist always plays semantics, and this has been a very good example of that.
Exactly, and I don't see that's why Danny says
what they meant by evil.
that's why Danny
know what
says it
Danny's
didn't go
saying.
down well for him in our discussion in my life.
I gave an account of
because
what evil
I don't know what's happening, Dan.
I called
I
him
don't know
out
what's
for
happening.
this. I called him out for this garbage game that he's playing right away, and that didn't let him carry it on for 2 hours. That's why he says it didn't go down well. It didn't go down well for you because you failed immediately. You played the same stupid semantics game with me, and I didn't let you get away with it. I caught it right off the bat and put a stop to it.
You're just over talking.
You won't answer a single question.
I dare you to let me speak.
Why?
I'll be happy to if you'll tell us why it's not logical that God exists if He allows evil to exist.
I wanted to answer Alex's question,
but you won't answer any question.
So my construal of evil has to do with reasons. So when someone asks me, "Is it evil to do something?" To me, the way I interpret that is, do you have a reason not to do it?
What? No, come on. You just killed four. Is it
evil to murder people?
2 parents.
Ask
you don't consider that evil.
Yeah, answer Alex's question. He asked you, if somebody breaks into somebody's house, wastes a family, and steals everything they own, is that evil?
Yeah, I have a reason not to do that.
Why can't you just answer the question?
So
is that evil?
I said yes. I have a reason not to do.
Oh, it's evil. Oh, okay, it's evil. So finally, evil things do exist. Okay. So now we'll give you one more shot. Can you explain why the existence of evil means God of the Bible doesn't exist or is not likely to exist?
Well, the idea is that if God allows something to happen, it should happen.
No, that fails. That fails. God allowing something to happen doesn't mean God ordered it to happen.
Yeah, you shouldn't be trolling us, but God allows it to happen, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that if God allows it to happen, that means He has a reason to allow it to happen. It means it should happen.
A reason, yes, He has a reason to allow it to happen. It doesn't mean that it should happen. Fail. That's where your logic.
You're just equivocating on the evil.
It fails.
So
no.
Could it be for your sake? Could it be for your sake that God allows evil to happen? Because if
that
it wasn't,
be the reason, but then it wouldn't be evil.
Doesn't mean it should happen.
Well,
if God allows something,
everything
doesn't
works
mean
together
that it
for
should.
good. That's because everything works together for good to those who love God.
Yeah, the point is
so obvious.
The point
so
is
obvious,
that God's justified in doing it, then that means it's not evil.
Well, it's only nothing is evil. Anyway, so what's evil about it? It's just a fabrication.
So here's how you just failed yourself, Danny. You just acknowledged that if then that all the evil that happens that God has allowed to happen should happen, and if that is your argument, then the God of the Bible is justified in allowing it to happen. So you failed again.
What's evil?
I don't see the problem with that.
Your intent. It's your intent that's evil, Danny. It's your intent. God is.
There's no argument against God there.
Well, there's just no problem with evil. There's no evil.
God is proving what your intent is. God is proving. He's proving what's in your heart, Danny.
Oh, but murder is evil, Danny. You said there's no evil. Now you say murder is evil.
Murder is defined as evil. That's tautology.
Defined as evil.
There's no
God
evil.
is proving what your intent is. God proves what your intent is. He proves what's in your heart.
He said there's no evil, but murdering a family is evil.
No, you think there's no evil.
Ask Danny if there's any absolutes.
He said it was evil.
Ask Danny if there's any absolutes.
Is there any such thing as an absolute?
Like an absolute moral principle? Is that what you mean?
Absolute.
Is that what you mean? A more absolute moral principle?
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I don't think so.
Is that absolutely true?
Yes.
Well, then you just contradicted yourself.
No, I don't see the contradiction.
Sure you did.
You just said there's no absolutes, and then you answered yes, absolutely.
Because there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with God. All it is.
I said there were no absolute moral truths.
All it is a fabrication.
So that everything is. If there's no moral absolute truth, Danny, what you're saying is murdering people for pleasure can't be considered wrong.
That doesn't follow.
Yes, it
does. But God is still proving what's in your heart. He's still proving what your intent is.
I just take murder.
See how you fail again, Danny? This is about the 7th time you failed. You just got through telling us in so many words that murdering people for pleasure can't be considered wrong because it's not absolutely wrong.
No, it's
relatively wrong. It's relatively wrong. See, and if it's only relatively wrong, that means whoever believes it, you have no right to tell them it's wrong for them to do it. Therefore,
I'm saying
it's permissible.
murder is killing. That's evil, right?
It's permissible.
Like, presumably you distinguish murder and killing.
No, you just contradicted your own self, Danny, by admitting
I don't see the contradiction.
that nothing is evil. All things are permissible.
No, that's your view.
No, because you said there are no moral absolutes.
So that doesn't, it doesn't follow.
If it's not a moral absolute, if it's not a moral absolute, Danny, that murder is wrong, then murder is permissible. You see, so you just got through telling us that all things are permissible. And this is why I've said many times, atheism is a dangerous necromancy because it can't condemn anything. It's philosophically and logically absolutely a bottom dweller, a bottom sucking failure. It's a logical and philosophical failure. You just got through admitting your own worldview fails.
No, I'm saying
yes, because you just told us all things are permissible.
You overtalk a lot. Look, you don't understand what I'm saying because you don't let me speak.
Atheists use the "I know you are, but what am I?"
So
that's exactly what Danny's been doing the whole
That
time.
there are no absolute moral principles.
That's right. That means
that does not mean that there are no moral truths. That does not mean.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
There's all things
you know
are
what
permissible.
A principle is? No,
it means all things are permissible.
No, it does not follow. Look, principle. There's a big dialogue between particularists.
No, you're going into your diatribes about work.
You're not interested in understanding me, man.
No, I explain what's wrong. What's wrong with God allowing you to exist? What's wrong with God allowing you to exist? What's wrong with that, Danny?
If there's no moral absolute, if there's no moral absolute, if it's
that's not what I said.
Is it? Danny, is it absolutely true or is it not absolutely true that that killing someone for pleasure, is it wrong to kill someone for pleasure, Danny?
I have a reason not to do that.
Is it morally wrong to kill someone for pleasure?
I don't know the distinction between morally wrong.
See, he can't he can't answer the question because he knows that if he answers the question yes, which is the rational answer, then he's going to admit that moral absolutes do exist.
These are called loaded
questions. He can't do that. So you're saying it's not wrong to murder people?
No, I'm saying it's a loaded question.
Is it wrong to murder people for pleasure?
That's a loaded. When was the last time you beat your wife?
He can't admit that anything is wrong. See, this is why an atheist.
When was the last time you beat your wife?
An atheist can't condemn him.
I don't have a wife.
See.
When was the last time you abused your children?
So I can only assume, Danny, that if you won't admit that it's wrong to murder people for pleasure, then you must condone it.
That doesn't follow.
Well, of course, you think it's permissible. You say it's permissible when you refuse to tell us that it's wrong.
Yeah, but you don't like that God allows it.
Is it wrong?
That God allows it to
Danny,
happen.
Can you answer with a yes or no? Is it wrong to murder for pleasure?
You've given me a loaded question. Answer with a yes or no question.
Is it wrong to
answer
steal?
Yes or no? Did you beat your wife yesterday?
Is it wrong?
Did you beat your wife yesterday? Yes or no?
Danny, is it wrong to rob stores?
Did you beat your wife yesterday?
Danny,
I don't have a wife.
Yes or no?
Danny, is it wrong?
That's the point, Alec. It's a loaded question he's given me.
It's not loaded. It's a simple question. It's not loaded.
I don't have a wife.
I don't know what your sense of wrong is different than mine.
Here's why you say it's
why
loaded.
did you beat your wife?
Danny, here's why you say it's loaded. You say it's loaded because you know that if you acknowledge that anything is wrong morally, you admit that moral absolutes exist and you refuse to do that. That's why.
No, I deny moral absolute principles.
No, of course you do. Of course.
There are a lot of
and that's why you can't even admit that anything is wrong. You're a failure. You're a failure of a human being. You're a failure philosophically. Your atheism has failed you.
We'll make it
it's not true because everything that we're talking about demonstrates your worldview is bankrupt, intellectually bankrupt.
Wait, can
Danny,
we see that?
Danny, why do you?
It's intellectually bankrupt.
Wait, 1 second. This has nothing to do with.
Danny, if your worldview prevents you from admitting that anything is morally wrong, your worldview has failed you.
1 second. 1 second, Neff. What in the chat is true? Did your wife pass?
Is there anything that's wrong, Danny?
I didn't mean to insult you that way.
Is there anything that's morally wrong to do?
Look, that's just a loaded question. On my view.
Is there anything that's morally wrong?
We're not convicting you,
Danny.
but you're already convicted by your own words. Here's the deal. Do you stop at red lights, Danny?
Yes, I do. Sometimes.
Absolutely.
Not all the time.
Why would you stop at a red light?
Because I don't know. I don't want to wreck my car.
You don't want to wreck your car?
Do you kill people, Danny?
I don't.
Is there a reason? Because maybe it's against the law, and you might get a ticket if there's a police officer there that you stop at a red light.
That usually doesn't motivate me now.
And I've I know that you've probably run a couple of red lights because you said sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So you broke the law, even though you didn't get caught and get a ticket or get in an accident. You broke the law.
Yeah,
You didn't care about other people, though.
Now, is that a bad thing, or is that a good thing that you broke the law?
Well, since I had a reason to break it, it was a good thing.
What was your reason? I mean, there is no reason to break the law. Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Well, I think it was a good thing. I wanted to get to work faster.
You're your own master. You will not bow down to anybody. That's how you look at the world. See how selfish you are?
When somebody can't acknowledge that murdering someone for pleasure is morally wrong.
No, I said that is wrong.
Their worldview has failed them. The worldview has completely failed them, and they have failed.
No, I never said that. You're strawmanning me.
Postmodernism.
They have failed their worldview, and their worldview has failed them.
You're strawmanning me, Neff.
No, you wouldn't answer.
Danny, is murdering somebody for pleasure wrong?
Absolutely, because murder is defined as wrong.
Why is it wrong, Danny?
Because it's just killing you shouldn't do. That's how we distinguish killing and murder.
It shouldn't do it. But wait, you said a minute ago nothing.
Well,
you said
doesn't it?
If it's justifiable, then
Doesn't it depend on your intent? Doesn't it?
Now he's saying
Depend
life
on
is
your
important.
intent?
Then we can go on to the abortion thing, see if that life is important. But he thinks
talk
life
about
is
abortion.
important.
I like
so you
talking
don't
about
care.
abortion. I like
But
talking
it's like one of those things where stopping at a red light. Sometimes. So he's just amoral. That's the way it works.
No, I said it was a good thing to do.
In your opinion, yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I had a reason to break the law there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there is no reason to break the law. You understand that part, right? If a police officer saw you,
it depends on your
I
intent.
think
Then.
that's just demonstrably false.
So
I
it
had
depends on your intent, right?
So
Yeah,
Danny, let's hear some more train wreck. Let's hear some more train wreck. Can you tell us
Do y'all
why?
want to talk about abortion? Or
Can
no?
you tell us why it's wrong to murder someone for pleasure?
Well, murder is just killing you shouldn't do.
Can you tell us why it's wrong to murder for pleasure?
I just did.
Why?
Because it's defined as killing you shouldn't do. That's what murder is.
Defined.
Presumably,
That's
do
the
you not
definition.
distinguish
So,
between
Danny, if we redefine it as something that we should do, does that mean it's morally acceptable to murder people for pleasure now?
Well, yeah, if moral is what you should do, and if you
It is.
you should do it.
So if we define murdering someone for pleasure as good fun,
That's a contradiction.
then
That's a contradiction.
That makes it acceptable to do.
Look, you're not getting what I'm saying.
No. Answer my question.
Look,
If you and I defined murdering someone for pleasure as a good thing, we said that was a good thing. Would that make it a good thing?
We could not do that.
Why?
Because
still
murder,
getting away from the problem of evil.
Presumably, there's a difference between killing and murder, right?
Okay, killing someone for pleasure is it wrong?
Yeah, I would think that I would stop people from doing that.
Okay, it's wrong, or you would stop them. Which is it wrong?
Is it a problem?
Do you mean like it shouldn't happen or something?
No, is it something? Is it morally wrong? Is there anything that's morally right or wrong, Danny?
There are things we should or shouldn't do. So yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. So is killing someone for pleasure morally wrong?
I don't have a reason to do that, so I think it's
no.
wrong.
That's not what I asked you. If you had any reason to do it,
you did ask
I
me
asked
that.
you if it was. No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
asked
did.
you, is it morally wrong?
Yeah.
What if you did have a reason?
Wait, I have to clarify something in the chat. I did not know. Wait, 1 second. No, this is very important to my reputation. I did not know. I do not know Neff's background. I did not know that he lost his wife. I would have never said that. I apologize to you, Neff, if that's the case. They're telling me in the chat that you went through a tragedy there, and I really did not know anything about it. Okay?
I think we're more concerned about you avoiding the problem of evil.
I want to apologize formally to you, Neff, because I did not know anything about that. Okay, please forgive me. I did not mean to I didn't know.
So, Danny, is there any? If you said that killing someone for pleasure is morally wrong, right?
Yeah, I have a reason not to do it.
No, I didn't ask you if you had a reason to do it. I asked
That's
you
what
if
you did
it's
ask
more.
me. That's what
No,
I
I
mean
didn't.
by
No, I
morally
didn't.
wrong.
No, I asked you if it's morally wrong.
Yeah, that just means whether I have a reason to do it or not, right?
No, that's not whether or not have a reason.
Well, then I don't know what you mean.
Or can there be a reason, a justifiable reason for killing someone for pleasure then?
What's the distinction between justifiable reason and reason?
Well, you tell me. You're saying you don't have a reason. You must understand this stuff.
Yeah, so if I don't have a reason, I shouldn't do it. If I have a reason, I should do it.
Oh, okay. So if somebody has a reason to do it, which is that they gain pleasure from it, does that mean they should do it?
Yes.
They should?
Yes.
They should kill someone for pleasure if they enjoy it?
If they had a reason for killing them, it makes sense to say that
If the reason is pleasure, they get pleasure from killing, should they kill?
Well, like I said, I would stop them. But if you're understanding their perspective, they have a reason to do it. So they should do it.
No. Is it, you're saying is it justifiable to kill someone for pleasure because they get pleasure from it?
That's going to be dependent on one's reasons.
I hope you know you just made no sense, Danny, at all.
Danny, if somebody told you that it's acceptable to kill someone for pleasure, would you say they're wrong?
I don't know what I would say I would stop. I would
See,
stop
Danny,
them.
this is how you fail endlessly. You're a failure because your moral relativism has failed you, and atheism is what espouses moral relativism. Your
I don't see our
atheism has
disagreement.
failed you, and you have failed your atheism by making a terrible show of yourself logically and being refuted by.
Yeah, I don't know what we're disagreeing about on
You
this.
failed. Every time you do this, you're an intellectual
You're
failure.
complaining about the problem of evil, and then you're justifying evil acts.
That's right.
I'm
He's
not
complaining about God allowing evil, and then he can't even define what evil is when he's asked if killing somebody for pleasure is evil.
And then he's
takes you 2
justifying.
hours to get it out of him that it's wrong.
Look, I don't know what you mean by. I told you. I told you what I mean by.
Then he
but you haven't
breaks it down as I don't have a reason to do it. Finally, you
Neff.
press him enough, and he says it's
Neff,
wrong.
do you
but
think
then you
killing
ask
someone
him.
for pleasure? Do you think killing for some pleasure? Someone for pleasure is
I think that's wrong. Absolutely wrong.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think it can never be justified.
I don't know what you mean by justified there.
You don't know what justification means?
I take justification to be in terms of reasons, but you're
do you not understand the concept of justification?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Danny, do you understand what justification
is? The justification is rooted in reasons. I don't know what you mean otherwise.
Right. Okay, so that's right. It's rooted in reasons. So you understand what justification means?
Yes.
Okay. So it can't be justified, can it?
Well,
can killing someone for pleasure be justified?
You're denying that someone could have a reason to do it?
Is there a rational reason why it's acceptable?
I don't know what a rational reason is.
Oh, see, Danny, this is where you fail again. You keep playing
you can explain it. What is a rational reason?
You can't understand what a rational reason is?
I just take every reason.
He's just trolling at this point.
Yeah, because he's a failure. He's atheist. Moral relativism is a failure. He's getting schooled by Christians.
Yeah, I don't know what you would mean by rational if it doesn't have to do with something that rationalized.
Can killing someone for pleasure be justified? Watch, he won't answer the question.
Is there a reason?
Unbelievable, Danny. You're a complete failure, Danny.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what we're talking about.
You refuse to tell me.
And you're a failure. You've completely failed.
You haven't convinced us that God is evil.
It's actually a good thing.
God is evil. How is God evil?
It's
actually
a good
you to exist. How is he evil?
Believe it or not, it's actually a good thing that people like Danny come into these live streams and so the world can hear them fail like this. Because it demonstrates to everybody that the moral thinking of atheists is completely intellectually bankrupt.
But at least I'm coherent. I don't know what you're even saying.
No, you're incoherent, Danny. You've contradicted yourself several times.
Wait, if I'm incoherent, then how could you disagree?
You've contradicted you. Your arguments are incoherent. You've contradicted yourself.
It's just a fabrication.
And you're here telling us that God is illogical because he allows evil and he should not, or that if God allows it, then it's something that should exist. And then that would make it not evil. But then you turn around and say it's not evil to kill somebody for pleasure, and then you're going to blame God. And you're going to blame God. If God killed somebody for pleasure, would it be wrong?
But you agree with me, right? We both agree that
Danny would, if God killed
now you agree?
people, if God killed people for pleasure, would it be wrong of him to do so?
If God killed someone for pleasure?
Yeah. Would that be wrong?
If he had a reason to do it, it wouldn't be wrong.
Would that be wrong for him to do it?
If he had a reason to do it, then no.
So if I have a reason to kill somebody, right? Exactly, JJ. If I have a reason to kill somebody for pleasure, and that reason is pleasure, is that wrong?
If what you mean by wrong is that you don't have a reason, then you are going to agree with me.
I say my reason. I have a reason to kill them, and the reason is that I gain pleasure from it. That's my reason. Is that wrong, Danny?
Well, so we agree that reasons are understood in terms of rightness or wrongness, or no?
So I'll ask the question again.
It's in terms of your heart. God is looking at your heart to see what your intent is.
If my reason for killing someone is that I gain pleasure from it, is it wrong for me to do that?
Well, do we agree that if we agree on the definition of evil?
No, just can you not answer the question?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know? Do you know whether it's wrong or not, Danny?
I don't know what you're saying.
Do you know whether or not it's wrong for someone to kill someone?
Look, the point is that I'm saying that evil
Danny,
is...
are you trying to tell us that you don't know whether it's wrong to kill somebody for pleasure or not?
Look, I'm fine with having a discussion, but allow me
Danny,
to talk.
if you're not willing to admit that killing someone for pleasure is wrong, how is it that you think you can indict God for allowing evil?
Okay, I'm hopefully that will.
Do you see how you fail?
Are you going to overtalk me? Don't overtalk me. I'm asking you that if you and I agree that right means to have a reason to, and wrong means not having a reason to, then you and I are going to agree that if some killer has excuse me, if someone has a reason to kill someone for the sake of pleasure, you and I are going to agree that's good.
No, so reasons can't be wrong?
I don't know what that means.
The wrong reason to do it?
Well, that just means you have another reason that contradicts that reason.
If somebody does it for pleasure, their reason is that they
could have competing desires. Does
that make it justifiable? If they killing someone, they get pleasure from it, and their reason for doing it is because it gives them pleasure. Does that justify it?
Look, if we agree on the definition of evil, you and I are going to say yes. Both of us are going to say yes.
That I'm going to say yes. That justifies it. Killing someone for pleasure.
Yeah, if we agree on the definition.
No, you're trying to tell me that if I agree that on what you're just failing, Danny. Do you know whether or not it's wrong to do anything?
Look, if we agree, I think wrongness is a function of reasons. Now, do you agree with that or not?
The reason I've already explained, Danny. The reason for this person killing someone, Joe wants to kill Fred, and the reason is he gets pleasure from it. Is that wrong?
Okay, so if we agree that evil is a function of reasons, you and I are going to both say yes to that question. It follows.
It's wrong. It is wrong for him.
No, it follows that it is right.
Okay.
You and I are going to agree that it's right.
So if the reason is pleasure, then killing someone for pleasure is wrong. You've admitted that.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that if you and I agree.
Yes, you just did. You did.
I misspoke.
Now you contradict yourself.
I misspoke. Let me just say it again.
You denied yourself.
I misspoke. What I meant to say was that if you and I agree that what is good is what's reasonable, or what they have a reason to do, and what's evil is what you don't have a reason to do, then if you stipulate that they have a reason to do something for the sake of pleasure,
they
then
have a reason. I've already told you the reason is to gain pleasure from it.
That was good.
They have their pleasure is the reason they get pleasure.
Yeah, so you and I are going to agree that it was a good thing.
So it was. I'm going to agree that it's a good thing.
Yeah, you accepted the definition.
To kill somebody for pleasure.
If we've agreed on the definition of good and evil here.
No, we're not agreeing.
Okay, then I don't know what you mean. If you disagree with me,
you're failing logically. You're failing logically.
What do you mean by good if you don't mean what I mean?
So the reason that Joe wants to kill Fred is because he gains pleasure from it. Is that wrong? You said yes.
Well, the point is that if you and I agree on the definition, we're going to agree on the answer, right?
Okay. So it's wrong. You admitted that it's wrong for Danny for Joe to kill Fred because for the purpose of pleasure. Right.
Well, wait. If you understand that wrongness is tied to not
having already
reason,
admitted.
like you stipulated that there is.
So the reason is a wrong reason. Okay. Now let's apply this to God. if God allows
I
something
don't know
evil,
why we're moving on from
if God allows something evil to happen, God has a reason for
Yes.
allowing it, right? Okay.
That means he should.
Right. So can you explain? No. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that the evil should exist. That means God has a reason for allowing evil. Okay.
But I think those to be the same.
So can you give us an example of how God has allowed evil things to happen, and this means God should not exist or is in error in some way?
But that's a contradiction.
Because he doesn't have a justifiable reason.
I don't know what a justifiable reason is other than competing
Well,
desires.
Danny, you've acknowledged that if the reason is pleasure, then killing someone to gain pleasure is wrong.
You agree with me, though.
Okay. So now, obviously, if God has allowed evil things to happen, it's because he has a reason to allow it.
Yes.
And you would argue that God doesn't have a valid reason for
No.
allowing.
Well, what is your problem with evil?
Then right, exactly, JJ.
There's just no evil on that account.
Then your whole argument that God is illogical because evil exists has failed. You've failed yourself.
I'm just saying that if God has a reason,
Danny, you shot yourself in the mouth.
I don't understand. I'm just saying something like this, right? If
your whole argument about the existence of evil in God, it's kaputs. It's
I don't
gone.
understand. I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
This is your whole argument.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think that's how you interpreted it as non-cognitive.
You've just admitted it's a fail because you've acknowledged that there can be justifiable or non-justifiable reasons for allowing or doing evil.
I don't accept that distinction.
That's what you've just admitted.
Okay.
You've already admitted it.
Can I ask a point of clarification? I'm going to use a real-life example here where a wife had a car accident, fairly serious accident. So she rings up her husband and tells him about the accident. And his first reply was, "What happened to the car?" And this brings me back to what Danny said about what do you do when you come to a stop sign? And I believe Danny said, because I don't want to wreck my car. I just want to know, why did you say that instead of I don't want to injure or kill someone?
I was just thinking about the reason that I had at the time when I ran the red light.
Well, you know,
I see what
like,
you're saying. I think it's more likely to wreck your car than killing someone when I run red lights or when I don't.
Well, that's
the
been
reason
materialistic.
That's the reason for stopping.
See, Danny, you've acknowledged that if God has a reason for allowing evil, then there's no argument against the existence.
Yeah, there's no
God
evil.
from the evil.
That means there's no evil.
So no, it doesn't mean there's no evil. It means if God allows evil to exist, wrong things to occur, then it's because he has a reason. Just like you've acknowledged, if somebody kills somebody, then it depends on the reason. See, that was what you said. Right.
Agree.
Well, whether or not it's wrong for God to allow this or that evil thing to occur depends on the reason that God has for allowing it to occur.
Yes.
Okay, great. So now, then for you to make any kind of argument against God because of the existence of evil, you have to be able to provide. Yeah, you have to be able to provide examples of how God should not allow something that is evil to exist. Can you do that?
You and I agreed that there's no evil on that account.
No, we don't agree that there's no evil. You're failing here, Danny. You're
though.
failing. You're failing, Danny. You're failing.
You accepted my terminology.
You've acknowledged that if there's a reason, there's a reason for allowing or not allowing something evil to occur. So if you're going to use the existence of evil as an argument against God, which is your whole basis of your blather that you've been doing for hours in here now, boring the crap out of everybody, what you need to be able to do is give us an example of how God has allowed something evil to happen, and he would not have if he existed.
Oh, I agree with you. There wouldn't be evil on that account.
Okay, so can you give us an example of that, where something evil exists? And if God existed, he would not allow it.
I don't see how there could be evil on that account.
Can you explain? Can you give us anything? Because you haven't made
It's
any
your-
argument whatsoever
Look, we're not
about
disagreeing.
against
It's
the
your
existence of
argument
God
that
from the
We're not
problem of evil.
Look, Neff, we're
Okay?
not disagreeing.
Yeah, you haven't
It's
made
your-
any argument against the existence of God because of the existence of anything
Yeah, if
evil.
there's no evil,
Nothing.
then God.
Right.
God
So
could
you're
exist.
admitting. So you're
It's
admitting you
your
have no
argument.
argument. Danny, you're admitting you have no argument against the existence
Right. The
of God
problem of
because
evil
of the
is not a
problem.
problem if you
Because
don't
the
think there's evil.
problem of
There's
evil.
no problem of evil.
Yeah, if there's no
Right.
problem with if there's no
So
evil.
Danny, what you're doing right now is admitting that you don't have any argument against the
Right.
existence
I don't
of
have an
God.
argument.
Danny,
You're right.
don't. Let me get to finish the words.
Yeah,
the
all I'm
sentence
saying is
out.
that there's all I'm saying is that
Danny, what you're admitting now is that you have no argument against the existence of God because of the existence
that's
of
not
evil.
what I said.
That's what you
No,
are admitting.
you don't let me talk,
And
so let me
you
just say
can't
it.
even provide an
Let
example.
me say
So
say it.
your professed argument
Let
that there's a
him
problem
speak,
with the
Neff.
existence of God
You won't
because
let
of
me
the
talk,
existence
Will.
of
He's
evil
been
is
talking
failed.
for hours.
You
I mean,
won't let me talk.
I
I'm
just
just
want
saying
an example. Danny, we just want an
on that
example.
account there is no evil.
We want an example.
Look, on that account there is no evil.
We want an example,
What?
Danny.
I'm
You're trying
telling
to
you that
use
there's
the
no
argument.
evil.
Danny,
What are you
you're
an
trying
example?
to say
argument of
that,
God being
then there's
evil.
no.
Present your argument.
It's like the fifth contradiction in like 2 minutes.
If someone doesn't believe that there's any evil, the problem of evil, that argument won't work.
Well,
So
you
what
don't
is
believe
the
there's evil?
problem?
Well, you don't believe there's evil?
Do I think there's evil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are things that shouldn't happen, but you agree that there's things
Okay,
that
but you won't call it evil. I get that. Okay, so you agree there's wrong things that most people, reasonable people, would call evil, do exist. Now, how is that a problem for the existence of God?
Well, if God exists, then I'm misperceiving.
If God exists, He wouldn't allow evil
But
to occur.
your creator does
Is that correct?
exist, so
Is
you
that
can
what you're
stop
saying?
right there with the nonsense. Your creator does exist. You are the result of your creator
Repeat
making
your
you.
question. I didn't hear you.
That's your whole fake argument, isn't it, Danny? That if God existed, He wouldn't allow evil things to occur. Isn't that correct?
Right, because if he allowed it, then it just
Okay,
wouldn't
so
be
can
evil.
you give us an example of something evil that God has allowed to occur that gives us a reason to believe God doesn't exist?
There is no such example.
Okay, then you have no argument against the existence
there's
of
no
God
evil.
from the argument of
If God
evil.
allows
Right.
it, it's not
So you
evil.
failed. Oh, so now you're completely contradicting your whole
You just
the
all over
basis
talk
of
me,
your
but you don't
argument.
listen.
The whole basis of your
Let me
argument
know when
is
I
a
can
failure.
respond.
You just ruined your whole
You
argument.
don't
have
have an
one.
argument.
You don't have an
That's it.
argument.
You've been
Yeah,
talking for hours, and you don't have an argument against evil.
He removed his whole argument because he refuses to acknowledge that anything is morally wrong.
Well, quick is, I mean, it's just a typical atheist. I mean,
Well,
they don't have argument.
they
They're
don't
just going
let
to
me talk,
speak
Will,
over
right?
people.
Here's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say, right?
You
And
get
let's
a
see if
word.
Neff interrupts me. Let's see if Neff interrupts me. I'm just saying that if God allows something, that something can't be evil because it should happen.
No, that's not what you were arguing when you came in here. You said when you came in here, you said that the existence, the problem of evil is a problem for the existence of God. That's was your argument. That's what atheists keep right. But then you can't give us an example of something evil that exists that's a problem for the existence of God.
Well, real quick,
you can't give us an example.
I would like
The
to.
argument
You're a complete
Danny,
failure.
He's just trolling. He's just
Well,
he's
real quick, guys,
everywhere. He's
absolute
everywhere on the
failure.
map.
quick,
because
I
he's
wanna-
Danny,
I
we're
want
not
to ask
interested
something. Wait, real quick. Danny, could you please repeat what you just said?
We're not
Yeah, I'm saying this, Will, right? Something like this, right? If God
Mhm.
allows something to happen, that means it should happen.
No. Failure. I've explained why that's a failure.
Real quick, Neff. So if God allows something to happen, that means it's evil. We can pursue it as evil, but doesn't mean in the justification of God it's evil. Because God can decide to put people to death. It would
That
be
doesn't-
right in His justice, but it's not. For us, it would be murder, but in the eyes of God, it's not the same justification as we do.
Danny, that doesn't mean it should happen, exist. That just means God should allow it because we have reason to allow it.
It's
Doesn't
just
mean
a
it should happen.
fabrication. It's just a
failure.
fabrication. That's
I
all
think
it is.
Danny's okay. So
Fail
I think
again,
you guys
Danny.
are misunderstanding Danny a bit.
No,
there.
we don't misunderstand.
We're misunderstanding.
Whoa! Can we get a word? So I was saying that, Danny, are you saying that if something happened, it's because God wanted to happen? Therefore, is
Yes,
that what
that's
you're
what-
saying, Danny?
He's trying to say God is evil. He's trying to say God is evil, therefore God doesn't exist.
I'm not saying that, Will. I'm
guys,
just saying.
let Danny speak a bit.
Yeah, I'm just saying this, something like this, right? That if God can either cause something directly or allow something to happen indirectly, right? The point is that either case, he has a reason to allow for that thing to happen, which is to
You
say
don't
that
believe in God.
which is to say that it should happen.
So
You
would
don't
you say
believe
like
in God.
No, that's
wait,
wrong.
real quick, Danny, would you say like
explain that?
Like let me just give an example, Danny. Would you say if like let's say a rape happened, would you say like God caused that? Just like the Christian view in like for 2 seconds.
Okay. Is that your question? Sorry.
Yeah, my question was like, let's say like someone raped someone. Would you say that God is the author of rape?
Well, I don't think I think he refrained from interfering, and presumably it's because he thought it should have happened. If he thought that it should have not happened,
So your concept is that God.
Neff.
Oh, please, man.
Stop interrupting. Let him just give his point after I'll respond.
Oh, he's been doing that for 2.5 hours and won't answer a straight question.
Okay, well, let me just use an easy example, Baptist chat, and then we'll go back to your rape example. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the point is that like I have to get vaccinated, but I hate needles. Okay, so if I get pricked with my skin, okay, I'm gonna experience pain. I'm gonna dislike it. Okay, but it's for a greater purpose, right? I should get pricked by the needle, by the vaccination, in order to get vaccinated. It's instrumental. So if someone were to ask me, do you think you should have gotten injected that way? I would be like, yes, that was a good thing because I got vaccinated. Okay. Now let's apply it to the rape example. Okay. The point is that God, one of the skeptical theistic routes of the reply to the problem of evil is that when God allows pain and suffering, it's for a greater good, right? And so the idea is that when he allows it, that means it should happen for that aim. It's not like there's no point to it, right? When that woman is raped, okay, that God doesn't just not care, right? It's presumably for a greater purpose or for some reason. But then what the problem there is that means it should happen.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean.
So God should rape people then, according to
So
me.
how does that have anything to do with the problem of evil?
Well, can I address that real quick? What you said, Danny, if you don't mind.
Yeah, but Sal wanted to ask something before a long time ago.
Yeah, I think Sal wanted to say something before too, and he might be going to bed soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. I felt you all had a lot of stuff to settle with each other, so I just wanted that to play out. I wanted to say that we can try to be a little bit more precise about our language. That might help. The issue is why God would grant agents free will and then also the choice. Like the deep question, and one that I covered on my channel on bad outcomes by intelligent design, is the consensus is that that I read it among scholars, is Satan sinned and then God created the Garden of Eden. Why did he let Satan there, give Satan a chance to tempt Eve? And so the way that I address this is, even in human affairs, we have things like sporting events like the Super Bowl. Why do we create a situation where in order to make one team happy, we make the other 31 other teams competing for the championship, relatively speaking, unhappy? And so the idea that there's an aspect of this that guaranteed outcomes, something about not guaranteed. If we have outcomes that are not guaranteed, there's something more valuable in that, either in a sporting event or in the idea of free choice. And so God creating agents capable of making decisions, whether to choose God and love him or to disobey him, that actually makes them more valuable if they choose him. And so things that are placed at risk become, when the outcome's not guaranteed. So there's no inherent reason that a creative deity would forbid free choice. And the reason that the devil was allowed into the Garden of Eden, it's reflected in Deuteronomy 13, where God kind of plays out the same thing. He said, I'm going to let these false prophets arise among you, for the Lord your God is testing you to see whether you'll love the Lord God with all your heart and with all your soul. And so that's very valuable to God. Now, so this whole thing about letting bad outcomes happen, that's not necessarily, I mean, what do we mean by bad outcomes? I mean, outcomes, God is strong enough to make all things work for his good and for those also that love him. So in that sense, only an ultimately good outcome will come from things that go awful. And there's something to be said about being able to redeem a very bad situation. What corrects the problem of evil is the resurrection. And I cover that by trying to illustrate it with the story of Snow White. There's a verse in 2 Corinthians 4:17. For this momentary light affliction is building for us an eternal weight of glory far beyond all comparison. That verse makes sense for Christians. It doesn't really, sadly, it doesn't make sense for non-Christians. So when these awful things are happening to humanity, those who are believers, God is using that to build a happier ending. Because in so many stories in literature, the happy ending is made meaningful by the evil that happens in the early chapters. That's so clear in Snow White. And when I started relating that to people, granted, that's a fairy tale. There's something ingrained in the collective consciousness that says that's what makes the story exceptionally beautiful. Because Snow White was killed by the evil queen, but then she's resurrected and then has the wedding. And it's amazing how that parallels a lot of Christian themes. And I said, okay, so let's say we wrote a story of Snow White. There was no evil queen, no resurrection event, which also means she was never killed. How does the story play out? It says it kind of lost some of its major beauty. And what I've argued is that, yeah, granted, that's a fairy tale, but Christians believe that reality is actually, for the Christians, actually more beautiful than the fairy tale, because you see the parallels of the resurrection in the gospel message, and that's what makes it beautiful. Christ's resurrection, and then the resurrection of his beautiful bride, again, parallels to the Snow White story, make sense of all this. And I had a relative that was a victim of a terrible crime. She was murdered and sexually assaulted, and the problem of evil was close to me as it is for, I'm sure, so many people. It's like, why did God let this happen? Why are there people with these terrible diseases? And as you look in the gospel, it's like, well, God allows this for his glory. I mean, it's still kind of, a little bit troubling, but like the blind beggar, the apostle said, why is this man blind? Was it because of his sin or his parents' sin? And Jesus said, no, it was so that God might be glorified. And finally, this whole idea that we tend to anthropomorphize God doing things based on our pleasure. This is about as sensible as saying a firework. A firework will say, well, why'd you build me so that I just self-destruct? It's like, well, no, the firework wasn't created for the benefit of the firework. It was created for the benefit and pleasure of the creator. And so just because some things don't go very the way a human would prefer, it doesn't mean that it's not intelligently designed. And so that's mostly what I said in my essay on my channel. And I think that answers it, because I wrestled with the problem of evil most of my life and trying to find solutions. That's the solution I found. And that haunted me for maybe decades.
Sal, I want to talk to you about this. I don't know when you have the time, though, because I think that this is just this is too much for me to. There's too many people here, and I feel comfortable if it's not being recorded. I don't care who joins it, but like I like the sort of candid nature of a private conversation. But I don't know if you want that or not.
Oh yeah, we can talk about it. I thank you for your talk on mathematical Platonism. And one aspect of this that was very also troubling to me, I said, does God have only one direction that he can go? And I I began to see this in mathematics. It's like when we have things that deal with the infinite, things are not quite so deterministic. There is freedom to be correct, but so many different paths are actually correct. That's one of the interesting things, is that we often think there's a right and wrong answer, but in mathematics you can have multiple right answers. And I was trying to explain that, and that's why I was excited to see this free will theorem by these famous Princeton mathematicians. Like, yeah, I've heard the physics community sort of allude to this, and I've sort of seen it in my own studies of math. It's like, there are aspects of it, they're not quite as deterministic as we thought. Truth can actually be, at the root of truth can be creativity. And will there be multiple paths that are actually not wrong?
Have you ever heard of Intuitionistic logic? And it's usually applied to mathematics. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes. So we can talk.
That's what you remind me about.
Yeah. So we could talk about this on my channel sometime. Okay. And I don't know if you saw my
the problem of evil stuff. Or...
Did you see my solution to the problem of evil video?
I did see the first one.
The second one was better.
Okay. And I'll look at it.
I'll post that, and you can look at it, and we can talk about it. And that's really all I had to say. So thank you, gentlemen.
That was interesting, Sal. I appreciate that. That was nice. Yeah. Nice explanation.
Thanks, Jungle.
Oh.
Well, I want to tell you, Sal, what I conclude, but I'm not going to give you the arguments, so it's not going to be persuasive. But I think that the free will theodicy, I don't think it's enough, but we have to talk about it, right? Because I understand the intuition there that, like, if God controls the world in which you only choose the good, well, that undermines free will, right? I understand that sentiment, but I think it's actually rather technical once you break it down, some of the other stuff. But we should definitely talk about it.
Yes. Well, that's all I had to say. And thanks, guys, for hearing me out. So I'm glad I waited until I was able to have my turn.
Yeah. Lena, she asked about intuitionistic logic. It's actually kind of, most people find it boring. All that is something like rejecting something called bivalence, which is the idea that either something is either P or not P. So it's either that I am a human being or I'm not a human being, or that the answer to 2 + 2 = 4 is either 4 or not 4. So some kinds of, in philosophy of mathematics, there are a few people that reject that kind of dichotomy, like that it could be either or in a strict sense, that there's somehow a weird way you construe a statement or a proposition without committing yourself to like truth or falsity or something like that.
That is, it may or may not be related to free will in mathematics, but that was the whole thing about incompleteness. There's not necessarily a right or wrong answer. You can assume one axiom or the other. And I actually saw some good examples of that in field theory, where you could adopt one model and it's not wrong, and you can adopt another model. It's been a while. I'd have to go back to
Have you ever heard of Michael Dummett?
No.
Michael Dummett he wants to understand mathematical statements in terms of being proved, but not in terms of being true or false. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. So we wouldn't say...
See, that's the whole thing, is that when you're in a situation where two outcomes that are mutually exclusive aren't wrong, that's very interesting math, is all I could say. That doesn't mean that there isn't bivalent logic in aspects of math. We do it all the time. I mean, it's like, okay, particularly in finite mathematics, it's either one or the other. But once you get to the infinite, it becomes creative, which is kind of a very interesting property when you're no longer bound by finite reasoning. It opens a lot of worlds that are interesting, and we only see through the glass darkly because of our finite minds. We can kind of perceive it very inexactly, and we can derive a few properties, and that's kind of what fascinates mathematicians, is that it's just kind of a strange world. Hilbert said, as we were exploring infinity, he said, from his paradise, no one will ever evict us. He was talking about Cantor, who found transfinite mathematics. But the reason this is of interest to me is I was like, Lord, was the world determined to be this mess from the beginning? And it was kind of satisfying to realize yes and no. Yes and no is that no, in the sense that God could have taken other paths, and they would have been good also. He could have taken other paths, and that there's something deeply satisfying in that thought. And yes, in the fact that God ordains all things for his good and for those who love him. So there are a lot of paradoxes in math, as there are in everything in reality.
And I look forward to our conversation.
We're about to hit 0 degrees here in southern Missouri. I never expected to see that. I could see 0 degrees in Nebraska, maybe, but southern Missouri.
Somebody in the text chat is arguing for Calvinism, and they said there's no libertarian free will in the scriptures. That's absolutely not true. Joshua 24:15 in God's word says, and God says, and if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day who you will serve. That's libertarian free will. So the Calvinist is absolutely bonkers.
We have to choose. We have to make.
There is no libertarian free will. That's right. We have to choose to believe upon Christ in our heart.
Well, how do you deal with the Bible passage where it says no one can seek after God?
Sal, do you want to schedule a time right now in the private chat?
Well, how do you answer for the fact that the Bible has libertarian free will in it? Aren't you misinterpreting that passage? Because if God says choose who you're going to serve, does he mean he's forcing you to serve? Nonsense. What does it mean what does it mean when the scriptures say, John 11:26, and whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die? Whosoever. If you go to the scriptures, the words in the passage and in several others like it are pas hosio on, and that means implication of a choice. It can go to the left, it can go to the right. Pas hosio on literally means by a free will choice. It means there's a variable. It can go either way. Somebody has to make a choice.
Okay,
and that's why the scriptures say, whosoever believes upon Jesus.
Okay, so how do you deal about the Bible passage where it says that no one can seek after God and that no one can come to him except the Father draws him to me, and then I will raise him up on the last day?
Right.
Yeah, because
God
you have to be convinced by God's word, but you still have to choose. He told Cain to choose.
They have to be drawn to be able to believe on Jesus. That doesn't mean that God makes them believe. It means he draws them. They still have a choice whether or not to believe or not.
Well, it says everyone that come to me will no wise cast out. My Father draws them.
That's right.
It's all to God's glory because it's God's word that convinces us to do what's right.
You're misinterpreting God drawing.
We still have to choose. But you still have to choose.
You're misinterpreting.
I'm not a Calvinist.
Okay, but you're misinterpreting God drawing somebody as God forcing someone.
How am I misinterpreting? I'm just asking
well, that's what I'm explaining to you. It doesn't mean the same thing.
No, I believe everyone can come to Christ, but I'm just asking you what's your view on John 6.
Well, I just explained to you.
That doesn't make sense.
God drawing someone doesn't mean God forces anyone to believe upon Christ or not. God enables them to believe upon Christ by drawing them. That doesn't mean that they will choose to.
And even your ability to choose to do what's right is the power that God gives you, and it's to God's glory because it's His power that He gives you to be able to do what's right.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So there's a room. Here's a room. There's a room in which certain knowledge can be shared with you that enables you to make a profound decision about something. But you have to be in the room to get the information. It's not available anywhere else in the world. God says, He opens up the door. Come on in here. I want to share something with you. Here's the information. And He puts it on a computer screen for you, and you get to see it. Then He says, what you going to do? They choose.
So,
God didn't force them because they came into the room to get the information. He just provided them with the information. This is how you can be saved. Oh,
well,
and the person is then going to decide.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that there. It says
it doesn't say God forced anybody to believe or not believe.
Neff, you gotta stop interrupting a bit. I'm just saying
the Bible
that
doesn't say that God forced anybody. I'm sorry.
I don't believe that either. I'm just saying that all that the Father give me will come to me, and him that come to me, I will no wise cast them out.
Right.
So how does the Father give people to the Son? Because the Bible clearly teaches that no one can seek after God. So
how is that Calvinist?
How is that Calvinist that the Father give people to the Son?
Who are given? Are the saved given or are the unsaved given to Christ?
No unsaved would be given. Read Ephesians 1.
They're saved.
No one seeks after God except
so
that.
they got saved first, then they're given to Christ.
But
that's
with
not
God,
saying.
all things are possible. Though God is able to make.
I'm saying
God
that
is able. If you listen, Will, God is able to make all grace abound towards you, so that you always having all sufficiency in all things may abound to every good deed. With men, it's impossible. With God, it's possible.
So Will, all you're pointing out is that God, the Father, gave to the Son these people, right?
I'm saying
but did He give the saved or the unsaved to them? He gave those who are saved. Now, how did they become saved? That's the thing.
No, it says all the Father give me, they will
That's right.
come to me.
We already know
and
that.
those
You've
who
already
come
read
to
that.
me, I will not cast them out.
That's right.
Why is the Father giving people to the Son? What about those who have not been given to the Father? Are they going to be saved? No, because they haven't been saved. Read John chapter 5
before they were given.
Right, but how is someone saved?
Read John chapter 5.
How is someone saved?
Literally people
it's
saw the
by
miracle of
God's
Jesus.
word that people
Dude,
are
hello,
saved.
yo, Jungle. Hello.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's by God's word that people are saved.
Will. We're trying to teach you something, Will.
I don't believe in Calvinism.
Well, what you're arguing for is Calvinism, whether you like it or not. That's what you're doing.
I don't believe what I'm arguing for. I'm just
by God's word that you are saved. If God's word is brought to you, and if you hear God's word, you can be saved. If not, you're probably not going to be saved.
I would
say
the
Bible's clear.
Not going to listen to
Bible's
God's
clear. Libertarian free will. We choose to do this. We choose to do that. We choose to do the evil that we do. We choose to believe or not believe upon Christ. Calvinism contradicts the gospel of Jesus Christ. In Calvinism, God created people for the purpose of being damned without giving them the opportunity to hear and believe upon the word of God.
That's misrepresenting Calvinism here.
That means the God of the Calvinists is the most wicked being that could possibly exist. There could be no being that would be more evil than the God of the Calvinists.
That's what no more evil being. That's what they hear.
That's not what they're saying. Calvinists are saying that.
That's what the atheists are hearing from Calvinists.
Okay, so I'm saying that Calvinist view is that we're in a fallen world, so no one can seek after God because they're in a fallen nature, children of wrath by default. Like the Bible teaches, we're children of wrath by our beginning of stage. Like even David says that in my mother womb was I conceived in sin. So children of wrath. I think it's Ephesians 1:8.
Calvinism teaches a lot more than that. It teaches that God created people to be damned without the opportunity to believe upon Christ and be saved. And that's not what the Bible teaches.
If you draw near to God, He will draw near to you.
That would be a very wicked being that would do that.
If the Word of God is brought to you, you have a chance to believe and be saved. If not, if you don't have the Word of God, you're not going to understand anything, and you have no hope. And it's our responsibility to bring the Word of God to everyone.
The scriptures say that it's God's wish that all would be saved and come to repentance. Now, that can't be true if Calvinism were true. So you see, Calvinism contradicts the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Well,
because God states in His Word, it's His wish that all would be saved. Now, the Calvinists' God, though, is creating people, and before He created the world, I'm going to make this guy, and I'm going to make him damned. Oh, but I wish he'd come to repentance and be saved. Now I'm going to throw him in hell. Oh, I wish this guy would come to repentance and be saved, but I'm going to make him so he's damned. I'm going to throw him in hell. The God of the Calvinist is a psychopath.
Well, so if I can get a word now. So what I was saying is we're children of wrath by nature. We're children of disobedience by nature. Therefore, we're in a fallen state. That's what Calvinists believe. We're in a fallen state, and no one can come to Christ except he receive the sanctification. Then after, he will come to Christ. That's the Calvinist view.
Yes, of course, they believe that God pre-chose people before the foundation of the world. They have no choice; they will become saved. And He also pre-chose that certain people would also be damned before they had the opportunity to hear the gospel.
Well, what do you think about?
And that's false.
What do you think about the Bible verse where it says? Well, what do you think about the Bible verse where He says He chose us in Him before the foundation of the world?
He chose whom to draw. It doesn't mean He saved.
It says He chose us.
Doesn't mean you can't believe.
Wait a second. All right, this passage you're referring to, that God chose us. Who this is Paul writing. This is in Romans, right?
No, this is in Ephesians.
Ephesians, okay. Who is God? Who is Paul referring to? The us that Paul is referring to.
Let's see the passage before.
Is referring to the people that reject God when they hear the gospel.
He is speaking to the church, to the believer.
That passage. Calvinism contradicts the gospel. According to as He hath chosen us in Him before the foundation of the world, chosen us who are in Him.
No, it says in Him.
Okay, read it carefully. Let's read it carefully. According as He hath chosen us in Him, those of us who are in Him, before the foundation of the world. You know what this means? This means God chose before the foundation of the world that those who would be in Christ would be the ones who would be saved. This is God's plan of salvation. It doesn't mean God chose Joe or Fred or Mary to be saved before He made the world. What He chose is that them who are in Christ will be saved.
So
okay, it doesn't it doesn't mean God individually pre-saved any individual person. This is very much like the passages where Calvinists use this particular passage. It's one of their go-to passages. They say where the Bible says that what was that passage? They say that. Let's see. What was that? What was that passage?
I know.
It doesn't take away anyone's responsibility. Everyone still has the same responsibility to respond to God's word.
So yeah, I want to go back to John 6. So when He says, although the Father draws me, He's just speaking about people being enlightened by the Holy Spirit, so they will come to me. I don't believe in Calvinists. I think Calvinist is an evil. It makes God a monster. But I was just And actually, Neff, I don't know if you would be interested. There's like a Calvinist that's he's good for defending his stuff. Maybe you should do a debate with him.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I think.
No, he's Matt. He's Matt. Yester, not Matt Slick. Matt Yester.
I talked with Matt Yester like 10 years ago.
Matt Yester? Oh, I've argued with Matt Yester about Calvinism in my own live streams a couple of years ago. He got so frustrated by me sharing the actual gospel that he rage quit.
Oh yeah.
I have a video of my discussion with Matt Yester a long time ago.
Yeah, I always point that out to Calvinists.
Maybe it was 8.
I always tell them Calvinism is a philosophy of man.
I offered to debate him in a structured debate, and he wouldn't accept.
Yeah, Calvinism is a philosophy of man.
Well, it justifies the atheists rejecting God because they think, well, they're going to be rejected anyways, and it takes away the responsibility to choose to do what's right.
That's right. Atheists will use it as an excuse.
It's exactly what they're thinking, because they think that God didn't choose them, so why should they try? But they still have a responsibility to do what's right. The same, if Cain had the responsibility to choose to do what's right, everybody does.
Here's one of the go-to passages, excuse me, of Calvinists. Romans 8:29. For whom he did foreknow, he did also predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so they think, look, God predestinated people to be saved. No, read this. What does it say? I'm going to put it in the chat so everybody can read it. It doesn't espouse Calvinism. I'm going to put it in the chat here. Let me paste it in there so you can read it for yourself. Here it is. There it is. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son. What did God predestinate? That the saved would be conformed to the image of Christ. That's the plan of salvation. That doesn't mean God individually picked Joe or Fred or Teddy to be saved. It means that those, whoever they are, who become saved would be conformed to the image of Christ. And this is why in the book of Job, Job says, I know that when it says, I wait my change. He says, that he would be raised from the dead. He says, no, I await my change. Because he's talking about his own change to be transformed into the image of Jesus.
In my flesh, I will see God. That's what he said.
I wait until my change come, said Job. So his change would occur at the resurrection when he's transfigured and gets an incorruptible flesh like Jesus has. It can never perish.
Yeah.
So those who say libertarian free will is not taught in the Bible are lying. They haven't read the Bible. They have not carefully read the Bible.
Is SFT in the voice chat or is he just in the chat?
I don't know, Danny. Can you send your YouTube channel in the private chat, please?
Okay. It was in both chats, but I'll put it in both.
Yeah, you don't have admin perm, so we cannot see your link.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you do.
I'll do it again.
Oh, now you have it.
I know.
I personally wouldn't give Calvinists a second on my own channel. That's just me, though. People
and persuaded that he is able to keep that which I've committed unto him that day. Against that day.
There couldn't be any God more wicked than the God of Calvinists. He would be, if the God of the Calvinists existed, he would be the most wicked being that could possibly exist, because he created millions of people purposefully to be condemned and damned. And not only, it's even worse if you believe in the false idea of eternal torment, because not only did God create them ahead of time for the purpose of being damned, but for the purpose of being tormented forevermore. Just God made somebody, I'm going to make this guy and make him suffer forever, just because I'm glorious. And the Calvinists will actually say God did it for his own glory. So their God is a psychopath that gets kicks. He gets his jollies from having people suffer, so he can have other people look at him and say, God, you're mighty great because you can make somebody suffer forever. What? That's a God worthy of worship?
People are already suffering because of their choice, and God is offering us salvation from ourselves, our evil nature.
Is this a T here now?
Yes, I'm back.
Do you want to play that video very quick?
He was making some coffee. That's why.
Oh, I'm all coffeeed out. I had 2 big coffees during the during the debate with Bill and Cygnus. I can't believe that debate was 9 p.m. So that was 8.5 hours ago. These streams have been going.
Wow.
Were you planning on playing the video in stream right now to SFT or no?
Oh, did you want to play a video? You said.
Well, it's a quick exchange between Pine Creek and I.
Oh, I want to see that.
We should play it.
Yeah, play that.
Not if it's more his mumbo jumbo avoiding arguments.
Pine Creek is
pretending.
Not the one you want to watch.
Haven't we had enough of that nonsense?
It's nothing to do with the realm of evil. I don't know it.
Yeah, but Pine Creek is horrible. He's a horrible person.
Right, and I embarrass him.
Yeah, if you wanted to play a video, anybody wants to play a video, I think you can do it from your end too, Danny. Like you could share screen. You got to make sure you share your audio, and then I can.
No, I think you need to authorize it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can authorize it here. Or anybody, you put the link in the side chat. If anybody wants to pull up the video, I have no problem.
Well, I have the video here. Here, I'll put it in side chat.
I think I see it.
It's the Danny video.
I saw Danny. You were sharing something for a second.
There it is. Sorry.
No problem. Just make sure you click audio, and we are good. Yeah, I stepped away for about maybe about an hour there, but I was real quick before I share screen because I was. You're gonna like this one, Neff. Next Thursday, I've got Dr. Matthew McLean. He's a PhD in vertebrate paleontology, and he's read James Downard, our favorite critic, James Downard. His book, Evolution Slam Dunk, I think it's called, on the so-called mammal-like reptiles, synapses.
Yeah, synapses, yeah.
Right. So he's coming on. He's a young Earth creationist, PhD vertebrate paleontologist. So
awesome.
He's going to come on and we're going to address R.J. Downard's favorite reptile or mammal reptiles.
Poor Downard.
Yeah, he's.
Oh my gosh!
I'm definitely sending Downard an invite to this one. But real quick, this is the last thing I'll say, and then I'll share Danny's video. Dr. McLean's done work in terms of baraminology, looking at the synapsids, and he's found some barriers and discontinuities, looking at hierarchical patterns and stuff. So he's going to go over some of his findings on Thursday. So I'm pumped, and that's all I wanted to say. That's kind of what I was off doing. But here's
And I want to say that the argument that I give against naturalism here is one that anyone can use, and actually really simple once you grasp it, and it's very effective and easy to push. But so if anyone doesn't know, I was debating, so I wasn't really educating or anything like that. So you might miss the argument. But if it's something that you don't understand, we should talk about it after. But it's a very simple argument against naturalism.
You're an atheist, and you're making an argument against naturalism.
Right, that's what the video is about.
Strange.
I don't think mental states exist. I think
It's a weird world.
Self-deluded.
Do you believe that?
I've been programmed to believe that.
Okay, so you do believe that, but that's self-defeating. You just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
You said there are no mental facts. Beliefs are mental facts, and you said that you were programmed to believe.
Belief is just a word that we use to describe things.
Then I don't know what you mean by it.
I don't know what you mean by it.
A mental fact? You don't know what I mean by a mental fact?
Yeah, what's a mental fact?
A mental fact, there are two kinds of mental facts, right? Generally speaking. Intentional states and qualitative states. Intentional states, the classical understanding is that they're about...
No, intentional states don't exist.
Do you know what I mean by intentional state?
Go ahead.
Wait, you said they don't exist. So what did you mean? It seems like you're being dishonest.
No, I think you're being dishonest. I think you believe in mental states and intentional states, but you're lying.
I don't understand.
I think you're just self-deluded.
How would you know whether I'm lying if you don't even know what I'm saying?
Well, because you're just spewing out your pre-programmed nature.
Do you think lying is intentional?
What's an intentional state?
What's an intentional state? Some kind of state that's of or about something else.
Yeah, and that's just been programmed into you.
Are you saying that there's a cause-effect relationship between an intentional state and some other fact?
I'm saying it's completely naturalistic.
I don't know what you mean by programmed, other than what you just said. You're saying that there's a causal interaction between the natural and the physical?
They're the same thing.
I meant the natural state and the intentional state.
Same thing.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that they can interact.
I'm saying the same thing.
You're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. But you're disputing the existence of intentional states, right?
Intentional states, if you define it as naturalistic, yeah, then that exists. If you define it as immaterial, then it doesn't.
Wait, so you have a concept, you distinguish something natural and non-natural, right?
No. There's only natural exists.
So a natural thing is just a thing.
Yeah.
So a natural thing is uninformative.
I don't know what you mean by uninformative, but if you mean it in a naturalistic sense, then you're
right. You're
not
adding anything to the data when you say something is natural.
Because are you adding anything to the data when you say something is not natural?
I distinguish them, so yes. You don't. This is a problem for you.
I distinguish them. I don't distinguish them, so it's meaningful. Yes.
The fact that I distinguish them, there's a meaningful difference between
the fact that I don't distinguish them means it has meaning.
No, because what you just said is everything is a natural thing, right?
Right.
So that means that if it's natural, it's just a thing, right?
Right.
Okay, so when you say there's a natural thing, you're saying there's a thing.
Yeah, thing. Yeah.
Okay, do you think the extra thing to the word thing adds any extra information?
No, I'm saying you don't need to add anything.
You don't need. Look, I'm just saying that when I say that a closed door is closed, that's uninformative because it's a repetition of what's in the subject, right? In the same way that if I said this is a cup, or that's a thing, I don't need the extra word to describe what I'm referring to.
Right. You do not need the extra immaterial to describe what we're
Wait, you need to respond to what I said.
I am.
No, you did not. You switched on my delineation between immaterial and immaterial.
You're saying that I'm not adding anything useful, and I'm saying you're not adding anything.
You understand the argument for why I said that?
Yeah, you think it's adding something to it, and I disagree. I think
really don't. I can repeat it if you want. Right? Here's the thing: if you define everything as a natural thing, right? Okay, that means that, or rather, I should say, anything that is natural is just a thing. Then to say a natural thing is to repeat yourself and say that it's a thing.
Yeah, thing.
Okay, but you admit that that's redundant.
Yes.
So the word natural, it doesn't add anything when you predicate it of an object.
Right, and just like supernatural or immaterial doesn't add anything.
No, you think that's incoherent, right? You're switching to my view, right? You want to escape your problem and get into the delineation between natural and non-natural, which I can actually...
I'm saying you're deceived. You think you have a mind, you think you have a self, but you don't. You think there's consciousness, but there isn't.
Look, that's self-defeating. If you don't think... You're saying you, which is presumably implying a point of view, right?
It's just language.
I don't know what you mean.
It's just the way we robots communicate.
Do you know how to distinguish a philosophical dispute and a semantic dispute?
Yeah, I'm saying you're just
There's two different kinds of disputes, right? Presumably, we're having a philosophical dispute. That's to say, some kind of conceptual disagreement. We're not disagreeing about the words, as I can see. I don't know, right? Because I've agreed to do an internal critique of your notion of natural, right? Your notion of natural just means everything, right? Which means that to say that there's some natural thing doesn't add anything to the object in terms of.
And to say that there's something other than natural doesn't add anything.
Look, okay,
or does it?
Just to for sake of argument, let's say there's no such thing as the non-natural. Let's say I'm wrong. You still have a problem on your hands.
What problem is that?
I've repeated it like 3 times.
Say it in one sentence.
Yes.
What's the problem with naturalism?
The problem with defining everything as natural is that the word natural becomes vacuous.
Okay. But there's no, okay, go on.
Okay, so when you predicate an object as being natural, that's supposed to be informative, right?
Well, it's just for people like you who are deceived, we use that word.
Okay, I'll grant it. Let's say I'm deceived. You can't escape the objection.
Well, the only objection I'm making is that what you're talking about doesn't add anything.
Sure, I could be deceived, but you still have to reply to my rebuttal or my objection to your view.
Which is?
This is the 5th time. Right? Let me repeat it again for you.
But I'm not adding anything, right?
So you don't escape. Let's just grant that you're right about my deception. I'm deceived about the non-natural. Okay? That way you can't dodge the question.
It's programmed in you.
Okay? So, moving on.
I don't blame you.
If you define everything as natural, that means that to say that something is natural is just to say that it's part of everything or that it's a thing,
Yeah,
right?
Except for when I'm talking to people
I
like
said
you.
that wrong. I have to repeat myself.
Then
Right?
it has meaning.
Well,
Because
do you think that
self-deceived people like you?
do you know the difference between like something meaningful and something vacuous?
Do you know the difference between?
Do you know the difference between vacuous and meaningful? Look, is it meaningful to say an object is an object? It is, clearly, right? A is A. But an object as an object is vacuous. It's not informative. Do you understand the distinction between meaningful and vacuous, being something that a vacuous statement?
Do I understand the difference between meaningful and a vacuous statement?
Sorry, I think I don't.
I think most of what you're spewing is vacuous.
Yeah, you're not a very serious interlocutor, are you?
Danny, if
I'm giving you as much seriousness as you deserve.
I have to go in 4 minutes, Nathan. So you can say what you have to say, and I'll respond once, and then you can have the last word.
Okay.
Yeah, I think your argument.
This guy's an idiot.
I think your argument sucks, Danny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, your argument kind of sucked, Danny, but like Pine Creek or whatever, like I've seen him a couple of times. He's just a big.
The point is that the word natural doesn't add anything to any object if you think everything is natural.
If everything is natural, yeah.
That's a good argument because presumably they want to distinguish something that's not natural and something that is natural. But if they don't make that distinction, then everything is natural. And so when I say that object is natural, I'm saying that object is an object.
But Danny, the problem
problem
for you as an
with what is
atheist
natural-
is if you argue against the idea that all naturalism explains all phenomenon, you're arguing against your own atheism.
Yeah, because what is natural is contingent. Everything that's natural is contingent.
You're a mixed up bag, Danny.
Yeah, I don't see how that
That's
follows.
That's a straw man, Neff.
No, it's not. It's true.
Yeah, it is.
No, naturalism is necessarily true if atheism is true.
There's
no such
throwing
thing as
tons
the
of
super.
straw men.
No such thing as the supernatural.
Less than 50%
If atheism were true, there could be no such thing as
Less
the
than
supernatural.
50% of philosophers are naturalists, right? But most of them are atheists. So there's a big problem on your view.
No,
but
the problem
atheists are
is the
naturalists too.
atheists by necessity must be a naturalist.
Yeah, I don't know of any argument that supports that.
Yeah, that's true.
Atheists
Well, you want me to
are
explain it to you?
naturalists. Atheism isn't anything. Atheism is nothing.
Let me
They're
explain it to you.
naturalists.
I don't. Okay, so you're going to explain to me why the belief
Sure.
that
I'll just ask you a series of questions. Danny, do you have a spirit, a non-physical sentient component that's not comprised of matter or a property of matter?
Yeah, I have a mind.
No, not mind. Okay, great. So you have a spirit.
Okay, if that's
You
what
call
you
it
mean by
mind.
spirit, if that's
A
what you mean.
non-physical intelligence that is not dependent upon its existence is independent of your physical brain. Is that
He
right?
thinks it's physical.
Right.
Well,
He thinks
no, I don't think. I think I have a mind. It's not material, but it depends.
Okay, great. It's immaterial. Then it's not comprised of matter, and it's not produced by your brain either. Right?
Yeah, not in the production. Yeah, I don't think it's because of my brain that I have a mind.
Okay, so you just contradicted atheism again.
Because of what?
I don't see the contradiction.
Yeah, because where does the spirit come from, Danny?
Where does my mind come from?
No, well, you call it spirit.
What is a spirit?
I'm going to call it spirit. You've acknowledged already it's a non-physical intelligence that is not produced by your brain. Is that
a
correct?
Spirit like Casper the Ghost? Is that what you mean by spirit?
You have a
We're talking about
non-physical.
Casper the Ghost.
Danny, do you have a non-physical intelligence component that is not produced by your body?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the same thing as spirit. We're going to call it spirit.
That's fine. I'll accept those
mind,
terms.
whatever. Okay, that's fine. What is the cause of the existence of your spirit?
I don't know.
Okay, but it has a cause. Isn't it true, Danny, that all things have cause?
No.
There's not any nothing that exists that is causeless. Nothing that exists that we know of that is eternal, right?
No,
I would say God is eternal, but you're not eternal,
Physical
are you, Danny?
thing.
Yeah,
Danny,
I'm fine with granting that there might be some explanation. There's an explanation for why I have a mind. That's
okay,
fine.
but Danny, right? There's a cause for the existence of your mind, and
Sure,
right, and your mind hasn't existed eternally in the past. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so there was a cause for their being coming into
Well,
being.
that doesn't necessarily
for
follow.
your
But
mind.
I'll grant it. It doesn't necessarily follow, though.
It does. Your mind had a cause. Something caused it.
I can grant that.
What is a potential cause for a non-physical intelligence?
I don't know.
Mind. No.
Not physical.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to tell you that another non-physical mind would be the only potential explanation for the existence of your mind.
That doesn't follow.
Your mind is created by another mind.
In fact, no
if
physical
you're not
thing.
infinite, your mind was created by another mind. Now, logically, it follows that God is the creator of our minds. He has created our spirits. Okay, so if you're going to say you're an atheist, but you have a non-physical sentient component that's not created by your body, you're contradicting atheism because you're saying that that it's plausible that God exists. You can't call yourself an atheist anymore. The worst you could do is call yourself a weak agnostic.
Yeah, I don't see the contradiction.
Well, yeah, I know. You never see your own failures. I'm just pointing one out to you.
No physical thing.
Yeah, I did.
No
I just
physical
pointed one
thing
out.
can cause itself, anyways, because every physical thing is contingent on what is not contingent, which is a supernatural cause.
And see, Danny, so you see that if an atheist says they don't believe in naturalism, there is not a component of their worldview, they're opening up the door for the existence of God, and they can't call themselves an atheist anymore. The best they could do is call themselves
You didn't support that.
Agnostic.
You didn't support
Besides,
that. Yeah, I
atheists are
absolutely did.
naturalists.
I did, and you're in denial of it.
What are the two propositions?
If an atheist says they're not a naturalist, or if they said they weren't an evolutionist, or they said they're not, if they have a spirit or a non-physical mind that's not produced by their physical flesh, then immediately they've screwed themselves.
Yeah, I don't see the two propositions that you.
I know you don't see your failures. You never do, Dan.
Atheism can't tell you anything.
I'm just sharing.
Atheism doesn't tell you anything.
You can be blind to them till your face falls off. I'm just sharing them with you.
Okay, thank you.
Atheism has nothing to say. It can't tell you anything.
Atheism is a worldview, and these are the tenets of atheism: philosophical materialism, physical determinism, moral relativism, naturalism, and evolutionism. If you say you're an atheist and you don't believe one of those components, you don't believe them, you fail as an atheist, because atheism entails those views.
But everything that is something is contradictory to atheism, anyways.
You didn't provide an argument for why a mind entails.
Well, of course I did. You acknowledge that your spirit, your mind, whatever you want to call it, has a cause.
Sure.
Okay. It can't. It's not a physical thing that caused it. You admitted your body didn't make it.
Said that.
Your body didn't make it, you say, right?
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't mean that
Okay.
nothing outside of it could have made it.
So you're saying some physical, okay, so now you're saying that it's plausible that some material physical thing is able to create that which does not exist physically.
Yes.
Can you explain that? Why that's logical?
No contradiction.
Why is it logical that something that doesn't exist physically can be produced by something that
Because it doesn't entail a contradiction.
That is physical?
Because
how does the physical produce the non-physical?
It doesn't entail a contradiction.
You can't explain? How does the physical produce the non-physical?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Only if it's your imagination.
Is there a mechanism for the physical to produce that which does not physically exist?
A mechanism? Is it just using physical cause?
Is there a means by which do I have to ask this question 19 ways for you to pretend that you can answer it?
Well, Neff, the thing is, you're just flat out wrong. Like, you don't have to be an atheist to be a naturalist.
Well, I've just demonstrated why you do.
No, you didn't.
A deist would be a naturalist, and they believe in a supernatural thing.
Atheists
naturalists believe in a natural cause for everything.
Atheism is naturalism. I've explained why. Atheists refuse to acknowledge that most atheists. Now, this young man is an exception. He's the only atheist I've ever encountered.
You're just wrong, Neff. You can't admit to being wrong.
I can name all.
Who will admit that his mind is not comprised of matter, not produced by the physical body.
I can list a lot of professional philosophers that are atheists that are not naturalists.
Well, okay, so those people are also in contradicting their own world.
They're not, Neff. You're just a moron. You're just an idiot, Neff.
And I've explained why.
Yeah, but you're wrong. And we've explained why you're wrong, but you won't listen because you're a narcissist and you got like a personality disorder.
If I'm wrong, then can you explain to me how the physical creates that which doesn't exist physically?
Wait, nothing turns on that question. If we say we don't know, there's no contradiction.
Okay, so you can't explain why it's logical to believe. Right, so because the physical, it's nonsense to say the physical creates that which doesn't exist physical.
I'm saying that if I say I don't know, it doesn't entail that I should.
No, I'm just telling you, what you're saying you don't know is simply saying I can't offer an explanation for my worldview.
Nothing turns on that, Neff. Nothing.
No, that's all you're doing is saying I can't account for my own worldview.
You were saying there was
agnosticism.
You're saying there was a contradiction.
You're just saying you can't support your worldview. Is there
a contradiction? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, what's the two propositions that are contradictory?
The contradiction is the irrationality of that something physical can create something non-physical.
Yeah, what's the contradiction?
You can't explain your own worldview.
It doesn't follow if I can't explain, therefore there's a contradiction.
No, it's incoherent.
Read a logic.
It's incoherent to believe that something physical produces that which is non-physical. And so you admit you can't defend your own worldview. But to claim that you have a non-physical component, an intelligence not produced by your body, contradicts your own worldview. Because, yeah, I did. I explained because that opens. Danny, I'll say it again.
What are the
because it opens. Because if your mind has a cause, you open the door for the existence of God being the cause. Now you can't call yourself an atheist anymore. You can only call yourself an agnostic.
Just because it's possible doesn't mean
you've blown it, Danny. I just demonstrated to you why it's irrational to say you're an atheist and to acknowledge you have a non-physical sentience.
You don't know what a contradiction is.
You just failed. Because now you can't call yourself an atheist logically. All you can do is say I'm an agnostic.
You didn't show a contradiction.
You blew it, Danny.
Now, if you're a naturalist, you think you know nature causes everything, explains nature, but it doesn't explain its own existence.
This is about the 50th failure you've made.
Contradiction.
You've made a failure. You deny your own worldview in order to try to support it, and you can't do that. It fails when you do that.
You haven't shown that.
I have shown that.
What's the contradiction?
Danny, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it one more time. This will be the last time. I'm doing it so that people who listen can hear this and see how stupid you're being right now. If you say you have a non-physical sentience and you acknowledge that it has a cause and it's not produced by your body, you're opening the door for God to be the explanation for your spirit. And if that's true, you cannot call yourself an atheist anymore.
I heard no
So
contradiction.
you cannot be an atheist and say you have a non-physical sentience.
You're just reasserting the claim.
Because you
say,
have to
"I don't
have,
know," that's
Danny,
agnostic.
because you have to acknowledge, if you're going to be consistent with your atheism, you have to believe that your sentience is produced by that which is physical. It's produced by your body,
I'm not
your
even
brain.
committed to that.
Okay, so that's a failure.
I'm saying that's possible. But
Atheists who don't hold to naturalism and philosophical materialism fail their own
Did anybody
worldview.
else hear the contradiction? Because I didn't.
And you can't tell us anything for sure.
There was no contradiction.
You failed your own worldview. You can't be, if you're not a naturalist and a philosophical materialist, you can't be an atheist.
Atheism can't tell you what is. Can't tell you anything about naturalism or anything.
Atheism depends on philosophical materialism, physical determinism,
All you made
moral
is
relativism, naturalism, and evolutionism. If you remove any one of those, atheism
Sal, do
fails.
you see a contradiction?
Atheism fails.
Sal, do you see a contradiction?
You said you don't know. That's agnostic.
Can't hear you, Sal. Sal, are you muted?
Oh, apologies. I actually wasn't listening. I was busy typing in the chat.
Oh, never mind. Sorry to bother you.
Yeah. So if you unplug any one of those tenets, those 5 tenets,
You haven't
from
shown
atheism,
this, Steph. You're just repeating yourself
it
over and over
fails.
and over again.
Of course I have, Danny. You're a silly denialist.
Look,
You've made countless errors in here
I can
tonight
explain
and can't acknowledge any of them.
Do you know what a contradiction is? Do you see
Danny,
P and
Danny, if your mind is a non-physical thing not produced by your body, but it has a cause, then it's plausible that there is a supernatural cause for your.
Well, look, I could grant that.
Mind,
I could grant that there might be a non-natural cause, but that doesn't mean therefore God.
Okay. So God could be the explanation.
Well, I don't believe in God. I think that's impossible. So no.
Doesn't matter. That logically, God could be the explanation.
No, logically, God is incoherent on my view.
Logically, God could be the explanation for your cause.
Look,
A spirit,
you're doing an internal critique, are you
a
not?
non-physical entity which produces another non-physical entity. See, that's plausible. And if God is non-physical entity, then if your physical non-physical entity has a cause, it's logical that another non-physical entity is the cause, since it's illogical that material causes can bring into existence things that don't physically exist.
What is the argument?
Therefore, you can't say you have no reason to believe in God.
What is the argument for that
The best an atheist could do then is change to agnostic, saying it's possible God exists. I just don't have any evidence for him. But yet you admit that your spirit has a cause. Your
and
spirit
you have not
has a cause.
argued for your position. You're just making claims.
Danny, you said your spirit has a cause.
Right, but that doesn't mean therefore it's material or immaterial.
All right, there you go. Well, you've already acknowledged your mind was immaterial.
That doesn't mean that the cause.
Now you're denying yourself. Now you're denying what you've already said.
It's not atheism, Danny. It's not atheism. You're not an atheist. If you don't know, it's not. You're not an atheist.
He contradicts himself, and then he argues for what he wants, what he contradicts. He does it back and forth.
No, you say anything. You'll say anything, and then you try to backtrack on what you said.
I'm saying that he's strawmanning me.
Constantly.
You strawman me, and then you.
Danny, what are the potential causes for your non-physical intelligence?
I don't know.
Can you what can you conceive of that could be potentially the cause for your non-physical intelligence?
I don't know.
Okay, then if you don't have any clues, then you need to learn from me when I tell you that it's logical that a non-physical entity is the cause of your non-physical entity. There you go. See?
Give me the contradiction.
Now you can't say you're an atheist anymore.
Give me a contradiction. You still have not done that.
I just demonstrated your failure. Danny?
No, you have not given a contradiction.
Oh, Danny, you have failed so bad here. I've wiped the floor with you, kiddo.
Look, I know I know your common talking points. I'm just asking for a contradiction.
I've already wiped the floor with you. I've
What are the two
demonstrated
propositions
the
that I hold
failures,
that are contradictory?
the failures of your argument.
What are the two propositions that I hold that are contradictory?
You're
Proposition
self-refuting.
one, I need the first proposition. What's the first proposition that's
I
contradictory?
already made the proposition. If your sentience is intangible and immaterial, then it's logical that another intangible, immaterial entity has caused the existence of yours.
Okay, then the next proposition, that contradicts that?
Cause and effect.
What's the second proposition?
That potentially is God, and therefore
What's the second proposition? You only gave me the first. In fact, you gave me two.
I've already demonstrated. Danny, you can't save it.
Additional there.
You can't save yourself from this.
That is not contradictory.
You can't save yourself from this.
If you said if P then Q, that's not contradictory.
I just blew your crap out of the water.
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself. If you said if P then Q, that's not contradictory. You have to give me P and not P.
Next. See, this is how atheists fail, you guys. Atheists deny their worldview. And the reason they deny their worldview and then try to argue for it at the same time is because they don't want to have to give an account for it. They don't want their worldview on the table.
Pointing out the contradiction.
See? They don't want to, and that's why an atheist will say, I'm not a naturalist. Not very many do this now. But those weirdos, wackos, atheists that say, well, I'm not a naturalist. Oh, why? Why do they do that? Because they don't want to have to defend naturalism. They don't want to have to be able to demonstrate that all phenomena are explainable by physical material causes. They don't want to be able to do that. So, and the fact that they fear that they won't be able to defend that is why some the odd atheist now and then will deny. This is the same reason they deny the definition, the historical definition of atheism, and say it's not a worldview that says God doesn't exist. They'll say they define themselves as agnostic, but they label themselves atheist. They'll say atheism isn't a denial of the existence of God or the assertion that God does not exist. But yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. So atheists deny the meaning of the word, the historical meaning of the word atheist, because they don't want to defend atheism. It's just downright failure. They'll describe themselves as agnostic. I don't have the evidence for the existence of God. I have insufficient evidence to believe in God. Well, then you're an agnostic, not atheist. Atheist is one who says God doesn't exist.
The contradiction that Neff pointed out. Does anybody in the room? Anybody?
So we see this all the time. Atheists denying tenets of their own worldview because they don't want to give an account for it. They find that they're unable to
give an account for the contradiction.
And we hear this all the time. And so if an atheist does the same thing, not just about the definition of atheism, but if they deny that they have to be a materialist or a philosophical, a physical determinist or a moral relativist or any of the other ists that are naturalist, then they've denied a part of the worldview. And because they fear their inability to defend it.
Somebody call me. I'm making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
The peanuts evolved, JJ.
A peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh, you're making me hungry now.
Peanuts come into existence because molecules bump around.
Yeah, not natural.
No, it's supernatural peanuts.
Everything is supernatural. Even the elements, even the molecules, the elements. They're all supernatural origin.
That's exactly right, JJ. Everything is caused by the supernatural. There is nothing that natural except for the laws of physics. I mean, what happens to matter within the supernatural laws that God made? Rocks roll downhill. That's natural. But the material the rock is made of, supernatural. It was made by God. But the rock rolling down the hill is just
even the forces have a supernatural cause too. Everything has a supernatural cause. The whole universe is from a supernatural cause.
That's right.
Because it can't cause itself.
That's right. The supernatural is the basis for the existence of everything. We don't live there. That's an important point. The idea of naturalism is a myth. There is no such thing as the naturalism. There's no such thing as nature. That's a myth. Nature doesn't exist. Everything is nothing is natural, except rocks rolling downhill or the wind blowing a leaf. That's natural. But everything that is physical, that is made, was made by God. That's exactly right. The idea that the world is, quote unquote, natural, it's nature. There is no such thing as nature. There's everything that God made. That's what there is.
Or Mother Nature doesn't exist.
Mother Nature, yeah. Father Time and Mother Nature, huh? Yeah. Naturalism is a myth.
It goes back to the definition of God. Sorry, I'm speaking with my mouth full.
Everything that exists was made by God. You're exactly right, JJ. The very atoms were made by God, weren't they? The physical matter that comprises everything we see was created by God in the beginning.
There is no power that is not of God. That's what God's word says.
Yeah. Here, I'll share something with you interesting about the Bible. It's, I think, evidence of the supernatural in the Bible. Let's see here. It's about Psalms 118. If I can find it in my text files. Okay. No, that's not it. Oh, shoot. I've got it somewhere. Let's see here.
I got 1.9 degrees Fahrenheit.
Good night, guys. It was good talking to you, except for Neff. Just one of the worst interlocutors on the.
Right.
Okay,
you always catch hell when you meet up with me, don't you?
Take care of yourself.
Yeah. Take care of that that mind, that non-physical mind that was produced by non-naturalism, Mr. Atheist.
Yeah, they don't know what to believe. They don't know what position to take. They don't have a position or a valid position, and they're just floundering all over the place. You can see it, right, Neff? They're just all over the place.
I know. You're
talking about yourself?
It's
floundering all over the place.
But JJ, you know, the thing that's so bizarre about it is that these guys like him, they don't even get embarrassed when they fail like that. They're never embarrassed by their failures, and they have to. We expect them to deny they fail left and right, but they're never embarrassed by it. They come back for more. It's truly bizarre.
Yep.
How determined they are to deny the existence of their Creator.
And in normal, ordinary circumstances, I would say stop hogging the conversation, but he was the only atheist in the conversation. So just let them go on, right?
Guys, during the debate, what was his name? Cygnus said that there is no law of biogenesis, but I posted a link on Biology Online, which clearly has the law of biogenesis. So I know they have to deny it because of the obvious.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
Only life produces life, right?
That's right.
Well, that's right. It's an established law. Nothing else. No one has ever falsified it. And Bill Morgan made the right call when he said, "Well, you tell me who falsified the law, then, and then I'll accept that there is no law of biogenesis." And so far, I've asked that question of a number of evolutionists and atheists, and no one has ever shown who has actually falsified it.
Right. Because even the DNA itself is living.
Yeah.
It's a living, written word.
I don't believe in
And
DNA.
if it's not living, then you're not living.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be neat if scientists were to discover the words "you were created by God" encoded in DNA, everybody's DNA? That would be awesome.
No, that would be too cheap. That would be too easy. I mean,
yeah, but I just think
we only want
funny.
sincere. We only want sincere people to do the right thing. We don't want fakers to do the right thing to, for personal gain.
Oh no, I'm just saying if it were true that it was there, that would be wild.
But like science, the whole point of science is to destroy God. So they would never do that.
No, science was made to prove God. What are you talking about, P. Mars?
Science is God's creation.
Science was created by creationists, P. Mars.
Say how like Satan is using science to destroy God and all that.
It doesn't. Science is what you can verify, and what you can verify proves God all the time, in every way, in every situation, in every case.
No.
We're sitting here waiting. We're waiting for somebody to prove something,
Hold on a second. Let's explain myself.
Hold on, I got it. I got to make
of methodological naturalism, not because of that's not because science is inherently anti-God.
No, it is.
Methodological naturalism is the means by which men in science who are anti-God use science to make arguments against the existence of God. It's that methodological naturalism and that naturalism and the evolutionism and the physicalism.
I think you guys are science idolaters.
No, we're scientifically correct.
Julian Huxley, grandson of Thomas Huxley and one of the foremost evolutionists of his day, was an unabashed atheist. He pointed out in 1959 that Darwin's real achievement was to remove the whole idea of God as the creator of organisms from the sphere of rational discussion.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not a Darwinist. I'm not a methodological naturalist. That's two different things from science and methodological naturalism.
So, like, evolution or whatever, it's not about, it's basically just about, it's an attack on God. And the same thing with, like, look at how they took Earth from the center of the universe and they placed the sun at the center of the solar system, and then they made it so we're just this insignificant little tiny solar system in this giant galaxy. Like, that's another attack on God. Like,
no, I think that ignorant people have made that that argument. I don't think that personally, I don't think that the solar system is geocentric myself, but that doesn't mean that the solar system isn't the original center of the universe, which I believe it was.
The whole point of science.
There's actually evidence that we're at the center of the universe. It's called quantized redshifts. I don't know if you know what that is, but you might want to read about that. It's pretty interesting.
The onion rings.
That's right. You see, everywhere everywhere scientists look, they find millions upon millions of miles of empty space, and then suddenly there's galaxies in every direction. And then the galaxies go on for millions of miles, and then suddenly no galaxies anymore from hundreds of millions and millions and millions and millions of miles. And then suddenly galaxies again in every direction. So it appears that the Earth is surrounded by concentric rings, shells, if you like, of galaxies in all directions. And they verify this mathematically by moving the Earth billions of miles mathematically. And when they do that, the concentric shells disappear. They're not concentric anymore. And so that's how they used a math test to test if the data from the redshifts of galaxies is correct. And so it does appear the Earth is at the center of the universe.
Yeah, there is also another thing that it's called like the atheists call it like the axis of evil. There's like a pattern of background radiation that was correlated with the solar system plane. It's a little not as strong as the concentric shells, but another interesting thing.
There's many things about the universe that contradict a naturalistic Big Bang, such as gigantic structures like the Great Wall. It's millions of miles wide and many millions of miles even longer. And if there had been an explosion from a singularity in all directions, there shouldn't be any giant structures in the universe like this. Structures, what I mean is, it's a string of galaxies and stars that form a giant structure that shouldn't be there. If the universe exploded from a dot, it should be much more homogeneous than that. There shouldn't be any massive structures in the universe.
Is Sal still in the stream, or is he going to bed?
He was there. He was in
Sal.
the chat. I forgot to ask.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay. Well, even though he's not, he's probably in the background somewhere. But I'm not sure if you guys had listened to his stream the other day, where he and Emery were talking about a paper that was written by an evolutionist, John Welsh. That was about the title of the paper was "What's Wrong with Evolutionary Biology." I urge you, if you haven't listened to it, go in and have a listen. It's very damning to the evolutionary theory, and it's written by an evolutionist, and they're dumbfounded as to how this went through the peer review process. It's quite laughable, really, if you even if you read the paper, if you haven't got time.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good. Yeah.
You know, the peer-reviewed process is laughable. Like all kinds of dumb crap goes through there. So.
Well, that's true. That's a true.
Well, at least, maybe now we have a chance to get some good stuff through then.
I'm going to head out, guys. It's really crazy late. It's early in the morning, in fact. It's been good talking to you. I guess you guys have a good evening. Maybe I'll catch you next weekend. And,
all right, Neff, take care.
No worries, Neff. God bless.
Take care.
Yep. P. Mars, I forgot to ask. Are you still there, P. Mars?
Yeah.
I just wanted to. I was going to ask you. What state are you from?
North Dakota.
Oh, North Dakota. Okay, because you sounded like somebody I know in another life. So I was just checking.
In another life.
Yeah, there he is.
Just wanted to say good night, guys. It was fun.
Hey, Sal, I just gave your show a plug.
Oh, thank you.
Did you hear what I said? It was about that paper that Welsh guy had written. I was listening to you and Emery the other day, and thought it was very good.
Oh yeah, thank you. That was very kind of you. I'm sorry I missed it. I'd stepped out. I look forward to doing more shows with Emery because he and I are biology grad students, and so I think that'd be a good witness for the creationists. That they're creationists that are able to get into grad schools in biology. It just goes to show that there's no need for the assumption of evolution. It actually, I think, degrades our understanding of biology. So thank you very much for the plug.
Yeah, no worries. I'm still amazed how a paper like that got through a peer review process.
I'm sorry?
I said, I'm still amazed how a paper like that got through the peer review process.
I think the guy has a lot of clout, and a lot of evolutionary biologists, everything he said, they already know. And what Emery and I said is these guys will say it amongst themselves. They don't want to say it in front of the popular audiences, or especially not creationists. And they probably figured no creationists would find that article. That would have been true years ago before Google. I think I entered a Google search that said evolutionary biology useless or something like that.
Well,
yeah,
more
well,
and more, they have to say what's true more and more. Go ahead, sorry, George.
I took note of one of the quotes out of it where it says, I'm only going to read part of it. To achieve its goals, this research needs distinct tools, often including, get a load of this, imaginary agency and a partial description of the evolutionary process. I thought that was very funny. The imaginary agency.
Yes, and they also said agents, imaginary agents, and imaginary agendas.
Yeah.
But you see, that's exactly, to be able to do biology well, you have to assume there is an agent and a purpose. And when you assume that, things start to become clear, but they don't want to admit it, so they have to call it imaginary. The thing they don't want to invoke is a potential real agency and a potential real agenda.
So yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So here are some of the other part quotes here. It says the field is seriously deficient. I'm going to go ... and go down a bit, and it says championing of ideas that are new but false or unimportant. So I mean, must be very embarrassing for them when someone like that talks about their protected theory.
Yeah, and they will hold to it because what's the alternative? For some, the alternative is nothing they want anything to do with. So, yes, I'm glad it got through peer review. And I think the guy has a lot of clout and a lot of people know him. And he's not telling them anything they don't already know. And probably,
and I've always said, Sal, the people that will disprove evolution are the evolutionists themselves. And here's a comment in that paper that says, living things evolved from one or a few common ancestors, but are now characterized by their enormous abundance, variety, and complexity. Sounds a lot like the creation model, doesn't it?
Yes, it's becoming closer, and it's no longer a few. It could be populations. And it's like, just keep expanding there. You're going to end up with something that looks like an orchard model.
An orchard, correct,
yeah. Proteins, because even Dr. Dan doesn't think that all proteins descended from a single gene. I'm like, there's the beginning of the orchard model.
They just haven't put 2 + 2 together yet.
Yep. So, guys, it was great, and thank you for the plug. Thank you very much, George. I'm sorry,
worries, Sal.
running out of gas here. Take care.
God bless.
Sal,
Sal.
good night. God bless.
And guys, I'm going to jump in here. I've run out of gas a couple hours ago, but you guys kept me awake with some really good, engaging, fun discussion. Definitely a really good open mic after show. So I think I'm going to shut it down here. Oh yeah, go ahead, George. I apologize.
I was just going to say, what a wimp.
I know. Listen, only I think 8.5 hours, because I think Bill Morgan's debate was about 8.5 hours ago. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a wild one. So, guys, I think we've had a show, George, pretty much every day this week. So tomorrow / today, I think we're gonna have off for rest, but we'll be back first thing Monday with Dr. James Carter and Dr. Ryan Hayes. We are going to be demolishing abiogenesis. And then also Thursday, Dr. McLean to discuss paleontology and debunk RJ Downard's precious mammal-like reptiles. So lots to look forward to. Any final words from anybody on the panel before I shut it down for the night?
I got 1.6 degrees just outside on the other side of this wall.
Oh, it's freezing over here too. I mean, the snow, it took me about 20 minutes just to clean off the car today from all the snow. So I feel your pain, JJ.
And also come, I think it's Wednesday over you guys, Professor McQueen and Mrs. McQueen are going to do a joint presentation.
Yes.
So don't miss that one.
I'm excited for that one. Yeah. So
all right, I'll say good night.
Okay.
I'll say good night and leave you guys to it.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. God bless.
God bless.
Thanks for joining. Glad you had fun. SFT's out.